Good morning, Joe. Yes, we can hear you. We're just waiting for people to get on.
Yate.
Good morning, this is Naabik'íyáti. Good morning, is anybody on the line now? This is Naabik'íyáti.
Good morning, Delegate Begay. This is Emerson Nota. We're just waiting for others to join on to the call.
Speaker, good morning. Delegate Freeland's on. Good morning.
Yate, Mr. Eastern. Mark, Mr. Delegate.
Oh.
From the Southwest, Elmer.
Hey.
Hey, brother.
Eastern, Yate.
You got?
Southwest, yeah. Hey, Southwest, yeah.
Good morning. Southwest, hey.
Good morning, Southwest Navajo. Good morning.
From Northwest Navajo, Paul Begay.
Yate, Benishana.
Oh, Yate, brother.
Oh, Yate.
Good morning, Vice Chair Smith calling in.
Morning, this is Mr. Montoya, NNTRC Vice Chairman, calling from Torreon. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Yate Bena, thank you very much for being on the line. Everyone, good morning. It looks like we have a couple of members of the Naabik'íyáti committee on the line. Let's wait a couple more minutes before we get started. Today, we're continuing on a work session to give more information to members of the Naabik'íyáti committee on the status and formal follow-up on anything to talk about broadband, anything under the sun, under broadband. Today, we'll be having presentations, numerous presentations from a lot of the different providers that provide service to the Navajo people on the call today. So we'll go ahead and move forward with that as soon as we get a couple more members of the Naabik'íyáti committee on the line. And then after that, we'll proceed forward. Again, good morning to everyone listening in. Good morning to colleagues. Good morning to staff members. Good morning to all the Navajo Nation employees. But we'll go ahead and get started here shortly. Let's just go ahead and wait for a couple more minutes before we get a quorum, and then we can go from there. So again, thank you everyone for being on the line again. Yeah.
Speaker Damon, Delegate Rick is on the line. Thank you.
Morning, Chairman.
Speaker, Delegate Freeland.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Speaker, I have an ask
Speaker K.
on the discussion.
Speaker K. I was here.
Good morning, Key Allen. Key.
Okay.
Good morning, Speaker and staff and members of the council. This is Delegate Otto, so I'm on the line. You can go back on mute.
Good morning again. Thank you everyone for listening in. Good morning. We'll go ahead and wait about a couple more minutes. We're trying to see if we can get some more members of Naabik'íyáti committee committee members on the line, and then we'll go ahead and start from there. So again, good morning. Thank you for holding off with us, colleagues. The time now is 10:05 a.m. Thank you. Ready?
Is this for the, let me see. Oh, yeah.
Good morning again, everyone. Thank you very much for being with us this morning. Thank you to everyone listening in, and thank you for continuing on our colleagues for the overall goal to listen in and listen more from our presenters today on what we've been doing for the past month and a half, and that's trying to set ourselves up for the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 and the funds that we'll be receiving in this. So today we'll go ahead and get started. It's a Naabik'íyáti committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. It's a work session via telecommunications I'm here in Winter Rock, Arizona, on the Navajo Nation, and staff members here in the chambers with us. So again, good morning. We do have a, today's date is Thursday, May 27th, 2021. Time now is 10:10 a.m. We do have a work session agenda that's been posted more than 24 hours in advance, just to announce that we are having a work session. Presiding is myself, Seth Amos, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We did call this, did call the session to order officially now at 10:10 a.m. We'll go to a roll call next and then move on from there. With that, let's go ahead and. Okay. Well, let's just do a, can we do a manual roll call? Colleagues, our system just went down. We're gonna have to give us about another 5 minutes. Just now went down. Let's go ahead and take a pause. Are we good to go?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Brown. Just to let you know, I'm online.
Good morning, Honorable Brown. Okay, we're gonna do a roll call, but we're gonna have to do a manual roll call. So let's go ahead and go over to Ms. Sota. I'll give you the floor.
Good morning, honorable committee members. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Good morning. I'm here.
Honorable Elmer Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate
Honorable-
Keown is here.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is here.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call.
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty did not answer roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate
Honorable
Slater
Car-
present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered. Roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Present.
Honorable Charlene So answered. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Otto So.
I am present.
Honorable Otto So answered. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I'm present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Good morning, I'm here.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered. Roll call. Going back up. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Good morning.
Honorable Jamie.
Do my walking.
Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer. Roll call. Speaker, you have 14 members present, including yourself.
Speaker, this is Edmund Yazi. I'm here.
Honorable Edmund Yazi answered. Roll call. 15 members present, including yourself.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues, for being on the line with us today, and thank you very much for being here on the discussion, particularly talk of what we're going to be looking at today, and that's broadband infrastructure, our follow-up presentations. So without further ado, let's continue on. let's go ahead and get our notice for an invocation this morning. So without further ado, Honorable Keon Begay, you mind doing an invocation for us, Shay?
Chairman, Speaker, good morning. I think
thank you.
I think our kudo and him hits what is in the Hondo others in Australia are the same kudo. Benny so it Australian quaggy a hit happy to have did. He had got your answer from Lonely kudo. Deep Benny be Shanding when he cannot flat out of constant a Kobe Yahot a conquered Hana ot Adoko Hana Hodiango Naniska Hanada Silmi Adokonkat Nanashindini Bitanati Ka Nanashindini Kodo a did ego a quagga. Every day Kodo Bispans Anit Linigidit on Hinanish Ilder. A cook did at so a Kodo at Nichigo Hen the Schnedo Leko. Hadn't she could Anna San Hatten La Adocom Ka hot a Kaya Twa Mr. Adol be the Holoni San be the Holoni. And hit the nego equator at arts on Hanadago equator bake out loud or little banking innocent or let the nego advocated flashlight non hint lago kukunzate. He hit the yes kaka. Kon have some kaki did our cotihini, not on some kai did our equator. Aunt ego than his art, aunt ego equator, and aunt ego equator yitas, aunt ego equator and sea case. A codisha, codo, bananis canto, leki eco. Hit ashin latte, hit and lini. Now be honey hit it nearly Navajo, hit it nego, hit ashin con. He not so. Kaki did I care not idolating, hit it nego, hard she did I. Lagan and Leni Washington, and gay conquering him not zo go eat quack, care not idolating, he don't need a quack. In I need them. I don't know some kaki did out our equator. She ain't lean shit and lean it as aunt I but so doesn't follow as aunt I equator. Ben Ayoson, but what ain't the quacky, but not inch can't or little gay could not ask to equator. Benashni or little, added art to ish. Shabak edged lead or little, Shabak Holian or little. Shayat Ersha instant or little. Combish bans unneed lean kuna din hit it nigger conquered. Ben hit a jig who didn't that in his holes. So let's date and had us a die conquered shape the snigger conquered speaking Damon. I don't know din car bish bans unneed lean hadn't she as other 110 chapters and hit it but beta but a jig who conquered and hit neck head had any bunny die conquered. And hard that is nearly conquered issue baby and haunt it. And they way baby Jane hot it got sound history. The cat in our eye of cat slad in our eye. They'll eat us a die. I don't have that of try. And the way I aunt ego codo. He chapters has aunt bend has a papa nail the store, papa yelled fancy case. I could eat ego codo dish. He issue only a broadband cell service. This to be did ego hit our she hot at them. Basically, go conk at the base at the not net beneath our compete do yast hit ego equator. Panahot ako kodo con programs and linigi hit our she kodo, Mr. hat achtole. I could ask to equator or night the achtole ben holle. I could need ego equator so there's an lean it asks in the behas sit or less. Ado could as a government, 3-branch government, he did nego and he has asked on. A large adder, his brother with the snegos, President Nez, Vice President Lizer, out of the staff of that, other program division directors, other judicial branch, large Shadanabi Mr. Chief Justice Jane, other judges at that at all 12 district court. Kodit ego ekodo, Tadazan Linigi, Aben Soit Abi Hasi, Nhanden Ladole, Nhanadi Yidole Dolha. Dit ego ekodo, be enanit edole disha. Ado Satashit Anin Hizaden Dini Yelt he don't see Casey to the Shin Sate. Big S Ito Sato da Shipe, be add Nahlo the Shin the Yedel Shinte. Jun Latin hit an end Linigi. And Linigi, Bahoto, Nis Bahot, Eto, Ligito A, Siki, Kodon, Hin, and Diego did Aiko, Benina go quack. Basically, it's a Saturday, but what end at the end of the day. Jog and Lini, Sad Lini Be, Centanani, Kiso Be, Yanani, Ticonani, Dasha. A cocket egg could only skate guard. Out of Hashina, not based that ape in Betahan, Betahweni. As Jashi Asabisa, to ye to Ahon Taylor, that's what needs in the base of the Nistante. A hot end could do Zabi, the knee go conquer, let's see, smaller than a mustard seed, hot egg go con, hot egg will conquer. Now, be hold on there. Just lean in us. When nap it didn't need a nos or nist the nigger go conquer arts for a bako in Taha case go conquer che. As she base or did egg was she either she not then. He seen conquer he doesn't be that it's the dope silly door nas could be nas one nahi. His own hatch it's go conquer and hit net arts. At King Lineat, any Ilia cat had a rat on this. Hatchene needed Lini, new textbook that a dot cut on this. I don't hit Nabaran that then it needed a conquer beyond the tear con. I want not Alia, but that no, the shinko. At that age, no, not a needs and God. They let it ask for Jen Haben and other Belatin on Shake enough to Osha in the Diego conquer arts for Jacon. Naha Ashley hit the Nigo did ego eco. Bay get out at Hologas. Could did ego go a conk at arts. At the hot zado left or zago go by Yale kit or left other chehil en other chehel en. Could did ego go into programs that a day niche, but chin the Holonskinani the Holo. Other quite other shinkos at Kitazza had no about the when. It's allowed that a public safety firefighters that a EMS the tada the car being at the door when tech cases she be bound that we are hit a wishing cook at the Honishi that you either in the ite car not ending cotton haba hulia but she need that a being that a brand has earned other sabili na the hotlo. Pepeka she the hold no better hold up Kaya the hold no. Other conk at the haskin the other a cotoni kid on place that another the yachi, but egon see cashin the Sandini are there. Actually, conk at the haskin dolly. He said, horse car dolly, Kaya Nasro dolly. Not that the lake conk at Hadit ego conk at Tolini ben that Niastro Lescar. Aden hit Cho a hollow. Cho and Lini did ego ben see case bench. I can't be need or less. In the midst of all of this, we continue to thank you. We ask for your humbleness. We ask for your forgiveness. We ask for your strength, God. Kodit ego kunka meeting Lini baby Chitanadi Kakishu. Blessing each and every one of my colleagues, our staff, our Navajo Nation government, and so on. Akodit ego itozen leaning bihasito lesto bench and nicest candle lesto biha nahunits and cotton zate hot ashe. Nahol just to this God, Kodit ego ecodotozen leaning. Yet asai chinigi in the cargo that did ego ecodo. Nicey candle in Jesus' name. Amen. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Keon Brigade, for that wonderful invocation this morning. Thank you for blessing the day and blessing the nation. So with that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down to item 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. I do have Honorable Otto So.
Speaker, do you hear me?
Yes.
I wanted to be for announcement, not recognizing guests. Just an announcement.
Okay, well, announcements, they're at the end, so I can come to you first after we close out on the presentations, Honorable Otto So. That, colleagues,
well, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Could I just use this time for that then? Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee, a lot of ideas. We know what the latest incidents that occurred relating to the animal dog mauling. Alcohol, ahadit ego takoto, asi ayego na hadadit ahinsen. I can't just say that hearing a report at a committee level, because Law and Order, we heard the report. It was on the agenda for RDC. Donna, but moving forth, I really don't hear any plans to address the issue. And that's the reason why, as a Naabik'íyáti committee member, within the time span of 9 months, or maybe even 1 year, we have lost 3 people relating to 3 lives relating to dog mauling. Out on the other incidents, such as dog attacks, dog bites from people running on the road, trying to address their health. But yet, programs, and a budget is usually presented, but these type of issues is not presented with budget, with the yearly budget, and usually it's just a program that's just swept under the carpet and told you're not going to get this money by the administration. So, if the programs that are in charge of doing these, supposed to address these issues, are not doing their job, such as the division directors, what else can we do? We as council, we are not these division directors, but we're beginning to do their job. Not one fuss has come out from the administration. There's an investigation and we can't say anything. In criminal investigation. That's not a form of trying to address the issue. A citation will not bring those family members back. It's happening in our community. But yet, we as the council, we have authority to change the policy. But administration again, he's not only. And just as a recommendation, Speaker, maybe Naabik'íyáti committee can hold a series of public hearings throughout the 5 agencies pertaining to this dog animal biting and dog mauling issue. Not this is supposed to be the responsibility of the executive branch. We pay these guys over about $100,000 a year, but yet things like this occur under their eyes. And then sorry for using this time under the recognizing guests, but but I think if the administration is not going to move on this, we need to move forth on this. Maybe we can start working as in the capacity as division directors and managers. To protect the public, the Navajo public interest and public safety. They're just going to brush it under the table, and as the vice chairman of the Law and Order Committee, I believe, Speaker, also maybe we can get this issue on the chairman and the vice chair meeting that's coming up, and we need to address this. Yeah.
Thank you for that announcement in recognition. Well, we can work on that, getting the information together, Honorable Otto, and move forward on that. I guess we would need to work together with the Law and Order Committee to outline a formal agenda, and staff will be working on getting that information together. So thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So that, colleagues, we are on recognizing guests and visiting officials. Is there any recognitions right now? I have Chairman Honorable Daniels, and then Chairman Rick Nez on recognitions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The 24th Council for the Naabik'íyáti committee members. I just want to say thank you. Adonana, good morning. Adonana, thank you for the wonderful prayer. Today, I'm at Naabik'íyáti chapter, way on the other side of the reservation next to the San Juan River. At this time, I just want to express my gratitude to the 24th Navajo Nation Council for all you do for your communities throughout the Navajo Nation. So today is a good day for Naabik'íyáti chapter. Yeah, they just received their motor grader.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. So we still have you on the line, and we'll make sure if there's anything that can be done, or maybe periodically check in just to see Honorable Daniels. With that, moving on down, Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Council. Speaker, I would like to just make a clarification here on the issue of dogs. Yesterday, RDC had its regular teleconference meeting, and RDC being the oversight over fish and wildlife, we received quite a bit of report, and the committee honorable members of RDC, we agreed to have an emergency legislation coming forth. Fish and Wildlife will be producing all the necessary supporting documents to address this issue. We're not ignoring this at all. RDC has been working very hard and diligently. We've also made a recommendation to change policies on the number of dogs that people can have. Currently, it's at 4, and there's funding that we can use from UUFB, perhaps in the amount of a little over $3 million. We are
Point of order, Delegate James here.
We're just very short on enforcement officers, and those are the clarification that I would like to make. So thank you very much, Speaker.
Chairman, thank you. Point of order, in the work session, there really don't recognize any point of orders but Honorable James, what is your concern?
I believe we're under announcement, and if we could put this under as a report, that would be helpful. We can keep the meeting in order. That greatly be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, again, we are actually under recognizing guests and visiting officials. So we'll be working on that as indicated with guests down both RDC and the LOC to bring forth a work session on that. So thank you very much, colleagues. I didn't get any notice of that formally until just now. So there was no recommendation in email or to have a work session specifically on that. So thank you for bringing that to the attention as of this time. But let's go ahead and continue on. I don't have anybody else right now that's moving forward on recognizing guests and visiting officials. If there's a recognition, yes, Honorable Elmer Begay, recognizing guests and visiting officials.
Yeah. Good morning, Speaker, around the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. Good morning, everybody, and then people that are on the line. I'd like to recognize a person that's on the line with us, listening to from Windsor Healthcare Center as a member, as a board member, and then also he's serving as a Navajo County Board of Supervisor. So I have Alberto Pashakai on the line, so listening to us too. So I just wanted to recognize him, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Pashakai, for being with us here today too as well. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else on recognizing guests and visiting officials. So let's continue on. If there's no one else, let's go ahead and move on down to our work session topic. Today, we are again continue on as indicated earlier on the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. With that, there's that action to continue on discussing some of the overall goals that we're asked of, not only by members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, but also by the Navajo people. And in this case today, we'll be discussing broadband infrastructure. As earlier discussed, we did have the infrastructure team members here before us before. Today's just a formal follow-up to see where they're at. And again, these are live discussions that they will continue to work on. But we just want to make sure that we move forward. Colleagues, keep in mind that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 presenters today. And if we can make sure that keep your as main to the point as we possibly could on the questions so that we continuously can roll along and not stay on one specific presenter throughout the day. I know that all of these presenters have come forward and wanted to present as much as they possibly could today. So their presentations are clearly outlined. And if you have any further questions Each one of them are more than welcome to answer your questions after the presentation, after today's conversation. So please, colleagues, let's make sure that we can continuously keep the dialogue going, as there are 8 presenters that are on today's agenda. I know that we wanted to make sure that we had a complete overview. Some of these will be cross-referencing each other, and some of these will be working together with each other in order for them to have that dialogue, because as indicated, a lot of these corporations, enterprises, third-party entities to the nation, or even departments commingle and work together on an overall basis to really have that update ready for the nation. So without further ado, we will be hearing from first the Navajo Nation Cyber Team, then the Navajo Nation Telecommunications Commission, then the Choice Wireless, then Sacred Winds, Frontier Communication, Navajo Department of Dene Education, Acadian and Infracom, and then finally Cellular One. So without further ado, on the broadband infrastructure follow-up presentations, these are the teams that will be going to present today. So with that, did somebody say speaker?
Speaker Freeland,
Yes.
is it okay if we added 2 presenters?
Honorable Freeland, who are those 2 presenters? I don't know how much further time we'll have.
NTU and Dene College.
We did indicate to NTU and Dene College that those 2 individuals will be coming, and they're having their own time frame, Honorable Freeland, before the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee.
Okay, Speaker. Thank you very much.
All right. And both President Guy and President Russell know of that, that they know that they'll have their own follow-up, and it's just not them. It'll be with other sources of educational bodies too as well, like St. Michael's Special Ed will be on that day too as well. So without further ado, let's go ahead and continue on. We do have a Navajo Nation Cyber Team first on deck. Floor is yours, Navajo Nation Cyber Team. Again, this is just a follow-up. If there's something that's different or changed from the last time, I just don't want to rehash the same thing that was presented on the last go-around, but these are just follow-ups so that we know where we're at today. Again, so Navajo Nation Cyber Team, floor is yours.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker and honorable members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. My name is Pearl Lee. I'm the Program Manager with Navajo Nation Telecommunication Utilities. I'm also a member of the Cyber Team. And as you all are aware, the Cyber Team is made up of the 3 branch representatives and also some external partners, including our broadband consultant, Magellan Advisor. I also have team members on the line to answer any questions regarding our asks. First, we have Alex Largy. He's the network manager with DIT. Norbert Nez, he's an IT manager with Division of Community Development. MC Baldwin, he oversees the rural addressing department within Division of Community Development. Brent Nelson, the IT manager with Department of Dene Education. Also our consultants from Magellan Advisor. Joe Corella, he will be assisting me with this presentation. And also Courtney, Violet, and Jessica Dufolo. And so with that, I want to thank the committee for allowing us to represent our ARPA ask funding. Originally, the Cyber Team Committee came before NABI on April 7th. Our original amount was $553 million, but that was made up of different sources of funding, which included ARPA, the 905 funding that we discussed that where those rules have not been issued yet. Also, we included some general fund operating funds, but we've relooked at that initial funding request, and this presentation will focus only on the ARPA funding requests that we're asking. So initially, we asked for 395 million of the 553, and we have reduced that amount down by 75 million for a total of 320 million. And that's what we'll be presenting today. And this is a result of the ARPA interim final rules that were issued on May 17th, where they, as you all aware, they issued some more guidance on the eligible uses. So that's what we'll be focusing on. We'll be presenting 7 asks as far as allocation for specific purposes. So with that, you see the presentation before you. We did send it out earlier this year, and I'm hoping that that got to all the committee members. But if you can see the presentation, it is on now. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Joe Corella. Thank you.
Thank you, Pearl. Yate, Speaker and honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. One minor clarification, this presentation was sent out earlier this morning, so it should be in all of your boxes at this point. The agenda today, first we will summarize our understanding of the ARP eligible uses. As Pearl referenced back on May 17th, the interim final rules for the fiscal recovery funds were issued, and they were reasonably specific on what qualifies and what does not qualify. So we will summarize our understanding of that for the benefit of everyone on the call and the council. We will go through our broadband funding requests for the 7 projects that are proposed, and we will cross-reference to the specific eligible use that we believe justifies that program. We'll provide a set of recommendations and then open the floor for discussion and questions. Please, at any time, feel free to interrupt me. First, here's a summary of the section 602 of ARP eligible uses. These are derived from several sources. First off, let's go through the 6 ARP eligible uses for the FRF funds. It's to support public health response. It's to replace tribal revenue loss. It's to address negative economic impacts and support immediate economic stabilization and recovery. It's to provide equity-focused services. And there are 3 classes of infrastructure covered: broadband, water, and sewer. That is very consistent with the legislation, as you see on the right side. I provide a citation for the permissible infrastructure that is in the ARP final legislation, Public Law 117-2, Section 606C1D, quote, to make necessary investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. The reason for the $75 million reduction from our earlier ask was the removal of transportation and public safety projects, which we do not believe directly qualify, but the council can make that ultimate objective. We provide a citation to the law. There are 2 obvious ineligible uses. Those funds cannot be used to offset reductions in tax revenue and cannot be used for pension contributions. There are some other items. They can't be used for legal settlements, et cetera. All of these items were derived from the 3 sources cited at the bottom. You can hyperlink on those. That's the Treasury presentation on the tribal ARP that was delivered on May 13th and May 18th. The fact sheet and the interim final rule. It is not a completely final rule. Comment period is open until early July, I believe. In the presentation that the Department of Treasury gave to the tribal nations on that May 13 and May 18 webinar, they provided a subset of specific eligible uses under the big categories. We provide these as a service to the council. These are the respective subcomponents underneath support public health response, tribal revenue loss replacement, address negative economic impact, and specifically provide equity-focused services and broadband infrastructure. The 3 rows highlighted in yellow are the bases for the projects we are recommending. And what we will see shortly are those projects in that order with an explanation of the program. First project, upgrading chapter house technology. We would like to upgrade, we're looking for funding to, we is the Navajo Nation cyber team, not Magellan Advisors. None of this money flows to Magellan Advisors. This is all for the cyber team. We would like to upgrade electronics and technology environment at all 110 chapters, supporting broadband, cybersecurity. It enables improvements to chapter and community service provision. We believe that this project is eligible under 4.2, investing in housing and neighborhoods, under providing equity-focused services. We're estimating costs of $27.8 million, including equipment, installation, cybersecurity licenses, etc. There may be an opportunity to help support chapter libraries later with costs that E-rate programs are working on that are not covered today, ongoing subscription costs or required matching. So that's project one. Project two, an important one for Division of Community Development, for Public Safety, for Department of Transportation. There are at least two proposals, and the one proposal we're making here talks about the completion and acceleration of a map of the entire Navajo Nation road network, including mile markers, equal interval spacing, and center line definitions for all roads within Navajo Nation. Once that data is collected, it will be integrated with the Division of Community Development's WIND application, which enabled the local chapters then to move forward on their local operations to a number of addresses and name roads consistent with council approved road naming standards. We would export, all of these addresses would be NENA compliant for public safety purposes. We would export those to Navajo Department of Transportation, Navajo Division of Public Safety, and any state PSAP systems in Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. We believe we will design it as a sustainable program. So as community development and economic development continue to add roads, we can simply add those center lines and the program becomes sustainable. We believe this project qualifies under ARP 602 as eligible use 4.2, investing in housing and neighborhoods under the provide equity focused services. Question as to whether you want to interpret it as broadband infrastructure, but we believe 4.2 is the right answer. We're looking for $1.6 million to do that. We've also recently learned that there may be an alternative rural addressing solution, and I defer to either Division of Community Development and NTRC, who is following us in the presentation, or Division of Public Services, excuse me, of Public Safety. I believe that there is an alternative proposal, so I would highlight this as one potential duplication that Division of General Services, DCD, and NTRC and DPS have to decide which is the right approach. Project 3 is a very significant one. First off, it assumes as a prerequisite one channel of the 2.5 gigahertz spectrum. We'll talk about that very shortly. This project is designed to provide wireless broadband services using the 2.5 gigahertz spectrum to almost all households and businesses on the Navajo Nation. While this will be, as you see in the next paragraph, we're suggesting this is clearly fundable under eligible use 4.3, addressing educational disparities. We all are well aware of how many households are impaired from having broadband access at home. Many students are underserved, if not unserved, and we are proposing a solution that we believe would provide wireless services to almost all households, subject to a couple of edge cases, and we could address those as well. Because this is funded with ARP funding, we believe that there's some opportunities to leverage this for public safety use, where Division of Public Safety could also use the 2.5 gigahertz spectrum, supporting preemption and public safety prioritization for emergent and urgent needs. We will, in a moment, look at potentially recommending a swap of 2 channels within NTRC. We had a conversation on that earlier this week. So what does this project entail? We would use 2.5 gigahertz spectrum that has been secured by NTRC for use by the Navajo Nation under a special temporary authority. It is still in process to get a final agreement with the Federal Communications Commission, and Director Basenti can talk more specifically to that. We believe that this would provide distance learning at speeds of greater than broadband 25.3, along with some telehealth and maybe some public safety solutions. The solution that NNTRC has put together allows the nation to satisfy their licensing obligations to the FCC. Our total estimated project cost on this, $88.7 million. We believe it is a very good investment. Why is that? It leverages existing assets. NNTRC has acquired that special temporary authority, as we discussed. It would use 200 towers that already exist on the Navajo Nation, and Vertical Bridge probably is aware of most of those. There may have to be some additional towers constructed. We would mount 2.5 gigahertz communications equipment, receivers and transmitters on the towers. This project cost budget estimate includes equipment and installation labor, attachment fees to tower owners. We have only estimated these. We do need a working session at some point with the Vertical Bridge team to determine what the actual amounts are, and we will be asking for a follow back after that conversation. It would include customer premise equipment at, we estimated, 60,000 units at all households and perhaps all businesses at the nation. We included equipment acquisition and installation services cost. We also reserved funds for up to another 200 miles of fiber to connect towers to middle mile fiber as a reserve. We think that once that infrastructure is in place, funded under a completely legitimate use for resolving educational disparities, that the Division of Public Safety could piggyback and use that completely consistently with ARP funding. It is not directly a public safety project. It is an education project that public safety can take advantage of. We think that is a good approach because public safety is not directly an eligible use under ARP 602. We think it is an excellent investment because between encryption and preemption and prioritization, public safety, emergent communications needs would take priority over education, but education could still continue to work on a slightly lower priority, helping solve the education gap. We believe this is a great investment because the useful life of this infrastructure will far exceed the ARP spending timelines. There are many household subsidies for broadband today, the Emergency Broadband Benefit, the Emergency Communications Fund, but all of those have limited lives and they still don't fundamentally address the affordability of broadband. If the nation were to invest in this project and negotiate appropriate recurring monthly costs, could probably get to affordability with all the one-time costs covered by ARP. We won't go through the details on this, but this is just a visual reminder of the solution that we're proposing. If you recall, these are simply 15-mile radius circles around over 200 existing towers. There are some gaps on the far west and some south that may require additional towers, but again, a working session with Vertical Bridge and access to some inventory would help us finalize exactly what is required. I want to take one opportunity. We had a conversation earlier this week among the Division of Public Safety, the Division of Department of Diné Education, excuse me, NNTU and the NNTRC, and it was a very constructive meeting. This visualization is just a minor refresher. Right now, there are 3 channels of the 2.5 gigahertz. We don't need to discuss what the technology concerns are, but I want to emphasize that in the lower left, you see channel 1 is a 49.5 megahertz channel. Channel 2 is a 50.5 megahertz channel, 50.5, and channel 3 is 17.5 megahertz channels. Right now, the first two channels, channel 1 and 2, totaling 100 megahertz, will be reserved when it's finally licensed from FCC for use by Sacred Wind and NTUA Wireless. We have requested, and Executive Director Basenti has agreed to have a working session with the NNTRC to consider the possible swap of channel 2 and channel 3, so that channel 2 with 50 megahertz can be reserved for use by the Navajo Nation, and maybe channels 1 and 3 would be sublicensed to the providers. That is a net improvement, all other things being equal, to public safety, who, rather than having dedicated use of 17.5 megahertz, has 50.5 megahertz. It is large enough, we believe, subject to some engineering analyses, that DOTI could piggyback on that, and maybe DCD could piggyback on that. So it doesn't fundamentally change anything that NNTRC is doing. It slightly changes the obligations that are agreed in principle, but not formalized in a contract yet with the two subcontractors. And we will be requesting formally a working session with NNTRC to discuss this swap. It does not change anything strategically that NNTRC is doing, and it helps DOTI, public safety, and DCD, maybe others. Next project, E-rate overbuild. All of you are aware of the $53 million that has been awarded to some providers to build fiber to 90 chapters, I believe, this year, and some Head Start programs. The numbers are on that order. That's in the current year, and those things are under construction. In the next year, I think there is another wave of approved funding. We are asking for $36 million, again, under eligible use 5, broadband infrastructure, to install additional fiber and conduit along the paths of the E-rate contracts that have been awarded to Sacred Wind, NTUA Wireless, OSO Internet Solutions, and in the coming year, Cellular One, I believe. Construction costs, as we know, are entirely borne by the USAC E-rate awards, complemented by generous state offerings by New Mexico and Arizona. Thank you, those states. As we know, the E-rate fiber is only usable, and assets are only usable by only schools, libraries, and Head Starts. But by overbuilding, this would allow anyone in the nation, including government services, to use that additional funding. We believe that could be for general use at chapters, and we would believe a funding decision is fairly urgent because the advantage is to acquire the additional fiber and conduit and work out an agreement with Sacred Wind, NTUA Wireless, OSO, and Cellular One to install additional fiber and conduit as they're doing their construction. That saves the nation two things: additional construction costs to redo everything, and additional. There was a second thing that I had. I apologize. And they need to reopen all of those paths. So we would look for a request for funding. We also believe it improves DCD service provision to offset COVID-19 effects. We believe this is clearly eligible under eligible use 5, broadband infrastructure, $36.7 million. IT infrastructure. Again, we think broadband infrastructure, eligible use 5. We're looking at a new Navajo Nation data center, fiber build to the Window Rock and Fort Defiance campuses, additional electronics required to light and support Navajo Nation government network, complete cybersecurity, firewall, and security awareness training for 3,500 members of the nation, 24/7 security operations center and managed services, enterprise mobility management, enterprise email encryption. Total project cost about $19.28 million. GIS route planning. The next project. We would like to collect into a single centralized source GIS maps of existing and planned fiber and towers from external parties. There are 3 classes of parties of which we are aware: eligible telecommunications carriers, such as Sacred Wind, NTUA, NTUA Wireless, Cellular One, Frontier. What are their fiber paths? What are their tower paths? E-rate awarded providers such as Sacred Wind and TUA Wireless, OSO, Cellular One, anyone who has, we're basically trying to get to a centralized GIS repository where maps can be utilized by NNTRC, by ourselves, the cyber team in planning, and by partners and vendors such as Arcadian Infracom, who has backhaul down to Albuquerque. I'll defer to maybe Mr. Davis talk about it later. America's Communications, Vertical Bridge, who is, I think, responsible for managing tower attachments and fees. So the objective of this is to build an infrastructure to centralize all of this data so we can see in one location all the assets related to broadband and use that to make decisions on expansion. Collecting all that, managing all that data centrally enables the planning and siting of where fiber should be placed or where new towers might need to be constructed. It will enable us to do a wireless propagation analysis to determine where there are coverage gaps. We want to make sure that that earlier distance learning solution covers every spot on the nation that may need some additional towers. We believe clearly eligible use 5, broadband infrastructure, costs for this $1.7 million. And finally, we're recommending complete design, high-level, low-level design, construction and installation of 900 miles of Navajo-owned middle mile and lateral network fiber. It's over 4 years of effort from high-level design to low-level design all the way to lighting. 900 miles is our guesstimate. If you remember our original plan to start from a greenfield solution would require over 2,200 miles. We think 900 miles is a reasonable estimate based on what we know, but again, we don't have that GIS data available. Clearly valid under eligible use 5 broadband infrastructure. Estimated project costs of $145 million. I want to take a footnote here for 1 second. This is only ARP funding. There is still outstanding the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021, Section 905, which is the $1 billion Broadband Infrastructure Act, for which the Notice of Funding Opportunity has not yet been issued. That will be an opportunity to get more funding to use to expand broadband, maybe with additional fiber, maybe for public safety, and maybe for transportation use. This is the picture just as a visual reminder of what we talked about on that middle mile network. This is a 1-page summary of the $320 million aggregate ask. Down the left side, you'll see the 7 projects in the sequence we just presented, who we think the sponsoring department is, a brief summary description, the total amount of funding requested, and in the very far right, the ARP eligible use cross-reference. We encourage the council to evaluate all projects, not only broadband, but all projects in the context of valid eligible use. We want to be extra scrupulous in making those decisions, and we suggest there be a little extra time spent on looking at eligible use validations. Here's our final recommendations. Invest wherever possible in capital projects whose useful life far exceeds the ARP spending timeline. I think everyone would agree with that. The goal is not necessarily short-term subsidies, but long-term asset creation and management. Second, we believe Navajo Nation should own broadband assets wherever possible. Fiber, conduit, spectrum, towers. Allow the nation to grow and continue to manage its own affairs wherever possible. Streamline approvals for rights of way and permits. There may be advantages to the Navajo Nation owning the assets in streamlining the approval processes, yet to be confirmed. But we believe that is the case, according to the Land Department. Navajo Nation should exert more control over assets prior to awarding and enriching third parties. Before you commit funding or assets, Council, especially for federal or state funds, negotiate ownership, usage conditions, operations and maintenance costs on assets and services to be created or used. We encourage you to negotiate pricing on services where possible. And we think that external parties means Navajo Nation enterprises, ETCs, utilities, etc. We believe the nation should develop its own Navajo Nation-owned middle mile network. Fiber assets will outlast ARP funding spending deadlines. We think overbuild is very urgent and timely and will allow for broader use of fiber throughout the nation. We think the nation should not be an ISP, but should partner with other providers to offer last mile customer broadband services. We think the ETCs would be willing, eager partners. We have 3 organizational enhancements. We'd like to formalize the cyber team. While it was approved by a NABI memorandum back in 2019, it is not a formal entity with a plan of operation. But we would ask that at some point the cyber team be formalized. We'd like to strengthen NNTRC regulations to include oversight of broadband, and we would like to create we recommend creating a broadband office reporting to the Division of General Services that would provide a single point of contact or voice for the nation in coordinating broadband actions, managing broadband efforts, and acting at the direction of Navajo Nation leadership. Just a reminder, this is a slightly modified organization chart, and the modification is very simply in the yellow box in the center labeled Broadband Office. We have changed that from the earlier version. If you remember, there was a red dashed line because we didn't know where we would recommend it would be reporting. We believe that the Broadband Office should report to the Division of General Services as a peer of DIT and NNTU. The B tag is the purple oval at the bottom, providing advisory services to the Broadband Office, to OPVP, to you at the Council, and to the NNTRC. We do make some additional recommendations on negotiation. We think there are opportunities to revisit negotiations with NTUA on the use of the 12 strands of fiber that was reserved for nations use from the BTOP award back in 2013. We did not include this estimate, but as I recall, and I was not party to these discussions, NTUA may have asked for additional funding to make those 12 strands available. That might be a wise investment. Once we know what the amount is, as another possible ask out of ARP 602 as broadband infrastructure, that would require a conversation and some planning with NTUA. We think there should be discussions continuing and finalize agreements with the ETCs for E-rate overbuild, whether that's additional fiber and conduit or additional fiber that they will offer on a dark fiber leasing basis. There might be a mix of them, a hybrid of dark fiber and additional overbuild fiber. We ask the Council, we would like perhaps some additional funding because we have to verify our assumptions, our cost, our engineering, have some conversations. You'll notice there is no estimate of sustainability or O&M costs. We think those are very important for you to make a decision, but we have not had an opportunity to work with all the counterparties to construct that. We would look for some operating funds away from ARP, estimated at 60 to 70,000 to do that planning. We would like guidance on next steps in finalizing the plans, and we'd like to set a follow-up circle back date to report back to Council with the results of that analysis. Yeah. Any questions? We would be glad to answer them.
Thank you very much for that information, and thank you very much for the presentation, most importantly, and thank you for the update. That I think I heard Honorable Elmer Brigay for the. I need to go to the floor, and I'll go to Mr. Brigay at this time. Honorable Elmer Brigay, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you, Speaker. I run the committee of Naabik'íyáti members, and then also the presenter. I know you mentioned it about the 2.5 gigahertz spectrum, and my question is that is the spectrum temporary or permanent? And permanent, or is it going to be a temporary or permanent license? So there's two questions on the 2.5 gigahertz spectrum.
If I may.
Yes, can you hold on real quick?
Sorry.
Honorable Elmer Begay, does that conclude your questions?
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, I'll follow
colleagues,
question.
colleagues, any other further comments, questions at this time? I'll go back to the presenter. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Begay, the 2.5 gigahertz spectrum currently is under special temporary authority. The trajectory with NNTRC and FCC is to finalize that. At the date that that agreement is finalized with FCC, then the obligations for licensure over a 2 and 5 year period will be enforced. They are very well defined, we believe. Today, we continue to operate under the special temporary authority that rolls over every few months. Chris and NNTRC are following that very closely. But should the formal award be made and the licensing obligations met, the nation keeps the use of the 2.5 gigahertz as far as the term of the agreement with FCC, which I assume is indefinite. Should the nation fail to make its licensing obligations, and we think they are achievable, by the way, should the nation fail to make its licensing obligations, it runs the risk of losing access to the 2.5 gigahertz spectrum, but that's a 5 year window to make those commitments, and we think that can be reasonably, very confidently achieved. So today we continue to operate under special temporary authority. Long term, we think that the nation will reserve the use of the 2.5 gigahertz spectrum as far as the eye can see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me go on to the Honorable Yellow Hair. Good morning. Floor is yours.
Follow-up question, Dolly.
Now I'll come back to you. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Good morning, Speaker, Navajo Nation Council, and 24 Navajo Nation Convention. Good afternoon, good morning. I want to say thank you to your reports. It's very important, it's very legitimate that your report to be current with our technology, because it's really benefit to our younger generations. Appreciate for do your best as you can to bring these technology up to date. Technology. Then we're behind, especially in Black Mesa area. We are in need to get this up to date, so we don't have any problem with our kids up, do their homework in the evening, in the morning, midnight. And I appreciate for your report. Thank you, and Division Director Pearly. Any Navajo Nation cyber teams. There's a lot needs to be done. Hopefully everything will be taken care of. Relate to this expenditure that will be made under, if it's possible, under a rescue plan act. We have to be current, and it will really help the Navajo Nation too. Tonight, we used to write letters and drop our letter, trading posts, and it takes about a week and a half to respond back from your family. Accept your report. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Navajo, Nations 24 Council, let's accomplish, meet our goals and our objective to before the next 2 years, and we would like to do a lot for our people. Thank you very much, Speaker. 24 Councilman, thank you. Go back on mute now.
Thank you. With that, let me go to Honorable Elmer for follow-up.
Thank you, Speaker. Our presenter, my follow-up question is, you mentioned that the 2.5 gigahertz the special temporary that you're using will go up to 5 years. So within 5 years, does that mean that the 2.5 gigahertz authorization will be permanent? That's one question. And then can you elaborate more on the priority tribal window? I know that the tribal window has been closed. So if the Navajo Nation did not submit the application in the window, what does that mean? What's the nation looking at right now if we missed the window, or did you guys attempt it to apply the application? And another thing too, this is the third question. Another point on the opening competition. How will other service providers be considered? Will there be an open competition, or is there always going to be a bias towards NTIA because they're the only one that like the Choice Wireless is the only one that's available on the nation, on the southwest part of the reservation? So that will be my third question. Thank you.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I answer?
Yes, go ahead. Let me go back to the presenters. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Begay, first off, NNTRC is doing an excellent job in managing the special temporary authorities. Those are continually rolling over, and they are watching it and tracking it carefully. They're to be applauded for their diligence in assuring that the special temporary authority persists. That's, I think, the answer to question one. To question two, NNTRC is also to be applauded for having applied for the 2.5 gigahertz under the tribal window. There are those discussions are still ongoing, and there is no formal agreement, to my knowledge, between FCC and Navajo Nation. But as long as the nation keeps its special temporary authority, it can continue to pilot programs. Once the FCC agreement is in place, there are licensing obligations at the 2 and 5 year mark. So the clock starts, I believe, at the time the contract with the FCC is executed. That would give the nation the permanent use of that 2.5 gigahertz spectrum with some licensing obligations. And those are measured at the 2 year mark and the 5 year mark. Our analysis suggests that based on a current Navajo Nation census of 399,000 people, based on the reading of the regulations, that with as few as 16 fixed wireless connections and comfortably with, let's say, 24, the nation easily meets its licensing obligations, in our opinion, and therefore keeps the 2.5 gigahertz spectrum for its use, however it chooses to use them. If it fails to make the 2 year mark, there's a little extra attention, and it fails to make the 5 year mark, the license would be released back to the FCC, which would re-auction it on the open market. But we believe, subject to our working session with NNTRC, that we can easily make the licensing obligations and keep the 2.5 gigahertz, I will say, in perpetuity, subject to seeing the final agreement. Finally, the reason we are advocating the creation of a middle mile network owned by the Navajo Nation is we would like to encourage competition among multiple service providers. It may be seen that there are only single providers offering services, perhaps in Arizona. Maybe and our belief is this, and it's outlined in our middle mile broadband plan, that the middle mile network should be an open access competitive network that allows any provider to pay the nation for the rights to use its backbone. And we would like for the middle mile network to therefore create competition among multiple service providers so that hopefully there are downward price effects and improved price value services to end users. That's really the rationale for the ownership by Navajo Nation, because the longer the Navajo Nation continues to allow the third parties to make the decisions on where they will allocate, where they will develop resources and the pricing, that is a concern for the nation, because right now, that's why I want to go to the recommendations. Right now, the third-party service providers decide what the pricing is. There's not necessarily a consideration for what the monthly service fees would be. And we think that those conversations should happen before the council allocates additional funding to the third parties. That's just good business for the Navajo Nation, for the benefit of its people, to force those conversations to happen earlier in the process before funding is awarded. I hope that answers your question. Thank you, Delegate Begay and Speaker.
Thank you very much. Right, colleagues, any other further comments, questions? We don't have anybody else in the queue at this time.
Follow-up question. I have another
Yes,
follow-up question.
Elmer Begay.
Thank you, Speaker, again. Presenter. Thank you for your response. And even though you're under the special authorization for the 2.5 gigahertz, the fact is that is it going to be an issue for planning all this, even though we're not authorized it permanently from the FCC? And reason why is that I know that it'll be good for us if it's that the last. I know that you're talking about the middle miles, but we're thinking about the last mile, which for competitors to be the carrier. So, but it's good that you brought up that it's going to be an open competition. So that'll be my question, the Speaker. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions, colleagues?
Speaker Kalen.
McKeown Begay, go ahead. The floor is yours. Honorable Keelan?
Yeah, here I'm talking away. I had a habit of going back on mute after I speak. Anyway, yeah, it's not a speaker though. Sant Arno Senegi Kodon Hisahasnagi. The backbone no by yet here. I guess my question will be how this particular program is working directly with the Navajo Nation. In return, the Navajo Nation, there's a $1 billion that's being allocated for tribes for access to get some funding. Odit ego bayat, could there be? Is there any document that either Mr. Vicente or yourself can share with the council, because that one application document should be coming from a tribal entity, a tribal government, meaning that the Navajo Nation has to seek that funding as one application on behalf of the overall Navajo Nation broadband or cell tower infrastructure. So I don't know if you have any working development in that particular area, or I don't know if that should be response by Mr. Vicente or the cyber team. Hayla dunlate Washington that base was non de hoto need 1 billion. Akoko tahte kahaki be Washington asa ko inal sauce and linki submit at all no akoko Hayla Yinadnishla, and I'm sure and I'm hoping that we have a finalized or a draft document to say that this is how much Navajo Nation is seeking for these particular purposes. Based on Linki I don't know if you're able to request, not request, we'll be able to provide information if you have any involvement of applying for the $1 billion funding that's available for tribes. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, colleagues? Let me go back to you, to the presenters.
Thank you, Speaker. First, thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay, for your question. Regarding whether the Special Temporary Authority is an issue for planning on 2.5 gigahertz, we believe at Navajo Cyber Team that is not a consideration. We should be operating under the assumption that NNTRC will continue to roll over the Special Temporary Authority in expectation that the Navajo Nation will be granted the permanent license, subject to the channel allocation discussion that we talked about. And we don't think that changes anything other than who uses which spectrum. We don't believe there is any issue on the 2.5 gigahertz temporary licensing or permanent licensing. We should revisit that with the NNTRC when they follow up. But I believe we are very comfortable with that, and subject to a working session on the channel allocation, we should be in very good shape. That is not a significant risk at all, in my opinion. Now, to Honorable Kealan Begay, we do have a minor update, and we can provide some direction on that $1 billion tribal infrastructure fund for broadband under Section 905. Just as a reminder to everyone, that 905 is under the Consolidated Appropriations Act, independent of ARP. You are exactly right, Honorable Begay. There needs to be a single grant application for Section 905, and it could include some external projects as well. There were actually two pools of funding under Section 905, $1 billion, which is reserved for tribal entities, and $300 million that was reserved for non-tribal entities. Interestingly, the Department of Commerce has published a notice of funding opportunity for the $300 million. It serves as a very good model for the requirements in the Navajo Nation preparing for a large ask of a grant under 905. Some of the items that we had discussed earlier have been confirmed. At the date the NOFO is issued, the Notice of Funding Opportunity, the single application must be submitted by the tribal entity not later than 90 days after the publication of the NOFO. The NOFO has not yet been published, but we know it's coming shortly. Department of Commerce continues to say, in quotes, I put, spring 2021, which could be as early as or as late as June 21st. 90 days from that date, Navajo Nation needs to have completed all of its planning for additional broadband funding requests and submit the application. Department of Commerce then has 90 days from that date to make an award. So, two parts to the answer, Honorable Kealan Begay. First, we have a good model for the NOFO, and if everyone would like, I can summarize some of the key points that we know from the analog NOFO that was issued for the non-tribal. We have learned a lot about what tribal nation must do to prepare for application. Unfortunately, the second part is I don't believe we are ready with a draft document for what projects would be included. We know more now than we knew a month ago when we first presented to NABI. We know the valid eligible uses for ARP that has excluded public safety and Department of Transportation. I would recommend for consideration that at least 2 of the projects that we put into a 905 NOFO application grant would be for transportation, for public for smart highways, based on the Arizona State Smart Highways program, use that throughout the nation, to have additional public safety programs, which we have guesstimated costs on, but we do need some funding to prepare for that. We have not moved because the NOFO has not been issued. However, we do know what it looks like. So if that'll be okay, I will release something, prepare something for Pearl Lee, who leads the cyber team, to distribute to the council so that Honorable Gay, you have an understanding of what the NOFO actually looks like, with keen awareness that someday soon Department of Commerce will issue the tribal NOFO for that $1 billion, and we should be moving as quickly as possible to prepare for that grant application. And if I may, there exists, at least Magellan has submitted a proposal to the Navajo Nation cyber team to perform those services. We have not done the work to be ready for that, Honorable Begay. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go back to the floor. Any further comments, colleagues, on the presentation from the Navajo cyber team? And remember, colleagues, there is other presenters who might have the answers to as well. We still have 7 more presenters here today too. So,
Chairman Callan.
Did Delegate Begay follow up too?
Honorable Callan Begay, then Honorable Elmer Begay. What was yours?
Maybe direct question to the cyber team, since they're being mentioned as the presenter. Could the cyber team, how we continue to develop your office in working on the overall the broadband and cell tower issue across the Navajo Nation? And then an email indicating that what I'm requesting for regarding the $1 billion access is,
next week, Friday, we can have a special
shouldn't there be at least a rough draft document to say that we are prepared and submitting this particular document on behalf of the Navajo Nation? $1 billion is a lot that the Navajo Nation can have access or request. Specifically on behalf of the chapters, Joey, we have other carriers are lined up wanting to implement cell service to the Navajo people, but some chapters continues to be left out, and in some areas because there's an average of probably about 3 to 4 cell tower is needed at each community just to connect to each of the to connect the geographic situation on the Navajo Nation. I sent an email, and I think that needs to be forwarded to all of the carriers of the proposed question. And that's another thing, Speaker. I mean, these questions that I email, a lot of time, I don't know if these presenters are just kind of like brushing them off to say that, well, I made an oral response, so I don't need to respond this in writing. So this happened at the beginning of all these work sessions. I submit email questions via emails, and I have, as of today, I have not received any official response on these particular questions. It seems a lot of times we just talk, a lot of times we just make a statement in writing, but yet with any official response. So I'm sure this is the same situation again today. And even from yesterday, I've sent an email of all these series of questions, and I don't know if they needed an overnight for them to respond, or do they need a week or a month to respond. So I think that's another area that I'm concerned of myself. Just a zing. I appreciate DOJ the other time. I see that they scheduled meeting, but as of today, I haven't get a response from them in writing about these questions that I sent to DOJ about a lot of these work sessions that we get from these enterprises or programs or outside entities. I mean, just imagine if our chapters or community members are being given a lot of red tape to have access to funding, but yet we have these entities and programs easily are just making a statement to say that we need this much millions of dollars. Present on the question, or that's a base of the chapters don't hit nan linki bevich and hot ag.ic papa yel kita. Of course, she we is na papa sahun shomikito pa hanas hipeni na niki to ishin late chapters the baby ishan and nish in content on hit ha or z it aba yet la. Because a lot of these documents that we receive, a lot of times we receive until the day that we're being they're doing the presentation, and it's time consuming where you're trying to think of a proper way to ask questions while we're trying to review these documents. Because a lot of times we're being told that it's privileged to neither, it's confidential to no the language yeah that last in the late خليت عليت النبأ دون نشلك حاجة دي على أنا إن دو أنا هم إن على بان دا الدكوكو. And that's the biggest problem that we have on the Navajo Nation. That our last in the given Navajo to our Yego Nasket that Nata. A quacky gate to Yego a speaker. Cop Ebe Benachico Kodo Dick at Benicha. How or Ziki Halit all Ekodon hit Nan Dinki Arj baby Nahoti Lella.
Thank you very much for those questions to We just got that information, so we sent that out to all the individual presenters here today too as well. So with that, I'm going to go to Honorable Elmer Begin, and I'll go back to the presenter.
Thank you, Speaker. The presenter. Thank you for mentioning about the Section 905 regarding the charter eligibility. I know that So if the Navajo Nation, this is assuming that one tribe that is eligible for as a charter for the Navajo Nation. So if the Navajo Nation is not applying for that, I know that as a chapters, which I know Key Ellen McGay mentioned it, and there's some other delegates that are willing to submit from the chapter as a certified chapters. That's what we would have to ask DOJ about it too. If certified chapter can be eligible as a charter for the Navajo Nation, but it applies only one tribe. So, but as far as we know that we were waiting for the Navajo Nation, if they can be submitting as a charter to one tribe, so we can. I'm not sure if the chapter, certified chapter, can be part of that charter for the Navajo Nation. So that will be my question, presenter. Thank you.
Thank
and
you.
Also, Speaker.
Yes.
I have a question too, but I'll go ahead and submit. Like while Key Ellen McGay mentioned that a lot of times we ask questions, but there's no response, written response. So I'm gonna go ahead and all these questions, I'll go ahead and submit it on behalf of the Navajo Nation Council and then as speaker too. So maybe that way we'll have a written response from NTA and as well as some from the cyber team. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Now let me go back to the presenter and then we can go from there.
Thank you, Speaker.
Joe,
Yes.
I can handle it because
Please, Pearl.
I asked that the cyber team member address those questions directly. So thank you, Honorable Key Allen Begay, for your question regarding the $905 billion funding that is forthcoming. And I do recall that on January 31st, you did submit a request to Office of Legislative Counsel to get some guidance on establishing an internal process and assigning a dedicated task force to develop and guide this comprehensive grant request so that Navajo Nation can submit one application versus because that's the requirement. We can't have multiple applications submitted. So I don't know what if you had gotten a response from Legislative Counsel on that, but the cyber team are aware of that, and we would like an update on that. Two, in our initial presentation to NABI on April 7th, we did include in our funding requests, like I said before, multiple requests from multiple sources, one being Navajo Nation General Fund operating and also some 905 requests. Okay, so we have done some preliminary estimates on what we think will be eligible for the $1 billion. And we have not gone to it, and based on the recent NOFA that was issued for the non-tribal, like Joe said, the preliminary review of it, it'll give us a little bit more guidance so we can go back to that initial funding request for over $5 million and relook at that. But we're basically in the same boat on the cyber team. We need guidance as who's going to drive this, and we're willing to participate in that, and we're willing to bring forth our proposals. So I apologize for not getting an official response in writing to you, but as you know, the cyber team, the members, at least within the Navajo Nation, we all have other jobs, and although we were established as an ad hoc committee by NABI, it's been challenging for all of us to continue to operate without funding and resources. That's why we've asked for the creation of a broadband office so that there'll be dedicated resources for efforts of this nature. And so with that, we can put all the official responses in writing for all the questions that the NABICA members had asked today so that you have it in writing. And then as far as Honorable Begay's question regarding the eligibility for Section 905, I'm not well versed in that, but I do know that, and I think we all know that Navajo Nation can only apply or submit one application. So there has to be some coordination, and most definitely chapters can be included in that process to compile a comprehensive grant request, similar to what the committee is doing now in gathering the ARP funding requests and then deliberating on that. I think it should be a similar process. So I look to the council to provide guidance on that, and so that everyone is given an opportunity. So with that, I want to thank the committee, if there is no other questions, for their time this morning. Thank you.
Pearl, may I add one thing to your comment?
Sure.
Yes, I absolutely agree. There can be only a single application from Navajo Nation. It can include certified chapters and their inputs. It can include some third parties as well who may have submitted proposals. It need not include NTU or Diné College because they are eligible applicants themselves. So I would say from a planning perspective, we should include whoever wants to come under the Navajo umbrella under the single grant application, but NTU and Diné College as tribal colleges can apply for their own funding independent of Navajo Nation. Thank you. And thank you, Speaker, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the presenters. Let me go back to the floor. I have Honorable Yellow here. Honorable Yellow here.
Okay, thank you very much, Speaker. It's pretty well explained. We should continue with this implement so we can see this develop for the Navajo Nation. I know it costs money. I don't worry about that much, but I'd like to see this be developed under your guidance on the Perlene Kurt and also Chris Vicente and all workers on there. And I'd like to see it, so let's do it and take care of it. And this meeting in here that we have in Naabik'íyáti meeting is a very important meeting. This is a great agenda. And based on that one, we should progress a lot. And with that, appreciate it for your report. I have no complaint about it. When you develop something, you develop on the foundations. You don't know what will be implemented, but you find out there are other needs to be added on to when you put these proposals together. But thank you very much on behalf of the Navajo Nation. And let's take care of this business. Let's move on with it. Yeah, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. And we all here. That I thought you already spoke. On Begay, are you back in the queue again?
Speaker, I did request for it.
Go ahead.
Back to the cyber team. I think that there's a reason why it's called a work session, that we ask questions, Speaker. But the Adan Misli Bahnenzi, and then again with the email that came in as well. I'm afraid that some will be left out in submitting an application where they'll resort to the funding that's coming to the Navajo Nation. Jo kwaki ki ban case. Did art and the broadband request, funding request. There's a series of carriers that's lined up today. How could that be incorporated into the request to the $1 billion? Jo kwaki ahtishna e ba yashkisha. Okoko jo kodan yad hich haki. How much of that could that be utilized directly to our Navajo people? Indirectly, yes, cell carriers is one of them. But a could just like base of bus and then go ajit art ain't the ajko base of puppet by bow cake or net Zanson. And that's the reason why I'll continue to ask, how is the Navajo Nation developing and submitting this application? I sure like to request verbally and probably formally to say that include my 5 chapters, because each of my 5 chapters at the minimum is seeking for additional 2 towers in each of the 5 chapters that I represent. I sent an email, I forwarded an email with questions. Those questions, there were 5 attachments. It looks like I didn't, that wasn't attached when I forwarded those, the email. Because I've asked 2 main carriers on the Navajo Nation for an engineering assessment, and I've sent memos to Ms. Lee, to the cyber team, and even Mr. Helona's office. What's the effective way for the chapters to be ready to get cell tower, to be prepared? Out of what right-of-ways and so on needs to be done even before we get in these funding for cell tower. That chapter, that's the same document that I wanted to share with you guys, colleagues. So that's how far I'm going, trying to stay ahead, making sure that this particular broadband and cell tower, that the chapters are project ready should the funding is realized. If it's going to be 200 million or 300 million, I mean, maybe that's the amount that the Navajo Nation will be asking for the cell service, the broadband application. And maybe we need to ask for a follow-up. Other there's a spectrum. No, the Kudoba Niada Tietne. Navajo Nation yen source next door. Sato after quite basically Sato and Hohodni in Hin Hasalado, Lisbon, the source no the Bayada next door. A cohalate all the Ecuador, but Nashitajo, based on Nahatla, or Lishat no, the Aquaakila Ecuador, the Ahashin Yins, the need Ecuador Arjink at Ochidayos. Ecuador Hajo a lab. The national zone, the Shinka base of the national hit lato lico with that out and an agile store. So, said, oh, Hajo, Hitcheno, a George Nito, Doshit at a hebben not did up a nas session and no senegi. So maybe speaker reinforce my request. I mean, maybe that's a better way. Nechukoshi, be in the position of the speaker, you probably have an upper hand or more weight to get these documents or information to the council or to the committee or even myself. So I can share this with the chapters that I represent and to the communities that I represent. As I indicate, as we're speaking today, Low Mountain, by yesterday, yes, there's a COW there but there's also a tower that still needs to have access to get power line. And the decided up on no the band data power line eta quite at the end out that net no. So those are some things that we still have to go through. So when I'm at October, Hanana seat a little speaker here, not in Anagi.
Speaker, this is Delegate Begay.
Thank you. That information, let me go back to Honorable Elmer Begay.
Thank you, Speaker, and around the presenters from the cyber team. I think Elmer Begay mentioned some very good question, and the concern that we have with the being out in the chapters and the rural areas, that I think working with the Navajo Nation, especially working with the people out in rural area, I think any company that's coming on to help the nation, you have to work with the grassroots people or people that are in the rural area, especially coming down to their level at their home place, where it's really needed, instead of just saying that that we're going to request fundings on behalf of the whole Navajo Nation, but you haven't come to where, like Low Mountain, where he mentioned it. Nobody goes out there, and even myself too, with where my community lives. Nobody goes out to the southern part of our reservation, and all where all these buttes are. Nobody goes to those places. But there's some companies that came out there that really set up, does the assessment. So that's the way we believe that where there's a help, there's a concern, there's a people that came out to these home places. So I agree with that. So I think I believe that we don't want to miss an opportunity. What Navajo Nation does, talking to the cyber team and the telecommunication regulatory, we don't want to just depend on what the Navajo Nation American Rescue Fund. We're not looking at that. I don't want just looking at that allocation for the nation. There's $1 billion that is out there as an opportunity, and I don't think that we should be missing that tribal windows that they're talking about. So I would say that this is very important, where we're looking at the nation as a federated model with the charter, the chapters on the reservation. So if they're going to be not applying, or do they really understand? I think we need to look at who the attorneys are for cyber team. If they understand the process, applying for just fundings. And just like how my brother K.L. McGee mentioned it, that we want to see what is being prepared now for that funding. Is all chapters included? Is some of these, like for example, my chapter did a assessment, and we have a design built and a plan we have. We want to know that if it only needs funding for that project, we want to know the Navajo Nation is our plan, is part of that allocation or request for the federal funding. So I think that's where we really want to know that we don't want to miss an opportunity again. We want the nation to go after billions of dollars, not just depending on the nation. So that's what I'm going to say again, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, we'll go back to the presenter if there's any further recommendations and then close out.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you again to Honorable Begay and Honorable Elmer Begay and Honorable Key Allen Begay regarding their concern regarding the lack of process or direction for the nation applying for this $1 billion grant that's coming up. I echo those same concerns, but I am a part of the cyber team member, correct, but there are other members and I am not officially the lead in the team. So we all collaborate on what we think we should be applying for under this act. But there definitely is an urgent need for the nation to provide, whether it's the council, whether it's the three branch chiefs to provide some guidance on how the nation is going to pursue this funding so that that all the chapters, all the programs that qualify or eligible for 905 funding can put their requests in. I am not the individual that will make that decision, but I am willing, along with the members, other members of the cyber team, I'm sure, to participate in that because, as I stated before, we have already compiled some numbers as far as what we think was eligible for 905. And then lastly, I'd like to thank Honorable Delegate Yellowhair for his comments and his support in our broadband efforts. With that, I would like to thank Joe for assisting in the presentation and thank the honorable members of the Naabik'íyáti to listening to our presentation today. And we'll be available for any questions that you have, beyond this presentation here. And again, we will follow with written responses to all the questions that were brought before us today. And we'll also, like Joe said, provide a information more on the 905 and make some recommendations and provide that to you, Speaker, for dissemination. Thank you.
Earl, if I may add one other thing. One of the benefits of the analog 905 NOFO for the non-tribal entities is the application process, Honorable Kiawan Begay, is very well defined. It's not trivial, but it's very well defined. We expect that the tribal NOFO will follow as a model the mechanical process outlined in the NOFO. So we can estimate what the mechanics of this grant application, due diligence, and submission processes are. Where we do need support is in aggregating all of the demand from the charter chapters to the external parties. What Pearl references is the Navajo cyber team's self-defined estimate of what can be done. However, we have not solicited input from chapters or any of the delegates as to what might be included. So if the model needs to be, as I think it should, aggregating demand from the nation, we have not done that yet and need to. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those comments too as well in that direction, and most importantly, your continuous efforts there, cyber team. Colleagues, looks like I got one more individual. Honorable Otto, before we continue on to the next presenter.
Thank you very much. With the presenters that have been presented to the council here, Naabik'íyáti committee, the cyber team task force, and I believe the plans and the endeavors that you guys have here, and what has been your collaboration on a unified effort to have all the parties that are on the call today to be part of one discussion, so that you don't have cellular one saying I want this much, and you have another entity, NTUA, saying I need this much, and you have the tribal entity saying I want this much. What has been any collaboration in the communication, in the discussion, and the efforts of unifying under one umbrella, so that all of you guys can try to meet each other's goals? That's one. The other is that utilizing this tool relating to broadband to the betterment of the improvement of education, community development, and governmental building, and economic opportunities. What has been the strategic efforts to try to address a lot of the concerns that are that we are running into pertaining to each of those areas that I talked to, pertaining to infrastructure, or pertaining to economic development. How can we utilize this to improve the economic development on Navajo, such as with the communication of the broadband effort? And the other is that how do you address to try to hit the dark areas where you know that there's broadband in the communities, but there's dark areas that really need attention, such as tribal buildings, such as public safety, such as other schools, such as just like Navajo Head Start. There's a Navajo Head Start in almost every community, and I guarantee you that Navajo Head Start probably don't even have broadband. And I know, so those are just some of the thoughts that I have. What type of conversation have you guys been having there? Thank you. Go on mute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So before we go back to the presenters, we do have Honorable Nathaniel Brown too as well. Honorable Brown, the floor is yours.
Naabik'íyáti, Speaker, Otto, 24th Navajo Nation Council, and thank you to Cyber Team and all our relatives who are working for our people, the nation. One comment that I wanted to make was, I know that back in a few weeks ago, a month ago, the United Nations Western states, the Rocky Mountain region, reached out to me, and I did forward the email to Mr. Chris Vicente. They also wanted to offer their support and their help on where they can help from the United Nations. So there's an individual, I was trying to look for the email, but I did forward that information before for a cyber team, just to be aware that there are others who want to help, and they just wanted to know how they can be of any technical assistance and use some of their resources. So, Speaker, again, I know that Mr. Vicente, I did forward him the email. So there's another source. So people do reach out to us, other organizations, as elected Navajo Nation leadership, that we do have people reaching out. And I will follow up with that and then send the information back again to Mr. Chris Vicente. But again, to express my appreciation, my gratitude to the cyber team, the work that you're doing. And we're here and see how we can be of assistance, how we can help as well. Thank you.
Well, shoot. Thank you very much. Let me go back to the presenters this time.
Thank you again, Speaker. And to address Honorable Otto So's question, his first question was, has there been any collaboration efforts with the service providers and to be part of the discussion, so the council here doesn't have to look at different separate requests. Yes, we have been in discussion with NNTRC and the commission when we first developed the over $500 million requests. We did provide that to Chris Vicente. We did, because we were aware that all the providers were coming before the commission to present their ask. And we also went before the commission and provided a presentation on the cyber team's ask. And our understanding is that Chris is taking the lead as far as broadband. So that's the direction we were going as far as providing this discussion, and hopefully that would lead to additional conversation in development of one or a collaborative proposal. And to answer your second question regarding utilization of the broadband tool for betterment of education, community development, economic development, what has been the strategic effort. A couple of years ago, we hired Magellan Advisor, the cyber team, because, and that was prior to the pandemic and what we have gone through and all the evidence or whatever that has come to this point where we now see that broadband is an essential, should be classified as an essential utility. You know, prior to that, it was a difficult, I guess, difficult ask to see that, but I'm glad we've come to this. So that's one positive out of it. But as far as our strategic efforts, we started it some time ago with the hiring of Magellan Advisor, and to begin to plan for a middle mile broadband network, fiber network. So that will last for years, because, you know, Navajo Nation has been working with service providers for many, many years. And of course, it's reasonable that the service providers don't necessarily want to come to an area and build out without seeing a profit, you know, and that's understandable because they're in the business of doing that. So we looked at that and said, Navajo Nation needs to start building their own middle mile fiber and addressing those areas that are not being served, and that's how it came to be. So that's where we're at now. And so all the asks that we presented before you will help those areas, addressing the educational disparities, you know, with the use of the 2.5 spectrum, putting customer premise equipment on the towers, giving access to the students, the businesses, and that will spur economic development, because broadband is now an essential tool to do that. How do we address dark areas? In all our 7 asks, we will be addressing those areas where their services are not currently obtainable. And with our E-rate project, we will be connecting to, with this funding year 2020, we will be connecting 83 chapter houses, the chapter library specifically for community use, and that includes students, you know, to do their homework and so forth. And then we will be connecting 53 Head Start locations. And so that will assist those, the communities and the areas. Then the next item was need to prepare for a grant application. Oh, sorry, that's not right. I did address the Navajo Head Start in every community. We are making strides in that. We have also applied for funding year 2021 E-rate funding for 19 chapters, and off the top of my head, I can't remember how many Head Start. I think it was just the regional Head Starts. So we are making efforts in that. I think that addresses Honorable So's questions. And then I want to thank Honorable Nathaniel Brown for his comments and his support. Thank you.
Pearl, if I may add one comment to Honorable So, The rationale for the GIS planning project that I'm displaying on the screen is really to get an understanding of where assets exist and services exist, and where all parties, including the service providers, are planning to develop. One of the implied recommendations here is that the Navajo Nation needs to be more directive in where services and new assets are developed. Again, as Pearl correctly observed, there's an economic rationale for not going to a place that can self-sustain investment, but that will imply that dark areas will remain dark. And we think that the Navajo Nation, in exercising its independence, perhaps needs to be more directive in saying, dear service provider, we would like you to go to this place, and maybe that is a frame for some subsidy. Maybe that's a frame for helping investment, but I think the nation, and I think Chris Becenti's NNTRC and the cyber team working collaboratively, could be more directive in where investments need to take place. We cannot depend solely on the free market model. It's, I think, been shown. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, let me go back to the floor. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Are there any further questions at this time for the Navajo Nation Cyber Team?
Speaker, just one follow-up.
Yes, Honorable Otto.
Thank you very much for those response. And just one thing I want to get on the record. Has any of the Navajo Nation leadership gave you any direction as of today of what you are requesting leadership to make this direction, this directive, either to the cyber team to be at a certain place at a certain time? Because I believe that type of a direction and a directive would really need a strategic planning pertaining to this direction of where we, for instance, if it's timeline, where should we be at within the next 3 months, and so that some sort of direction is given to you guys so that you could try to meet these goals. Or this timeline could be anything, 6 months. Has any Navajo governmental entity, program, or leadership have given you that directive? Thank you.
Back to presenters. Any response?
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Honorable So, for your follow-up question. As far as has the Navajo Cyber Team gotten any leadership direction as far as guidance in meeting certain goals and timelines? Initially, when this committee came together to recognize the Navajo Cyber Team as an ad hoc committee member, we did there was some directive regarding the FirstNet build out, but beyond that, I would have to say no, unless one of the cyber team members on the call can correct me if I'm wrong. That my understanding is that we've taken on this role to try to address the broadband deficiencies that the Navajo Nation has, because we recognized that years ago. So we've continued to advocate for it and advocate for funding to address it. I hope that answers your question, Honorable So. Thank you.
And Pearl, if I may add, Honorable So, we would welcome, I think, a directive to give a follow-up date to report back and to direct the cyber team with NNTRC and maybe external providers to work together with a report back, provided date certain, that helps the council understand that all of the needs have been much more clarified and not putting the council in the position of having to reconcile competing demands. That's exactly the point of the last two items on the slide I'm showing. We are looking for guidance on finalizing plans, and that probably means collaboration with some external parties, with NNTRC, with some of the providers like Arcadian Infracom and Vertical Bridge. And we would welcome a reasonable circle back date for a report to NABI before final allocations are made. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Speaker, I have a question.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Back to the cyber team, and then thank you, Speaker. I know you mentioned about choosing to have a new office. Is there a reason why you need a new office? Because we, just as a government, we always start building how many offices, development, and then creating new positions and things like that. It's just like duplicating services, and that's what we do. How can we just invest into the current one with the Navajo Nation Telecommunication and Utilities? It's already there, meant to get to where it's supposed to be from their office. Now we're creating other offices. It's going to take how many millions of dollars again? So that was my question. Can you explain that? Thank you.
Let me go back to the presenters.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Begay, for your question regarding the creation of a new broadband or new office for the broadband. And the main reason is to provide dedicated resources. Right now, we don't have dedicated resources. As we've communicated a number of times, we've come together as a voluntary group to try to address broadband deficiencies. In my case, my office, Navajo Nation Telecommunication Utilities, our main responsibility is we serve as the central office within the Division of General Service to procure Navajo Nation Telecommunication and Utility services for Navajo Nation government offices only. And that's just purely services. So we communicate with service providers, whether it's telecommunication, to bring in telephone service, to bring in internet services or utility services, and even communicate with wireless or cell phone services for the government office, so that employees can use it in their work and to conduct Navajo Nation business. That's purely what we're supposed to do. It's just the service is already out there. We're just supposed to procure it and obtain it for the offices. Our office isn't responsible for building out Navajo Nation's fiber, ground fiber, and getting access to the community and addressing all those issues, and I could probably go through each of the cyber teams, I guess their plan of operation purposes for the organizations they are hired for. And there is no one organization that does this. We all have different purposes. We were all hired for different purposes, but we have chosen to come together and try to assist Navajo and in providing and seeking out how we can address these deficiencies on Navajo Nation beyond the government. So that's the main reason. We need dedicated resources, personnel to 100%, advocate and work on these items that we unfortunately have given some time to, but like I said, we all have other jobs. And I don't know, Joe, you want to add to that?
Hi, Pearl, thank you. Honorable Honorable Begay, I think it's Honorable Begay, we do need a broadband office. We think that the balance of operational requirements, which are intensive, and coordinating all the activities is independent of the regulatory requirements. We think that it is an operations function, whether it's applying for grants, overseeing construction of fiber towers and other assets, that those are strictly operational functions, and that the creation of a dedicated broadband office with, as Pearl suggests, dedicated resources and some funding can focus on that. So we centralize all the silo activities, and everyone knows, both internal to Navajo Nation and external to Navajo Nation, who to go to contact. They do not have ultimate decision authority. Obviously, that rests with DGS all the way up to OVP and the council. But the creation of the broadband office is specifically designed with that in mind. And we look forward to perhaps the council receiving that favorably and OPVP receiving that favorably, but that's the rationale behind the creation of the office. Long term, without someone watching this, the risk is that the status quo will be perpetuated and the third parties will decide where they build, and there may be a significant risk of dark areas remaining and lack of competition. Again, I go back to my earlier comment. I think the nation should be more directive in where construction happens, and that the council could benefit from the cyber team more broadly, putting together a single plan for broadband, including the external service providers, so that a proper decision can be made on funding without putting the council in the position of having to broker or resolve differences. So that would be my response. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
This is Lurleen Tapahi from Office of Legislative Counsel. I need to speak to some of the points raised just now.
Lurleen, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the creation of a broadband office has been across my desk and Dana Bobroff's desk, my boss. We are, however, relying on the NNTRC, Mr. Chris Vicente, and DOJ to collaborate, to work together to develop the plan of operation for this office. Being that this is an executive branch program. However, of course, once the plan of operation is developed, we would then develop the legislation to enact the plan of operation. And so I just wanted to put that out there so that the plan of operation, I haven't seen a draft plan of operation yet, but I'm hoping that one is being developed as of now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue on for Navajo Nation Cyber Team. Are we ready to continue on to Navajo Nation Telecommunications Commission?
Speaker, this is Halona.
Yes, on Bahona.
Good afternoon, Speaker. I just had a few comments I'd like to make about the cyber team.
Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, presenters, for that update on the cyber team. I really support the efforts that you're reporting here. We do need to do something different with our broadband service and all the optic fiber that's being developed on the reservation, and creating this network of information system. We need to get a hold of this situation now, because as technology increases, there are going to be different things coming along that we're probably going to want to try to implement as well. I do support the efforts to create such an office as a broadband office or cyber broadband office. for all of the technical development that comes on the nation and go through one office. Right now, there's several different developments that are happening across the Navajo Nation, and different grants that have been in place to put some fiber in, and the main trunk that's supposed to be going in on, I think it was 191, the information highway there. All those need to be set up under one management, and so this is how I agree with your system that it needs to be taken care of, because all these new programs coming online need to be all monitored and created so they all match and interlock with each other on the reservation. Every time we try to do something, create a system, then you have to do something else so another department or another area can access those files to get their job done. So I just wanted to put that out there. I do agree, and I support that effort to move forward with creating some sort of broadband office, cyber office. Thank you very much, Cyber Team, for all the work you've done. I've seen a lot of the information and reports that you have already put out. And thank you very much. Speaker?
Speaker, a follow-up question. Thank
you. Let me go to Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours.
Thank you for that, Speaker. The reason why I asked that question was that, just like how my son Otto always mentioned that the earth is turning only in the Window Rock area. It seems like we're building all these at the central level. Then we need the broadband over here in these community area. So the reason why I'm saying here, the chapter has from the general service with this utility and services. They brought some TVs and other computers over here. They're not even hooked up. They're not even working. The service is really bad here in Dalcon and other chapter areas. Even the fiber optic is still here, but they're not connected to the chapters yet. You guys even haven't done your job yet. And then you mentioned that the utility means that it includes broadband. The way I understand it is this office that is going to be the new office is going to be creating for broadband, and also for the regulatory. It seems like it's just only for the government. And now you know that some broadband uses phone infrastructures and the lower frequency for broadband. So I don't know why we have to why invest into the utility and also the regulatory department. They were just creating all these programs for at the government level or the Window Rock level. There's no services out in Dalcon and other 5 chapters that I represent. So that's my question. This office is not going to do that. If we want to look at the plan of operation, we need services out here. How can we get the service out here as soon as possible before creating another division or a department? That's my question, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay. We go back to the presenters.
Okay, thank you,
Further
Speaker.
follow-up for Honorable Elmer Begay or Any other of the colleagues have spoken?
Okay, yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. First, I'd like to speak to Honorable Polona and thank him for his support and his comments and supporting the efforts of the Navajo Cyber Team. As far as Honorable Elmer Begay's follow-up question, I completely understand your concern and in questioning the establishment of a broadband office. But this office will serve all the communities. They will coordinate build out for all the communities, even including the E-rate project that's going on now, which will be is currently in construction. We're looking to have I think at least 10 chapter houses, their connection ready for service next month in a couple of weeks. So we are making efforts in that. But like both Joe and I stated, there is a need for one office to coordinate all the broadband activities for Navajo Nation, so there's not a duplication. And that broadband office doesn't necessarily have to be in Window Rock. You know, if you look at it, we just need a creation of an office, or it could be a sub-office of an existing department. And since they have some knowledge, it could be in the Department of Information Technology. It could be in my office, but the bottom line is we need additional resources for that. And whatever this council or this committee decides to act as far as the creation or of the broadband, you have the opportunity when the legislation comes before you, you know, to designate where that will be. So I think, in my opinion, I think that's the only way the nation can move forward on ensuring that the monies that we receive are prudently spent and not wasted on not only duplication, but ensuring that the communities are provided the badly needed broadband service. So I hope that answers your question, Honorable Begay.
If I may, I would add one thing to Pearl's comment, Honorable Begay. The broadband office is being created in many locations. The state of New Mexico just passed legislation to create a broadband office under its Department of IT. The state of Arizona has a rural broadband office. There are other tribes of which I am aware who are creating broadband offices. This is not unique. This recommendation is very consistent with good practices for many states, for many large municipalities, and for tribes. So we are not breaking new ground here as much as replicating good practice models. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, any other further comments at this time for Navajo Nation Cyber Team? Or twice, or 3 times. Thank you very much to the Cyber Team. I know that you guys will probably still be listening in as the discussion goes on. So let's continue on down to the Navajo Nation Telecommunications Commission. The floor is yours to the commission.
Yeah, dang. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Christopher Vicente, Executive Director for the Navajo Nation Telecommunications Regulatory Commission. Good afternoon to the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Speaker Damon, and everyone joining us. So first and foremost, I would definitely like to give a little bit of time for our commissioners to also introduce ourselves who's joining on the call. Commissioners, by any chance, can you introduce yourself really quick just to let the delegates know who's on?
Yeah, good afternoon. This is Mr. Montoya. Yate.
Good afternoon. This is Nadine Claw.
Excellent. So let me just go ahead and just jump right into things for the sake of time. And thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to circle back around once again to discuss and share everything as far as what NNTRC has been working on regarding the ARPA projects. So without further ado, I definitely would like to jump into, especially with some of the dialogue that was presented earlier. One of the questions is as far as the strategic build out for broadband infrastructure throughout Navajo Nation. So from the get-go, with myself being onboarded to the Nez Leiser administration, one of the first and foremost things that was part of the Nahata plan was to start addressing and looking at E-rate as far as a funding opportunity to help close the gap with all the broadband infrastructure needs across Navajo Nation. Ideally, of course, with E-rate, 90% of the cost is covered by FCC under an umbrella company called USAC. So basically, as far as the construction costs and monthly recurring costs, 90% of it is covered by that company. So as far as the deployment of this particular project, the reason for it is if we can get all the chapter houses identified as a library, all 110 chapters would be able to at least get fiber connectivity in some shape or form. There may be a 1-2% amount of chapter houses that may not get fiber due to some of the challenging terrain, so it may be a microwave connection. But ultimately, if we can get this infrastructure laid out, and of course, if it can be subsidized, whatever service provider is awarded with the funding for the E-rate project, I just wanted to just make sure everyone understands is when E-rate, it refers to the library, it's for exclusive library use only in those strands of fiber. So ideally, and that this kind of is goes hand in hand basically. So a service provider is not going to give up the opportunity, and this is what we confirmed with multiple service providers that have been awarded E-rate funding on Navajo Nation with the chapter house as well as the Head Start. So of course, the service providers are going to be laying their own additional strands of fiber along these routes. Basically, it's pennies to the dollar for what they need to do. And the benefit of this is along those routes, they're able to connect communities. So, of course, again, if the construction cost is subsidized and you have the ability to lay those additional strands, it's only going to help build out infrastructure on Navajo Nation at a subsidized cost versus the nation needing to cover all that cost. The other thing this kind of ties into hand in hand is with the 2.5 gigahertz spectrum. That's something the Navajo Nation Telecommunications Regulatory Office has been pursuing for quite some time. And I just wanted to just provide this background information for all the delegates. And basically one of the biggest challenges we're having is with Eastern Agency. Reason why I bring up Eastern Agency is because of the amount of checkerboard territory. So when you're deploying a wireless network for fixed wireless internet, you can't engineer it to stay out of those checkerboard boxes, if you will. So what we're going back and forth with, and this is thanks to, of course, Land Department, as well as some of our partners who's helping us update this new shapefile. And if you'd like to check out the shapefile that we have, the latest shapefile that we have submitted to FCC, if you just Google FCC 2.5 tribal EBS, it'll take you to the website. Click on the map, you'll see Navajo Nation right there. On the Eastern, we're basically just drawing a singular line all around Eastern Agency to provide, of course, that internet access without having to deal with the checkerboard territories. So these two kind of go hand in hand, and that's the reason why we wanted to pursue these particular projects. And one of the other things that we're just wanting to make sure that the delegates are aware of is the creation of, and it's an unofficial creation, but basically the E-rate Navajo Nation E-rate consortium team has been formed and identified. because one of the things we're trying to do with NNTRC is make sure that any of the projects we're going after is self-sustainable. Because as you're all aware, if the administration cycles out, the executive directors are definitely going to be more than likely swapped out. And we want to make sure that any of these projects are self-sustaining even after leadership changes. So as far as the creation of the Navajo Nation E-rate Consortium, that comprises of 3 different individuals from 3 different departments. So we have Ms. Pearl Lee with NNTU, Brent Nelson with Doty, and then we also have Norbert Nez with Division of Community Development. So of course, we're doing whatever's necessary to help expedite the build out, but keep in mind, if the locations that have fiber nearby are those that are going to be connected this year. Those that were part of that first initial application with the 90 chapters are going to be set up, but of course they're going to be broken up into phases. So again, depending on how close infrastructure is to the tower is going to determine basically what phase of the build out it's going to be. So, and again, the benefit of this is once they get the fiber directly to the chapter house, the official side will be able to look at that service provider that's connecting them and obtaining internet service, as well as even if they don't have telephone service, they could use an option for VoIP. So basically it's internet telephone solutions. So that's kind of the layout for that's how the E-rate as well as the 2.5 is going to work hand in hand. And a little bit of more education around the 2.5s, the 3 channels that were explained earlier. Again, I would encourage all the delegates, if you have some time, to visit that 2.5 gigahertz application. I'm sorry, the 2.5 gigahertz FCC website. In each of the corners, you're going to see it'll outline. There's incumbent users, basically existing users right now. So in each of the corners of Navajo Nation on the Farmington as well as Flagstaff side, you have incumbent users on channels 1 and 2. And then channel 3, there's a project I'll discuss here in a few, but it's related to Project 25 or P25 for two-way radios. I'll go over that here shortly on a different project. But as far as the channel 3, the best thing about channel 3 is it provides the most amount of coverage with the least amount of incumbent users right now. So ideally, that's what the consensus is as far as utilizing the 3 different channels. So I wanted to just go ahead and provide that background from our office to the delegates. So without further ado, I'd like to definitely go over some of the things that our office has been doing, especially with the commissioners meeting with service providers. Some of the dialogue that we did here earlier regarding a single application or a single source of just making sure that we're not duplicating any of the projects in any shape or form. One of the things that we'd definitely like to lead on is making sure that we're fiscally responsible without any projects overlapping. One of the examples I would like to use is one of the examples I'd like to use to preface this is when you have 2 service providers that were asked to explore options about building out into an underserved or unserved territory. And of course, if both of them have submitted a proposal, and I'll have a map for this and I'll share it with everyone here shortly. If 2 towers are close enough, we would try and consolidate both of those towers to one. And of course, make one of the service providers consider a co-location off of it through the ARPA funding. So again, that's the mindset that we're trying to maintain because we're just trying to be fiscally responsible. Which transitions me to the next thing is a lot of the discussion that was brought up about the $1 billion for the tribes. That particular set of rules, as well as framework, still hasn't been distributed. So that's a little challenging right now because one of the additional things on one of the documents that we distributed to all the delegates, on there's a little section to see if it's NTIA eligible. So what we want to encourage and try and offset as much as we can is for any first-year projects to be possibly underneath that umbrella of NTIA, and then of any year 2 and year 3 projects be under the umbrella for ARPA. So we want to try and maximize the amount of grants that are available versus ARPA. So again, that's another mindset that the commissioners as well as NNTRC is trying to focus on. The next thing I definitely wanted to discuss, and let me go ahead and start bringing up the map. Let me go ahead. For the, I can't share. Uh-oh. Okay, so my apologies. It's not letting me share my screen. But if you refer to the attachment that I did send out earlier towards 10 o'clock this morning, you'll see a map, and it's literally just filed under map with all the locations. So when you get a chance to pull up the picture, I just wanted to just illustrate a lot of the projects that are listed on there. So working with Vertical Bridge, they're still working on identifying all the towers throughout Navajo Nation. But as far as the comprehensive list that they have so far, is any of the locations that you see on the map under the little red marker, those are all existing infrastructure on Navajo Nation. The blue marking is actually all the new tower sites that were proposed from some of the service providers. There are 5 locations that I missed in the community at Alamo, but I wanted to make sure that the delegates were able to visually see all the new projects that we're trying to vet as much as possible through the NNTRC. So once again, if you see some of those locations where you see 2 tower locations, those 2 turquoise locations that are close to each other, we'll obviously want to try and recommend a consolidation in efforts to try and be fiscally responsible with the funding. So as far as the map, the depiction of it, again, I just wanted to share this with each of the delegates so they can have a better understanding. One of the reasons why the project isn't, this particular project in itself isn't labeled individually is one of the messages that I did send out with the emails is we're treating all this information as proprietary information currently right now, but we're sharing it with leadership. The reason why we're trying to maintain a proprietaryship on all this information is we do have service providers who are going to be competing with each other as far as being allocated and awarded funding from ARPA or through the ARPA as well as NTIA. So we want to maintain all the information is confidential as much as possible. But as far as the Excel documents that I did provide, it does provide individual projects. And I'll go through that here shortly because there's multiple tabs on the bottom. The other thing that I wanted to illustrate on the map is those yellow locations. And keep in mind, this particular map is still a work in progress. So it's in draft form until as we get closer to when things get more official, if you will, with ARPA funding. As far as the yellow dots on the map, if you see those are all fiber related projects on the New Mexico side. We're still working with our other service providers to obtain this information for the Arizona side right now. So I just wanted to make sure that leadership on the legislative side and just have a visualization of what projects are yet to come. One of the things that we're definitely wanted to lead with is when we reached out to service providers, we wanted to make sure that the priority was underserved and unserved territories as a priority. So those locations that do not have cellular coverage or have like 1 bar cellular coverage are the priority locations throughout the Navajo Nation. So of course, they're always open to recommendations. Of course, the Navajo Nation Telecommunications Regulatory Commission has held multiple work sessions with multiple service providers in the past couple months to try and consolidate as much of this information as possible, because we do have 2 broadband planners that completed their assessment in Delegate Elmer Begay's area, as well as Delegate Nathaniel Brown's area. So one of the things we recommended is they start collaborating all that information just because they're on the Arizona side with a service provider that can provide and meet those needs. So one of the things that you're definitely going to see that's a little different with a lot of the ARPA projects is fiber to the home projects. Reason for this being is, of course, we want to utilize the 2.5 and complement it with fiber to the home. The reason for that is consider fiber like the widest possible pipe of water that you can feed internet through. The 2.5 can only handle so many users at a time. So the pipe is limited in how much bandwidth it can provide. One of the criteria that definitely has been set on the 2.5 is it needs to meet the broadband, the definition of broadband set by the FCC, which is 25 megabits down, 3 megabits up. But we know service providers that are going to utilize the 2.5 gigahertz network are definitely going to be pushing the limits above the minimum standards set by FCC. So just wanted to provide the map and kind of provide some dialogue as to how this information is definitely coming about. We're trying to treat this as equally as possible with each of the service provider, that none of the service providers have an upper hand or being favored in any shape or form. Because one of the best things is creating competition throughout the Navajo Nation. Competition drives down costs, but it also increases the quality of the product. So that's definitely something that we've been working towards. And if you look at the other document that I provided, let me go ahead and pull it up on my side and see if I can share it. You'll see an Excel document labeled ARPA draft. On it, it's going to give you a summary. And I would like to kind of just jump into some of the costs, the preliminary costs. And I'm calling it preliminary because most of these still have yet to be vetted. And I need to circle back on and provide some dialogue regarding NTIA. So again, the projects you'll see under the tab that's labeled NTIA eligible is if any projects that can be completed for sure under 1 year should be considered for NTIA. The reason for that, again, there's two critical things: is if we can save additional funding from ARPA and encourage while trying to allocate more funding towards other infrastructure projects, is definitely something we're trying to do. One of the other key things is we need to keep in mind that once the application windows open and the funding's awarded through NTIA, the project has only 1 year to be completed. So as far as the considerations for any of the grant, we want to try and orchestrate this as best as we can, because it kind of goes back to the 2.5 gigahertz. It's something that leadership had to relay, as far as the information had to be relayed to everyone, that a single application has to be submitted. And if we did that with the 2.5, I don't see we should be able to provide that same kind of direction towards the NTIA project. So again, I just wanted to provide that dialogue and make sure that leadership on legislative understands that NTIA has a 1 year time frame versus ARPA. So one of the other things that we're still working in the dark with is we do not understand what the guidelines or the criteria is for NTIA. So we want to make sure that leadership is aware that we're kind of still working in the blind, if you will. If you pull up that Excel document, it's still not letting me share. But I wanted to just go ahead and summarize a couple of the projects that we did receive. As far as the summary for the cost, I feel like that shouldn't be any kind of proprietary information at this time. Keep in mind, the dialogue that was relayed to the service providers is sky's the limit. Let's see what you guys can create. But with that in mind, the priority listing for new tower sites is going to be unserved and underserved territories. One of the examples we highlight is Oak Springs and Pine Springs. So for those two locations, when I travel, at least when I travel through there, there's like maybe 1 bar service through Oak Springs. Pine Springs, once you go past the school there's no cell phone coverage. So of course, the service providers that submitted a lot of the proposals for the new tower sites, they went back to their archives, if you will, and started digging deep to see where their most customer complaints were regarding lack of cellular coverage. So of course, that's definitely something that we encourage service providers to put at the at the front of any of the projects regarding ARPA. So without further ado, I want to just kind of run through each of the listing for all the projects that we received so far, which also includes NTU and Dene College. So again, the dialogue that was provided to service providers, sky's the limit. Let's see what creativity you guys got to try and deal with the challenges that the digital divide and challenges we have on Navajo Nation. So with like Cellular One, they have multiple projects, not just new tower sites, but also capacity upgrades at some of their locations. So 184 million from Cellular One. We have a new service provider that was awarded the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund that actually putting their proposal into. Their company is called Numu at 15.2 million. We also have Sacred Wind on the New Mexico side, who's put in some, who put a proposal together for 99 billion for fiber projects, which also includes fiber to the home. Western New Mexico, which is also included, which is part of the Alamo community, has 1.1 million. This one's a little outside of broadband, but as far as the Navajo Nation Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, we're just bringing it up just in case some of the guidelines would allow the Native Broadcast Enterprise to be eligible for funding, which is in the amount of 784,000. The other additional information we received from the colleges, thanks to Dr. Guy and their leadership, is from NTU and Dene College. They have multiple projects. So I just added this as a summary in the amount of 195 million. There is another Excel document that I did include in this morning's email, which will outline all the specifics. If you do have any questions around this, I believe I might have Dr. Gonzalez and I might have Mr. Jason Arvizo on the call as well, who could be able to provide some help with regarding any of those questions. And then the other two additional projects that NNTRC has took into consideration is the P25 two-way radio project. So I myself want to do what we can do for public safety. So again, the P25 network is going to be using channel 3 on the 2.5 gigahertz network. So the reason for that being is P25 is actually able to carry internet as well as provide a more, it's basically the current radio networks analog right now, would definitely like to make the migration from analog to digital. One of my ride-alongs that I did with public safety, specifically PD, when the officer actually had to jump out of his vehicle and do a foot pursuit, unfortunately, he had to use his unit to be able to communicate with dispatch. But even then, he had to switch between channels. So as far as trying to find a more efficient way, if you will, to try and help public safety to be able to carry out their duties in a safer fashion and be able to have access to a more robust radio network, which is the P25 network. That's a project on the tab. If you look underneath on the bottom, if you click on, I'm sorry, my apologies. It's actually another attachment that was attached to the email under P25. That will provide a high overview for all that entire project. So basically, we're tasking Americas to utilize Navajo Nation's existing infrastructure to upgrade and migrate public safety from analog to digital. We have quite a variety of public safety offices, rangers, forestry, who definitely utilize the two-way radio network. So again, if we can try and simplify their needs instead of needing to flip between channels, this is definitely one way. I wanted to just go ahead and just provide, again, a high overview with the P25 radio network. The next one and the last one on the list for right now is the public safety vehicle internet. This was a proposal that we proposed last year with CARES. Unfortunately, due to the time constraints and the amount of time that was basically left between when this may have been possibly proposed to December 30th, there was little amount of time. Because if this funding were to be approved, they would have to install all the devices for the internet devices for the public safety vehicles in less than a month and a half, which at the time, unfortunately, was not enough time. But with the extension of CARES, the ability to consider that we're trying to see if we can possibly slide this under the NTIA funding for public safety. One of the additional things, and if you look under the tab and click on public safety internet, it'll actually provide 2 years of service. On the right side, we actually outlined which departments would be allocated the amount of internet devices. So the internet devices, just so everyone knows, and that's on the telephone, I'm going to go ahead and go down the listing individually. So as far as the departments, emergency management would receive 3, Navajo Nation PD 256, EMS 55, Fire 37, Rangers 15, Parks and Rec 5, Forestry 3, RAMA PD 10, Criminal Investigations 30. So it brings the total to 414 routers. There are also some additional products that are included on here. And this is basically to complement some of the projects that emergency management may have to endure in the future. So if they're conducting search and rescue operations, there are some devices that's actually available to help make their job easier. So such as if they're in a location that has no internet service or no cellular service, they have one device on there is the compact rapid deployable. Basically, they hook that little guy up to the back of their vehicle through the hitch, drive it out. It's an all-in-one solution and basically consider a mobile cow or cell on wheels. So a lot of these products that we have listed on here is definitely just something to help complement public safety and help them be more efficient. Because last year with COVID, the challenges public safety was faced with is in the event they had to evacuate a building, they no longer had access to internet. Well, they no longer had internet access. And some of them do have access through their vehicles, maybe through their own personal cell phone, but of course, we want to try and give them all the necessary tools to help them work efficiently as much as possible. So we would like to definitely go into the details for each of the projects. However, keep in mind, we're doing our best to try and maintain this as proprietary, just because we have service providers that are going to be competing against each other. So if there's a possibility, maybe in the future, but not now, that the Navajo Nation Council would consider maybe an executive session or executive work session to kind of go over all these in detail, especially those on the map, because as far as the new locations for the projects with ARPA, we're doing our best to try and manage all the projects and display them on a map, again, for everyone to visually see. Because if you see just coordinates such as the latitude and the longitude, it's a little hard to decipher. But if you refer back to that map, we're just trying to make sure our primary focus is on the underserved and unserved territories, which include the dark zone as well as the areas that have zero cell phone coverage. So that's what I have for right now. I'm definitely open to any questions you may have. Definitely appreciate the time once again. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vicente, and thank you very much for doing your presentation here before the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee. With that, colleagues, is there any comments, questions at this time? We go to board. I have Honorable Otto So in the queue. Honorable Otto So, then Honorable Kian. Honorable Otto So, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Speaker Otto, Chair or Chairman. Chairman's is the correct term. Otto members, committee members of Naabik'íyáti Committee. Otto, Mr. Vicente, for your presentation. One of the concerns that I have is the limited amount of data that is available for the nation. You talk to 2.5 gigahertz or whatever that GT or that number, that tech number is. To really look at, it sounds like it's a number that we cannot put out all across the Navajo Nation. And I think the way I'm understanding is that relating to that 2.5, we have to strategically plan or to apply those data for the broadband. And if that's the case, what type of opportunities are identified to be in the front run or in the front line for getting these services to these areas that are applicable for using the broadband? We know that we could try to get it to every home, but it's going to cost a lot of money. But looking at the areas of education and governmental buildings and health facilities and educational facilities, where can we apply these so that we build out correctly rather than just saying, oh, get it to my community over here, get it to my community over here. I always use the one chapter as an example, and that chapter is my neighboring chapter in Coal Mine. They had fiber optics since 2008. I see chapter in that. All those years, they never connected to it. And at one point, with the former chapter officials, I have had a discussion with them, and they just said, oh, it costs us too much. That's why we're not going to connect to it. And as the fiber build-out happened, this is back on the NCUA, the build-out is pretty much, they just extended it anywhere. They didn't look at this. They didn't look at the logic to extend to communities that were the fiber portion could be utilized in the form of education, economic development, governmental development, and other aspects so that it could improve the livelihood of the individuals and programs that are within those areas. So with this strategic development, what type of a development have you guys have created at this time since you came in with the administration? And where are you at on that development? And what is that plan? And will you be presenting a plan to the tribal council for the recommendation? And it goes back to building out and communicating with all these entities that are on the line. They want a piece of the pie. And you indicated earlier that we need to have an executive work session pertaining to the build out. And yes, competition is very, very important. And I think this is something that we have to have that conversation. But with that 2.5 gigahertz, whatever that number was, strategically, where and what communities are we looking at to benefit public safety, education, health, and community development? That's all. Thank you.
Speaker, this is Naabik'íyáti. Putting in the queue.
Thank you very much. Before I go back to Mr. Vicente, let me go on down. Honorable Kiambie and Honorable I put you in the queue. Honorable Kiambie, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, honest Speaker. Kudo Mr. Vicente Kudo present in Lagi. I guess the first question to Mr. Vicente, is when we're not going to reveal some of the further discussion about the build out of infrastructure, telecommunication, broadband infrastructure, you as the Navajo Nation Regulatory Office, how we are even going to begin? Because unless the Navajo Nation is in the capacity to build these infrastructure that was that you've discussed, present in Lagi. So is the Navajo Nation Regulatory competing with the other carriers? I would be thinking that the Regulatory Commission is presenting to say that these are the policies that we're putting in place so that whoever wants to do business on Navajo, any cell carrier, this is what they have to abide by. And as a regulatory, this is how we're going to monitor that these cell carriers will be administering or developing on the infrastructure on the Navajo Nation. I mean, I don't know, should I get that speaker? I don't know, did answer here program, did up and so should the funding is realized, will the Regulatory Commission assume the funding, but yet they'll turn around and say that, okay, RFP that's need to listen. Joe Quacky Gila has Joe Ahoson on Jondo listen speaker. A call a baby Nashakodo Dika Nal Sauce and Liniki to at after. And then going into executive session that the a coco Halet alla a has on hidden and Liniki a lap a publication the dash. Halet alla has at the Nisatonal sauce unhitched nan in go. Ado in public to bayat the ni go. So why even ask for funding if you're not even going to be sincere in helping the Navajo Nation, but yet you're withholding a lot of these information? I guess I won't be able to be sincere of support if certain information is being withheld. Halet ela akoko ben nachiko ek adi hitin and linigido the chapters iki sato before ya at ani ako ede yisiki sapana itiskido speaker. Again, the specific question is that is the Regulatory Office also in the position of competing with the other carriers? And if so, how would you be able to be administering while at the same time you'll be regulating on the telecommunication infrastructure or the progress on the Navajo Nation? Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kiambige. Let me go back to the presenter, and then we'll go from there for response.
Sure thing. Yeah, Speaker. Delegate Odoso, yeah, for the question. It's actually a really good question. So as far as the build out, if you will, for communities. So one of the projects you may hear possibly later is, and we haven't yet to get a lot of this information from a couple service providers. So for the communities that are densely populated, it's going to be a combination of technology as well as services that we want to try and strategically approach those. So once again, with the 2.5 that I mentioned earlier, the water pipe for fiber is a lot wider, so it can carry in all the heavy traffic. So I'll use Tuba City, for example. The densely populated areas for all the homes that are in clusters together that are near each other, that's ideal for possibly doing a fiber to the home build out. So again, the fiber itself, if it's connected directly to the home, they can feed as much bandwidth as they can, as much as they want, basically, with fiber. So, and of course, there's going to be tower structures in the town limits of Tuba City, but you're going to have homes that are further apart. That doesn't make any cost-effective reasoning to try and run fiber to those homes that are further away. So that's when the 2.5 gigahertz network should be able to address that as far as getting those homes connected with broadband. So I'm hoping that that explanation kind of gives you an idea about some of the ideas we brought up with our service providers. So we're definitely pushing fiber to the home as much as possible for those clusters of homes that are together, but in areas that are sparsely and more rural, if you will. So if you have a home like half a mile that way, half a mile in this direction, obviously we'll want to try and approach that with a wireless solution, because one of the challenges that service providers are always going to be bringing up with Navajo Nation is going through the right-of-way process. So going through that process in itself is challenging enough, and it's cumbersome. So obviously we want to try and come up with a solution. And this is where we've been trying to work with the land department. So one of the creative solutions that I myself took up to task is trying to see if there's possibly a way to utilize some of the existing highways and transfer them into corridors. So as far as the dialogue and conversation we had with leadership with land department, it is possible. And then as far as the going through and confirming with BIA, as far as to see if that idea might be feasible. Former Assistant Secretary Sweetie, we met one of the events that she was hosting in Phoenix. We was able to connect with her, and she was indicating to us that it is possible. So there's going to be a couple solutions that BIA may be able to help Navajo Nation, because as the E-rate project is building out right now, it's critical now more than ever to try and find more efficient ways to build these projects out. Because keep in mind, there's the projects that are going to be done in the beginning are going to be projects that are near the chapter house, if not already at the chapter house. Those where the service providers are going to have to trench or either hang fiber above, they still have the challenge of completing the right-of-ways. So if there's that solution, that's at least, I hope, gives you a visual idea of the broadband planning we're trying to do and trying to implement fiber as well as the 2.5 gigahertz, because we can't solely rely on 2.5 because we still want to be able to have enough room, because we don't want to max the capacity out. If there's a possibility to still have that wiggle room, and you have folks that say, hey, the 25 megabits down, 3 megabits up isn't working for my family. I have 3-4 students that are doing distant learning. So of course you want to try and have that ability to let the residential user to choose a higher option for maybe a higher speed plan. So we'll definitely want to keep that in mind. So we're trying to not just future proof, but just trying to make sure that it's sustainable, and we're not just putting all of our eggs in one basket. So we're definitely trying to look for creative solutions to try and address the broadband issues throughout Navajo Nation. So, and of course with coal mine, again, with that chapter house, the first 90 chapters have been awarded. The remaining 110 are going through the process right now of being awarded with E-rate. So eventually all 110 will be covered. So that's the good news. So the goal is to at least have a section identified in the chapter houses for folks that if they want to go do an application for work, or if they want to take care of their FAFSA application, or whatever the case may be, they can go to the chapter house and have public access to internet. So I want to jump down to Delegate Kialan-Begay's question. So we're not withholding any of the information. The Excel attachments that I did send out to each of the delegates, it has all the information that we received, and we're being completely transparent with leadership on legislative. So if you get a chance and you look at the tabs on the bottom of the Excel document with the ARPA draft, it'll specifically lay out the cost, location, agency, council delegate, what state it's going to be funded for. So again, this is still a draft, so it's going to be a work in progress. And as far as us being a competition, no, we're not in competition in any shape or form. What we're trying to do is just trying to manage as much of the projects as we can. So again, I'm going back to that, the explanation that I provided earlier is if you have service provider A and service provider B that want to erect a cell tower in the community of Pine Springs, we do not want to encourage overlapping projects and try and if both of them have a tower request, a request for funding for a tower, why would we give it to both when we can consolidate it to one tower and make one service provider co-locate off that existing infrastructure? So as far as just being transparent, we provided all the information directly through that email earlier. The locations on the map at least depict the new locations that are being provided. One of the other things I definitely wanted to also bring up is the funding for CARES. Of course, when all the funding ended in December 30th of last year, NTOA had to return funding from some of the savings that they were able to make with some of the projects that they were able to build out in the 4 months they had. So if there's consideration, because the biggest challenge that service providers had last year was running against the clock. So the funding, of course, was approved in August for NTOA, and they had 4 months to build out. Then you had the $15 million for the non-Navajo ETCs be approved at the end of October, if memory serves me correctly. And basically funding was given to them in the middle of November, if memory serving me correctly. So they had just under a month to try and do their build out as much as they can. So that's one possible revenue for trying to get some of the projects that weren't able to be completed within the time frame last year. Is that's just one of the recommendations. Our office is just wanting to know if it might be a possibility to see if that pot that was returned might be able to be utilized to finish up those projects. The NTOA project listing that was provided at the last work session also shows all the projects that they weren't able to meet because of the deadline. So I just wanted to bring that up, that there's technically some funding available that was returned, but of course that's just one of the things we wanted to bring up. That's what I have for my response for both the delegates, Speaker. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and continue on. Back to the floor. Honorable Elmer Begay, then Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours.
Speaker, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Around the members of the Naabik'íyáti, and then also Chris, and then your team, from there, the Navajo Nation Cyber Team, or the regulatory commissioners. My question goes to Chris, is that so does the current Navajo Nation broadband plans that you have presented includes the implementation of the FCC standard of the 25 megabytes per second for downloads and the 3 megabytes per second for uploads for the area that currently have no services, and the ones that are underserved? And we know that the U.S. Department of Interior, BIA, and the National Tribal Broadband Grant that requires this the the level of the service that I mentioned for the 25 megabytes per second and the 3 megabytes per second for uploads. So is there what the plans you have for the Navajo Nation, the broadband plan? And then also, can you elaborate more on the co-location requests? Because right now, you know that we have a assessment that was done for the southwest part of the reservation, which includes the 5 chapters, and then it's going to be 6 later on. And we have a assessment done, and we're trying to request a co-location through NTA, but there's no response on it. Can you elaborate more on that? And then also on your Navajo Nation plan, the broadband plan, is the proposed Navajo Nation system designed for the broadband usage only? Or if not, then how does that affect the other services? And what are the potential side effects? We understand that the proposed Navajo Nation system were designed for broadband usage only, and it is not designed for to support other services. Is this truth, or is it that's how we kind of understand it? It's like how K.L. Brigade, I mentioned that, we're getting confused on it. I think we need some more current, accurate answers to be more understanding to your presentation, Mr. Vicente. That's my 3 questions. I will have a follow-up question again, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go back to actually onto Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair, floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon again. I was checking my phone, make sure not on that muted, so I'm unmuted now. Thank you very much, Speaker, to Naabik'íyáti committee members. Good afternoon, and the people that are listening from in Navajo Nations here. I'd like to say thank you to Mr. Chris Vicente. This is from Delegate Jimmy L here. As I discussed this last year to put up a cell tower in Black Mesa somewhere in Peabody, we could use that to benefit our younger generations, and even to use broadband information in the area for our students. You sent me an email, and I did discuss with the chapter official in the Forest Lake area. This afternoon at 4 p.m., I'll be having a special meeting with Forest Lake chapter that they're really interested to get our cell tower out there. And I understand that Peabody don't want to share their old tower up there, so therefore that we need to put up one with a very, very interest, Mr. Vicente. We probably make a special date to visit us in Black Mesa where we need to put up the cell tower. So I'm looking for your great assistance to I'd like to take advantage on these April money. Instead of just stream about it, I want to do it for my people, and that's my goal. I want to put that in your note, Mr. Vicente, and we'd like to contact you and maybe put you on the line this afternoon. My phone number to call me back or email to me, and I'll send my cell number to you, and we'll make a meeting with you on board this afternoon with the Forest Lake. They're looking forward to opportunity. here on Honso Ibahasti, Mr. Presenti. CEO, Nanshati, Shinat, Lengi, Naabik'íyáti, Honso Dole, here, Speaker, Honso Bahasti Dole. Thank you very much. Go back on mute now.
Thank you very much. Let me go back to Mr. Vicente on that, and then we go from there. Mr. Vicente, the floor is yours.
Yeah, Speaker. Let's see. Delegate Elmer Begay. So one of the questions you brought up regarding the 25 down, 3 up. So from my understanding, as far as the language that was recently provided by the U.S. Treasury in the guidelines, it does indicate that the service providers do need to meet the 25 3 down requirement. But that doesn't mean we want to encourage the service providers to at least consider going beyond the 25 down, 3 up. As far as trying to understand your second question, I'm trying my best to try and understand it. So as far as the additional services, as far as it just being broadband, that one's, again, I'm still trying to digest and understand the question, but at least from what I understand, some of the service providers who do provide fiber, if they have internet access going directly to the home, there are telephone services that are available. So I'm trying to understand, and I think I'm making sense of it. So like the VoIP telephone system, some of the service providers do provide it to residential users. So for those that do not have like a physical copper connection going to the home for POTS or plain old telephone service, they're able to utilize their broadband connection for to be able to make and receive telephone calls at home. So that's one additional service that could be added as far as that could complement the broadband aspect of it. So I'm hoping I answered the question to the best of my ability and how I was able to understand it. And Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, by all means, I will definitely take you up on your offer. I'll go ahead and just throw my number out there just to make sure everyone is aware of it. It's publicly available. So Delegate Yellowhair, if you don't have my number is 928-955-6645. So you can reach me there. So as far as your meeting with Forest Lake, definitely wanting to take that up. So that's all I have for right now, Speaker. Yeah.
Speaker, this is Delegate Yellowhair. Excuse me, Speaker. Can he repeat his cell number?
Honorable Yellowhair, I'll have Mr. Vicente email that to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Can you email that to him? We'll email that to you right now. Thank you. Moving on down. Honorable Keon Begay.
Mr. Presenti, being in the regulatory office, there's a statement that had been floating around saying that learn what we've learned from CARES Act. My thinking is that what are some areas that we have learned that we need to do right in this upcoming funding allocation. So there's several areas, as you know, that we continue to be facing. Maybe there's an area that, especially working with the Navajo Nation Land Department, about a lot of these right-of-way process continues to be an issue. Maybe address that to us as council member, and then if there's any policy area that will still needs to be addressed, I guess that this is the time to do that. Because as you know, several situations with the 5 chapters that I represent, a lot of these funding that were allocated to the chapters, the 93 million, you know that several of my chapters have set aside almost half of it for cell service, but the controller's office and the Baker Tilly deemed that was not allowable. which I still have question on it as well, because if we gave funding to other carriers to establish cell towers, why weren't chapters allowed to work with other cell carriers to establish these towers? So that's another situation that we're continuing to be dealing with. And then in one of my chapters, you know that a cell tower was established, but yet it doesn't have the electricity to it. It's not being worked on with the approval document. It's not ready. That's a barrier that we continue to be dealing with. And then also, you know this by heart about Low Mountain, because of even though there was I would say the excuse that the deadlines was the situation or an issue, but the main problem that we know is that a lot of these carriers have to make an agreement to some extent. So even though the right-of-way process are being okayed by our department, it's just the fact that some of the carriers are not agreeable to a lot of these, what's the content of these, the right-of-way process or anything as such. So that will probably continue to be a barrier. And then what do you say, and how do we approach where we know that cell carriers are in the business of making money, but they rather look at population location only, but what about these rural areas? Some majority of the chapters are in that situation. So regulatory office no chapters they're still maneuvering in how to get these service to our Navajo people, but yet the wind rat has on has only the non or the Tahiti car a cocoa codo cut cell tower at St. Electricity battle Hiki is taking this long no codo basis nahan a cocoa cut or propane or generated no the by basis nahan. So if we're sincerely talking about establishing effective service, why is it that our programs or the enterprises or the companies are not cooperating with each other to get these services onto the Navajo Nation? So what will be the recommendation? A lot of these fundings is not allowable, but no chapters that maybe is legal or you base or not ako elahit ela kwake pe has on ki khai ki lat ato neti ki pe sista il take got atindi what I have asked to one of the program of that especially at the federal level khai ki lat has on change it those needs. Can you identify and specify that traditional email island as of today? I have not received anything yet. Telecommunication. I've been sending information to you, Ms. Lee, Mr. Helona, and whoever's out there that is able to know about telecommunication. Can you work with my chapter, engineering assessment? And then let the chapter work on it while we're trying to resolve and how much money will be allocated for broadband. Those are some areas that I'm trying to ask on behalf of on behalf of our chapters in here. Could it all in here? Then because not just to be because of chikla when has only could it or the in need of these up has only to the not or no be just that that the chapter has on the a confilate ego identity ego could on based on little but at the need ego could on hela ido list of it all ido this I don't need yet. Kodo Shinaya Hatsi is that is troublesome for tower not to be wanted to be utilized for from others for others, especially the community ado ashanit FP parish yan chilla jo what sananas case what that agency has on it. Again, enforcing that co-location would be very beneficial. So why would 2 or 3 or 4 cell carrier wants to establish their own towers if they could be able to locate on one tower? What that agency has on in Liniki Quack has your be need NATO to not later be to recommend of Seco physical Kodo. A trade of Nico has Aniki in that based on the Hanes the Hong the turnaround would be quicker than a lot of these months or you be the Yika be Landa at in the so Ede Kodo Ninch Kedo this Hagla Yisiki Bend has on the Navajo Nation that you would really, especially being on RDC in here. Has ani ko yego baby nenanas ke the net not based on the later list that no, which is okay to me, but what is standard? Because the one thing that that was discussed was that is it fair for, like, for example, Chinle has a population of over probably 6,000-7,000 for another community such as Low Mountain has less than 2,000 or something, but yet the towers is being the carriers are being asked to pay the same amount. Or you dig a tower in Liniki, we got to pay the electricity, we got to pay and buy the data. O&M, or you bought that alone, just as long as yes, could that face of the in that lot, which and I have no, but not the service at Nanaki, at non didn't hard a base or shit not at this also quack tower and Liniki, quack maintain this either list or that on Liniki, did Kodo, Banahashnik of Kodobich, which either the Hiki, you pay so yet about Otto Letter, not the Bayada, quack. What is the maybe another way to write a policy is that how much these towers are hit by a cell phone, maybe that way. What ego with Navajo Nation is shrouded that she that's I don't know, but this is another recommendation that I'd like to hear from you guys. If there's 5,000 or 2,000 hits in a single day in Chinle, but yet Low Mountain's only be getting the hit by less than 100, but yet they'll be paying the same amount as far as location fee. And I really want to sincerely ask I guess a thought out a recommendation from the regulatory commissioners in Sindigi, what's usable or what's feasible. That's all. Yeah. And then the other thing that the carriers needs to know is that if they're coughing up their own funding, their own business funding, or within their own business, I'm sure they'll have it's understandable to make a position. But if they're going to be doing service, but funding is coming through the Navajo Nation, I believe that they need to make an exception that they're not using their own money, but this is money that's being given to them by the federal government through the Navajo Nation. So those are some other factors that we probably need to be looking into. So a quacky to about the Nanskato Lesto is on it in the Ashen and Tani Clinici. They got always just cook a peso in the last tower dot neither quaggy land clearance that Hagito best she agit or the Sikit at in the Bahant not at in the Banik list. Either that the Archbishop she il testa quaggy at in the Bahanta. Quite after years that after no that could at in the so Ede Kodo as a regulatory office and the regulatory commissioners don't send it all quite on Naabik'íyáti speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me go on down to Honorable Otto So, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. Vicente.
Hello? The speaker still there?
Yes, Honorable Otto. So,
Speaker, can you hear me?
yes.
Okay, I was talking. I was muted. I'm sorry. Well, Mr. Vicente, one area is that when will you be bringing this to the nation for your work and the related to the regulatory office? And the other is that along with these issues pertaining to the spectrum and the gigahertz that you were speaking to, I guess the strategic planning of the areas of economic development, economic or community development, and health and education, where as this plan moves forth, immediately, you do say that 110 chapters is going to be all put into the queue. But if you look at it, if you do some of these things, I do agree that the schools need it. I do agree governmental offices need it. But to make sure that we get the correct amount of data, the gigahertz to the areas that are really needed is something that we really need to concentrate on. So, for instance, I use Coal Mine Chapter as a reference point. If I were the councilman from Coal Mine, I would propose a school over there. I would propose tribal offices there at Coal Mine. I would propose a gas station. I would propose other adventures to enhance that community, because fiber, the multiple opportunity that exists there is there. And, those are what I look at. And I really, support that Coal Mine Chapter look at the opportunity of development for those areas, so that we can get some sort of economic development and resources there to develop that community. And there's many other communities just like Coal Mine, and that's what I'm getting to. Where can we start? Is something that we could look at, because this one-time funding opportunity that's coming down the pipeline here will not come again. Okay, we have to plan strategically. You guys are the division directors. You guys are the executive directors. You guys are getting paid the high dollar amount to make these decisions. And these type of decisions should be coming out from your department for recommendation to leadership, so we could move forward to try to apply funds and designate funds and appropriate funds to go to these areas, so the economic opportunities are there.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So let me go back to Mr. Vicente at this time if there's any further response. Mr. Vicente?
Delegate Begay to follow up, Speaker.
Yeah, Speaker. So, Delegate Kiel McGee, as far as some of the projects that we were definitely working on in coordination with DCD, I definitely feel your frustration with the cow that was being advocated for one of the chapters. And if memory serves me correctly, if I do remember, it's mini farms. One of the challenges that we faced is, unfortunately, the cow couldn't be approved because per the guidance and the guidance that was provided regarding the CARES funding, it's unfortunately any services beyond December 30th of last year was not allowable. So that was the reason why DCD got everything ready to go. They had all the documentation, but once it was submitted, it was kicked back immediately. So I definitely feel your frustration on that, but that doesn't mean we can start coordinating efforts with projects for future projects. So one of the things that we have to also keep in mind is we still have projects that are still left over from CARES that are still need to be finished up. So as far as the Low Mountain community, we have 2 locations that NTUA did propose, and then Cellular One is still working on getting their power. So again, if as far as the lessons learned and the challenges, so one of the things that was beneficial last year is the RDC as well as Land Department was able to coordinate efforts with the TAA. That was definitely something that helped at least the enterprises do their build out with infrastructure last year. So if there's a possibility to try and find a way to at least get corridors in place throughout Navajo Nation along the highways, that's definitely something that's possible. It's just it may not be applicable in all locations depending on the land status. So that's where we need to coordinate our efforts with Land Department. So again, that's definitely something that we learned last year. And as far as the regulations update, NNTRC is actually working on its update right now regarding the entire tower regulations throughout the Navajo Nation. One of the benefits that we're definitely fighting for is for those smaller communities. So if you have a community that has, like, I'm just going to throw a number out there, 50 households. Obviously, not everyone on that household is going to be using that one service provider that's going to put up a tower to cover their homes. So of course, there's going to be co-locations in that. But the tower owner with the current regulations is still has to pay a $12,000 annual fee. So if you have 50 homes that tower is going to cover, there's no return on investment. So what do we need to do to help industry build out in these areas? We need to create the market-based cost for tower locations throughout the Navajo Nation. So that's something that we're literally working on right now. The comment period is open until June 11th. So we're awaiting all those comments. And once we get that on June 26th, the NNTRC commissioners will take action on addressing that and getting it through the legislative process to get it approved. So that's something we're definitely doing to try and help build out into the smaller communities on Navajo Nation, because one of the things we still have to keep in mind is business. And if you own the business and you want to go operate in an area you're not going to get a return on investment on, there's got to be some shape or form of incentives to help promote you to still continue to operate in that area and provide those services, especially services as greatly needed as broadband throughout Navajo Nation and cellular coverage. So I just wanted to provide that feedback in hopes that shows that we're being progressive in terms of trying to anticipate any future service providers that come into Navajo. Just recently, just throwing this out there for everyone's info, is T-Mobile's expressed interest on coming into Navajo, and we're working with them to try and help coordinate co-location deployment throughout Navajo Nation right now. The other additional thing is in the works right now, literally, is AT&T is doing their own physical build out along with FirstNet. So we're worked with Land Department as well as Vertical Bridge to try and draft a memorandum of agreement, because obviously that with the build out, that aggressive time schedule that they had to build out and meet the deadline, we needed to do something on our part to try and help expedite that build out without being a hindrance or a barrier. So that's another thing that we're working on. So the nice thing is we have national service providers literally knocking on the door for Navajo Nation right now that's wanting to do their build out, not just along the highways. They want to actually get into the rural communities all throughout Navajo Nation. So as far as the build out with AT&T, it's still continuing. We're waiting for them to, as they get closer to the finish line. I know they'll publicly announce it, but those users that are on the AT&T network, I've seen a couple text messages from users popping up saying that, hey, a new tower has popped up in your area. So that's something we're being progressive about and just trying to help to expedite the build out. But again, as far as the quality of the service, we still need to try and find the expedited process for getting right-of-ways completed, because the best kind of service you're going to get through cellular, at least connected to the towers as far as backhaul for internet access, is fiber. And you have service providers, unfortunately, that are looking for alternative solutions. So they use a microwave connection, but the microwave connection can only handle so much traffic. So again, if with fiber going in all the directions to all 110 chapters, we're hoping that we know the service providers will lay additional strands at their own cost, but in hopes that the E-rate project will be able to help at least get infrastructure that much closer without the service provider needing to invest into that much fiber build out. So if you have a tower user right near a chapter house, guess what? Fiber's right there. They don't have to pay too much to get fiber directly to the tower, which will provide a better quality of experience for cellular coverage. And if they're going to be utilizing fixed wireless as well. Delegate also, as far as the build out for the E-rate project, it's currently broken up into a couple different phases right now. And this is something that I'll definitely have to defer back to the E-rate consortium team, because I know they're working weekly on, they're meeting up with service providers weekly to try and establish some sort of construction timetable. So once again, those chapters that are near infrastructure from that service provider that did win their bid for E-rate, it shouldn't be too hard for them to get them connected. But if there's right away that needs to be completed between wherever the backbone to the fiber is back to the chapter house, those are going to require that process. So it's a little hard to determine, but with the second remaining 20 chapter houses being awarded, I could see this project going into 2023, 2024, possibly. So keep in mind with broadband projects, we're not going to see any instant results. That's the only downside, is the construction timetable we have to keep in mind. So there's no instant gratification. Even when last year, when the service providers were tasked with, again, NTUA had 4 months to do all their upgrades. They were able to get Tuba City connected in that short amount of time. It's unheard of. I've never heard of a cell phone company getting a tower, going through all the processes in less than a month, which is low mountain again. So those projects that moved that quick last year were unheard of, and I can't thank them enough for their efforts. And of course, with the 2.5 gigahertz, that's dependent, because we're still going back and forth with FCC right now with the Eastern Agency, because again, we're trying to get complete coverage on Eastern Agency versus the checkerboard areas. So that's something that's still in the works. One of the things you brought up was schools. So most of the education institutions, the K through 12, should be eligible for E-rate. So as far as getting fiber subsidized, as far as the monthly recurring costs and the construction, the schools technically should be eligible for E-rate. So if there's any school leadership that we can get connected with the Navajo Nation E-rate consortium, by all means, it's something that we definitely, I'm sure that's something that's would be considered, because the goal is just trying to do whatever we can to try and close that digital divide across the Navajo Nation. So, and then you brought up economic development. This literally just goes hand in hand with so many different projects that we're doing right now. A lot of folks are starting to have the ability to work from home. They can shop, they can order stuff from home. So as far as that opportunity, it's there. And we even have kids that are even online streaming their gameplay, and they're getting paid millions. Some of them are. So as far as, and we have people that are creative enough to do like TikTok and YouTube, and they can get paid for that kind of media. So as far as the economic development, the sky's the limit again for that. So we're definitely doing what we can. The thing is, the thing we have to consistently remind everyone is there's no instant gratification around any of these projects unless infrastructure is already immediately nearby. So that's the only thing I have for right now. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much with that. Colleagues, let me go back to the floor. I have Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chris. I thank you for your response. So now I understand that the Navajo Nation broadband plan doesn't really require the FCC standard, which is the 25 down and the 3 up, and it doesn't require to have it for the areas that are currently have no services or they're underserved. So that's the way I understand your Navajo Nation broadband plan. But as far as we know that the recent studies that was made by Aquila, Aquila is a technical partner for the Southwest part of the reservation. They conducted the assessment and also made the studies and utilizing a grant. But this grant requires the level of the FCC standard. So from their results, from the engineer report for the District 7, it met this requirement, the 25 down and the 3 up. So I would say that my people, my community deserves the best. It deserves the best company and the best service that they could have. The reason why is that utilizing the CARES fund and to use the American Rescue funds again, my people deserve to be served with the best. And your plan should be set like that too. The reason why is that we all know that most of the Navajo people lost a lot of loved ones. They're valuable people. So I think the service is needed to where in the rural area, and also where there's no services. So I believe that if this can be utilized in this kind of funds, my people needs to be served with the best service. So that's one of the reasons why I was asking that. So that's the way some of us delegates we think about our people, our community. So that's one of the reasons why I was asking that. Then the other one is that the co-location that I asked you, what is your procedures and what's the regulation for co-location? Because this study that I'm talking about will require a co-location with NTUA, and right now there's no response on that. We don't even know how many times we have to call them, how many times we have to write letters to them, and I included a letter, part of it that I sent to you. So it seems frustrating. This request was made back on October 8, 2020, and nobody from NTUA Wireless, Choice Wireless, is responding back to us yet. So I don't know how we regulate or how we can enforce that. In the Bahatano, but we're trying to do an offices, and we're trying to do a management. So that's my second question that you didn't answer. The third one that they have confused about my question was that that we understand that the proposed Navajo Nation system is designed for broadband usage only. It's not designed to support others, which means that we have a backhaul infrastructure to support other services like the public safety for voice radio system, CB radios, and then we know that we have it, as I mentioned, that utilizing low lower frequency infrastructure that is designed, that is intended for cell phones can provide broadband, but the proposed broadband infrastructure is separate from that. Is that what it is? The reason why is that if there's an outage in the southwest or the western part of the reservation, usually it affects both the cell phones and then the internet. Both of them goes out. Even right now, a while ago, that's what happened. You know, there was a little outage for a while. The Polycom that we're using, it went out, so we had to reuse get back on. So what? Yeah. So can you elaborate more on it? I think the reason why we're really concerned is that during the peaks, there's a lot of multiple uses that lock on, and which becomes the frustration is that the connectivity is very, very poor, and meaning that like video conference calls, streaming, and internet browsing, it doesn't work. When are you guys going to get to this the chapter level? You guys are talking about more over there at the central level, but in the when are we going to start addressing? How are you going to address it? Trying to understand how you guys are going to get to this level where I'm thinking that needs services. So Mr. Vicente. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments, questions, colleagues? If there's none, let me go back to you, Mr. Vicente.
Yeah, Speaker. Delegate Elmer Begay. So you are right, and my apologies. I did realize I missed the co-location question. So as far as that communication, I do recall an email, and I'll have to dig this up, from the former general manager with NTOA Choice Wireless. I know there was a response provided from Mr. Clyde Cachado. Again, I need to dig for this email, and if I remember correctly, it does specifically address that co-location request. So I'll dig for that email and see if I can forward it back over to you. As far as the Aquila broadband planning assessment that was done by them, it's something that we definitely heard from with the commissioners back in March. So one of the recommendations is, of course, to try and work with a service provider that can complete the build out. And I believe one of the recommendations was possibly NTOA for that area. So as far as Aquila, I know this is something that goes back as far as 2019 when the ACA, if I remember correctly, this is something that the broadband workshop that was under Mr. Jeff Sabuka got together, and we advocated while we were there to help get the funding approved for the broadband planning for the Aquila. So we're definitely doing what we can, and we're just trying to make sure that the broadband planning is working with the service provider that can definitely carry out what projects they're wanting to do. As far as providing the best kind of telecommunications to everyone, keep in mind, I can't keep stressing this enough, E-rate is something that's definitely going to complement many things throughout Navajo Nation, because service providers are going to be laying additional strands of fiber for residential and commercial use, because the 10 strands of fiber is exclusively for E-rate E-rate library use at the chapter house level. So, and you bring up the quality of service again. I get the frustration right now and again, I'm circling back to what I mentioned earlier. We have service providers that are using microwave connection because of the right-of-way challenges we're still facing with Navajo Nation. If we can get fiber that much closer through E-rate to these towers, the best kind of service you're going to get is fiber directly to the tower. So that's what we're doing, and that's one of the reasons why the big push for E-rate is there. So as far as the quality of service, we're looking at multiple ways just to try and get fiber in every possible direction at all 110 chapters. And then as far as the redundancy, so we're always making sure, and we're trying to look for routes that's definitely going to provide redundancy. So for example, if there's a fiber cut in one of the locations around the fiber ring, guess what? It doesn't matter. The fiber ring still goes around and the services won't be interrupted. That's what I have for right now, but I'll definitely have to look for that email that I know this was addressed from Clyde Cachado. I'll have to dig for that email and I can forward it off to you, sir. And that's all I have for right now, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, is there any other comments, questions at this time?
Delegate James.
Did I hear Honorable Vince James? Honorable Vince James, and then Honorable Begay, Elmer Begay. With that, Honorable Vince James.
Another speaker. Thank you, the members of the council. Ador, Sheriff Kahasinko, and presenter Kodo, Nikishnahod Nege, Mr. Sente. Kwaiki, my comment pretty much stands with Shanale, Honorable Kialan Begay, and we've been trying to work with the state of Arizona and to see where we can get assistance. And I believe some of my other colleagues from Arizona have been trying to advocate in regards to broadband at the state capitol, state level with the representatives and the Senate. And I was hoping that I would see a report from you regarding on how your communication is with each of the programs that are listed that are presenting to us today. Is there a reason why that's not part of your report, providing the information that you've been communicating with them, that you've been working with these entities to provide and make that improvement, broadband improvement within the nation? And I say this because I believe Arcadian is going to be up here providing a report too. And even that, I mean, some of these jobs and these projects that are in place, we don't hear any information from your office regarding these broadband projects. And those are some of the things that I was hoping that I would hear and to see part of your report, possibly even as if you were reporting or communicating with these entities, possibly discussing of a cost share of their current projects that are in place or projected projects that are in place for the Navajo Nation. And I still don't see that. And so my question to you is when will you be meeting with these individuals that are presenting to us to see if the cost sharing is needed to get these projects situated and to have these projects completed on the nation? Or do you not plan on meeting with them because they're all on their own? And so that's where I come from, is what is it that you're doing with these companies and with these broadband providers and services to improve the broadband service of the nation. And I really am trying to put things together, but I think everything is just all over the place. And as we continue to have all of these different plans and projects from different programs, from different entities, we continue to provide that lack of broadband service to our Navajo people. We continue to have our children, our Navajo children, suffer out there with no broadband. We continue to have families leaving home to get to an area where they can catch signal. So we continue to move in that direction, and there's really nothing that shows that there's any collaboration efforts that are happening. So my question is, do you plan on meeting with these entities and possibly provide another report, an updated report to us with some cost shares towards these projects? So thank you for the time, Speaker.
Down back to Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I thank you again, Speaker. So right now, Mr. Vicente, thanks for the response. So right now, the reason why I'm saying the best service should be provided to the people in the rural area. I know that during the peaks of during the peaks time, we want the 25 and 3 to be served even during the peaks time and during the day, when there are a lot of users or log on. So that's what I mean by that the service should be met that requirement by the FCC. So, and then also so the way I understand it right now with the design is that as far as working with the service providers, the design will allow any service provider to work with in our area, meaning that the way I understand it is we will own the system, and one or more provider can have access to the system if we allow, like the way the Navajo Nation broadband plan, the way it's being created. That's the way I understand. Can you clarify that for me, Mr. Vicente? Thank you.
Well, Elmer Begay, thank you. We'll go back to Mr. Vicente.
Yeah, Speaker. I'm going to go ahead and back to Delegate Big James. So as far as what have we been doing at NNTRC, there's been quite a variety of things that we've been doing and actually collaborating with many service providers. I don't know if you had a chance to take a look at the Excel document, but we have multiple service providers, even service providers that are not on Navajo Nation, that are wanting to come to Navajo Nation to try and do a build out. So we're trying to do our best to try and manage the proposals as best as we can to make sure, again, we're not overlapping in any shape or form. I actually looked at the agenda, and based on the agenda, we work with all these, we actually, our office works with all these service providers. The only one that we haven't been working collectively with closely is Frontier, just because of their bankruptcy that they're going through. And the good news is they're actually coming out of their bankruptcy. So as far as the other things that our office has been working on, again, we're not going to, I can't stress this enough, we're never going to see immediate results regarding broadband infrastructure build out. That's the critical thing I have to keep stressing, because when you look at the timetable for the E-rate build out, again, I see it even going into 2024, and that's getting all 110 chapters connected. So that's the thing I have to keep stressing, is we're not going to see immediate results. That's the thing I really don't like about infrastructure build out. But again, we need to try and come up with creative solutions to try and expedite these build outs, the corridors, all the stuff that I mentioned earlier. So as far as coming up with creative solutions, even during the pandemic, we reached out to NTUA, we reached out to Sacred Wind. On their own dime, they deployed these public hotspots. And we reached out to Cellular One. We're like, hey, what can you do to help us? Because at the time the government was shut down in February last year, one of the things that came to my mind immediately is we have college and university students that have their scholarships riding on the line. If they're not able to finish out their semester because of lack of internet access, or their limited amount of internet access because everyone was sent home, we needed to find a different plan. And what did Cellular One do? They offered the Lifeline users more data. NTUA deployed the hotspots on their own dime, and then they also provided additional data, unlimited data, as a matter of fact, during that time. So as far as coordinating these projects, our office has to coordinate across the whole Navajo Nation. So we're working from western to eastern, northern to everywhere. So that's the one thing that we also have to keep in mind, is we're trying to treat all the locations equally. So as far as the project listing that we're trying to work on, we're just trying to make sure that it's equally distributed among all the different agencies and chapters throughout Navajo Nation. So the projects that we're working on, again, E-rate, the 2.5, we're going back and forth. And of course, the best thing right now is E-rate. Navajo Nation hasn't been eligible for E-rate for over 10 years. And it's been amazing that we got the news in February this year that the first 90 chapters, as well as the Head Starts, were awarded. So that's something that's definitely achievable, because it's $53 million that went to the project. And then we also have the states of Arizona and New Mexico that contributed to the project. So as far as the construction cost, there was zero construction cost for the E-rate project, thanks to the states as well as USAC and FCC. So personally, I think that's something notable that we're working towards. It's just, again, the build out time frame is something that's going to be a challenge. That's what I have for that. And then Delegate Elmer Begay, that's again the 25-3. That's the same concept in my mind. And again, the Aquila, with what they did with their broadband planning assessment. Again, if you have a densely populated community, they're all close together in a cluster, and it's feasible in a cost-effective way to connect them to fiber. You'll want to connect them to fiber. And then again, those towers that are going to be broadcasting to 2.5 gigahertz, you want to make sure that you're not going to overload it. So you want to throw as many people as you can on fiber, and then use the 2.5 for the homes that are further away, to make sure that you're not going to be experiencing speeds excessively slower than 25.3. One of the other things that our office has been very vocal about, and this is something that President Nez even spoke up about with the Secretary of Commerce as well as the Secretary of Interior, is the lack of spectrum availability for our regional service providers. So that's something that we've definitely submitted comments to FCC regarding is NTOA and Cell 1, if we can get them more spectrum, basically the water pipe's only this big, and the more users you have on it, you're going to experience a slower speed. If they can get more spectrum licenses to operate on, they're going to have a wider water pipe. And of course, again, this kind of ties back to fiber going directly to the tower. So as far as the planning, that's the logical idea. And of course, as far as the idea, one of the things that we're being very careful with as far as services, in no shape or form do we want Navajo Nation to be offering services to the public, because and correct me if I'm wrong, but that's when we implore these enterprises to be able to carry that out. Because if it's as a 3-branch government, we can only do so much. But when it comes to operating in that aspect, that's something that we need to also keep in mind. That's why we have the enterprises to carry these things out. So I hope that it kind of gives you an idea as far as the planning to try and manage and ensure that we have quality internet service going forward. Once the construction starts, if you will. So I'm hoping in the near future, with whatever is appropriated for funding for broadband infrastructure through these projects, we're doing whatever we need to try and make sure that the digital divide as well as the communications gap on Navajo Nation's at least greatly closed as much as we can. So that's what I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vicente. Colleagues, any other comments, questions? I'm going back to the floor. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. No one texting in.
Speaker, Delegate Otto.
Speaker.
Follow up.
Thank you. Let me go to Honorable Vince James and then to Honorable Otto. So.
Thank you, Speaker, and the members of the council and the audience. So, presenters, Mr. Vicente, thank you for a little bit of the response to my question. How about let me turn it this way, in this direction. How many, with the email that we received, the documents that you emailed to us, how many of those projects have completed right-of-ways, are a priority on your listing to expedite the job to get done as soon as you receive funds? And how many of those that are on your listing, how many still need to go through the right-of-way process? And based off the documents, if you're going to tell us that these are who I've been in contact with, these are the entities that I've been talking with, if that's the direction that you're going, how many of them are actually out there that will assist those individuals that are really out there in the rural area, that are really in need of internet service? And when I look at the report, the email that you sent us, it mainly is geared towards to the current existing internet service, that is broadband service that is being provided already. It's just upgrading it is how I see it. But technically, my question, and I think several of my colleagues' questions are, how is it that you're going to try your best to get these broadband services to those actual rural communities throughout the Navajo Nation? Because those are the people that are really, really hurting out there. And those homes and those families that live in some kind of a rich cul-de-sac area, those people, those kind of families don't have broadband services. And a lot of my constituents in, let's say, in the Jedito area don't have the broadband service as well. Again, going back to the question, which you didn't answer, was how many of these projects are under a cost share projected listing. And I don't see any of that as being a cost share. And where, like with Jedito, that's we sit as Navajo Hopi land commissioners, and there's some funds that are sitting there that could possibly be geared towards broadband. And those kind of projects, I'm trying to review your email and the listing that you emailed us, but there's no indication on any of these documents on how you're going to cost share to move forward. And I think that was one of the problems that we addressed with the CARES funds is we just said, okay, NTUA, you got this much money, so you deal with your own broadband now. But where was Navajo Nation? Where were all the other entities? That wasn't the case. And I appreciate for what NTUA has done. And with the short time frame, what they've done with their towers, what they've done to expand their broadband service, I'm appreciative of that. But I think we could have had expand more if they would have just worked with your office to collaborate that information on where can we cost share to make these broadband service available to those homes that are actually out in the rural area that actually don't have access to broadband service. And that's the part that I'm trying to get an answer from you. But if this time around I don't get an answer, I guess we have to move forward again and try to find a different way for you to understand our question and my question on how are we going to work together, how are we going to make it a team effort to get these broadband services to those homes, to those families that are actually out in the rural area. And like, for example, with Arcadia, their project was approved, and it's going from Tubai City through that whole region. But how are we jumping on them and saying, hey, Arcadia, we have possibly this fund. Can you, as your engineering, since you're in the area, since you're on Navajo Nation, can you assist us in this area with broadband? I mean, trying to ask them for assistance, I think that wouldn't hurt. And that's what I'm trying to hear from you, but it's not happening. And so my big concern is how do we get broadband service to those homes, Navajo families, Navajo children that actually don't have services to it right now, currently, as we speak today. And nowhere on your report does it indicate we have this possibility, these chapters that don't actually have broadband service, that don't actually have a tower or fiber optical, whatever it is. There's actually nothing that deals with broadband service with these chapters. There's nothing that indicates on your report. So we can sit here and talk about how do we get those services to those chapters that don't have access to broadband. So that's where I'm trying to get to. My point is, how is it we can work together to make it a team effort? Thank you very much again, Speaker. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable James. With that, let me go ahead and go on down. Honorable Otto, so floor is yours.
Thank you very much. The other aspect of the build out of the proposed of what the regulatory commission is proposing, how does your planning work with the Navajo opportunity, the opportunity zones that exist on the Navajo Nation? Again, I'm going to go back to economic development. Economic development, that's where the nation gets forms of tax dollars to the general fund
So APEC, that's a justification for the broadband area proposals and or broadband planning and the 2.5 gigahertz additional spectrum. But I know we can't get it to every community. But what I'm getting to is that, how is your office planning strategically on the economic opportunities? Because in the future, Mr. Vicente, you're not going to be in that office forever. How are these plans being strategically planned to benefit the economic opportunities throughout Navajo and utilizing our opportunity zones that are created by the federal government? And, for instance, Page area, Hachi'i, Kabato, Aro, a Gap area, Cameron. That's a whole vital area for tourism, for that economic stability. What type of component is on that? And you have Highway 491. You have that corridor coming down from Shiprock all the way into Yat and toward Lakai. And that's a whole opportunity for economic development area. And, just that planning. Just wanted to hear some on it. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let me go back to
Speaker, this is Delegate. Speaker.
yes. Let me go back to Mr. Vicente, and I'll come back to the floor. Mr. Vicente.
Yeah, Speaker, thank you so much again. So Delegate Finch James, as far as the project listing, one of the things that we're definitely vetting, and again, one of the things that I was mentioning earlier is a lot of the projects that we want to put forth on the priority listing, if you will, is underserved and unserved territories. So the areas that I mentioned earlier, such as Pine Springs and Oak Springs, those areas that have zero cell phone coverage right now are those areas that we're trying to focus on primarily with wireless technology, so cellular and fixed wireless. And of course, across the entire Navajo Nation, we're trying to make sure that it's, as far as the planning aspect, fiber to the home, 2.5. Those are going to kind of go hand in hand, but there's a limit on how many people can get on 2.5. So depending on the geographical location and the topography, we're going to do what we can to try and get as much area as best as we can, because signal propagation, of course, if there's forestry, want to try and do what we can to try and get as many people as we can to try and cover the area. As far as the right-of-ways, one of the things that we definitely bring up to service providers is keep in mind that if this is approved, location is critical, because if it's something that they're going to have to be tasked to make sure that they have to meet the deadline, especially if we want to try and encourage funding, projects to be funded under the NTIA project, which has that 1-year timeline. So as far as, again, trying to reach into those communities, that's the rural communities, we're doing whatever is necessary. And the one of the things that, again, that was taken to task is reaching back out to our two largest rural service providers, which is Cellular One and NTUA Choice Wireless. They hear customer complaints about the locations where customer complaints regarding lack of cell coverage or there's zero cell phone coverage. So that's what we're trying to use based on this to try and get as much coverage in those locations as a primary location as underserved and unserved. As far as the cost sharing mechanism, if it's something that you would definitely like to implement, we are all ears. And if you want us to task service providers with that, we're definitely willing to task them with it. So we can definitely see what they're willing to contribute. And we're doing whatever's necessary to try and help expedite the build out. So as far as the former Bennett Freeze area, that we just met with Robert Black to start discussing projects in those areas to try and address that as well. So we're reaching far and wide to collaborate. And again, we're just trying to manage as much as we can to try and help provide council with an informed decision that we're trying to mitigate and vet as many projects as we can to try and prevent overlapping or duplicating services. So I hope this answers your question, and I'm at least definitely open. I can't speak on behalf of the commissioners, but if it's something that you're interested in asking service providers to see if they're interested in doing cost sharing, by all means. When you looked at the project listings, the listing for the new tower sites, those are the unserved and underserved territories. Some of the proposals you may see in there, such as Cellular One, we indicated to them that the sky's the limit, throw your wish list together, we'll see what happens. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to get funded. So you have some project listings in there that do look like upgrades. And I did mention that earlier regarding the infrastructure upgrades, the microwave upgrades, as well as the fiber upgrades for some of their projects. So one of the things that we have to keep in mind is we're trying to maintain competition between all the service providers, so we can't divulge all the information that we've been privileged from all the service providers regarding all the details. If the service providers presenting today want to provide their details, by all means, that's up to them. But what we're trying to do is maintain the stance that we're trying to collect as much information, put it into possibly one-sheeter Excel documents, which was provided today to each of the delegates to try and help them understand the challenge that we're facing. And one of the other things that we're also keep in mind that we're still facing is the NTIA still has yet to provide guidance, or I'm sorry, the notification of funding opportunity, which provides the guidance rules for the $1 billion that's available for the tribes. So of course, we want to encourage service providers, if they have projects that they can knock out under a year, we want to throw all that towards NTIA. And if we can lessen the amount through this particular grant from ARPA funding, it's what we want to encourage, because if there's any other infrastructure projects that can benefit thanks to offsetting some of these projects with NTIA, we definitely want to encourage that. We just need to keep in mind of the aggressive time schedule. As far as again, I'm circling back to the right-of-way question that you brought up. A lot of these projects that were listed on here, again, we're circling back with service providers indicating that they're obviously already done their homework. And if they identify the location, they're making a commitment that they're able to get this done. Because since the project hasn't been greenlit officially, keep in mind that if there's a new tower location, that the service provider is still going to have to invest funds, preliminary funds, if you will, to do assessments, biological, archaeological, and any other assessments that do need to be completed. So that's one other additional thing that if we can try and manage and avoid unnecessary, avoid that spending, especially if we know that the project isn't going to be greenlit. We want to try and orchestrate this as best as we can to try and make sure that the project's going to be as successful as we can. But what we learned again from last year is with that short timetable with NTUA, they weren't able to complete their build out because some of the challenges that they had. So we still need to try and build in that mechanism to ensure that these projects are going to be successful. So the nice thing is that we have the ARPA funding gives until a 3-year build out. So even if they go over a month or two, no big deal. But until the end of the 3 years, that's going to be the critical time period. So I just wanted to express that. That's the reason why you see the listing on the Excel document the way it is. It does comprise of the locations for unserved and underserved. And then you also have projects in there that are kind of for infrastructure upgrades for the service providers themselves. And as far as those project listings that you see on there, there's zero cost sharing involved in it. But again, if it's something you definitely like to see, we can definitely take it back to task with the service providers. So I hope that answers the questions that you had as best as I can. Delegate Otoso, so as far as the economic development, with the last report and the challenges that I provided to the NABI committee last month, if I remember correctly, one of the challenges that I brought up, and this kind of ties hand in hand with many different things throughout Navajo Nation. So as far as economic development for small businesses, some of the questions that I asked council delegates last month is, can you go right now and apply for a small business loan? Can you go apply for a credit card right now without any issues? Can you get your real ID done? One of the reason why I bring this up, and this is something that our office, as well as DCD and public safety, have been working on, is rural addressing. This is a critical aspect in so many different ways. Not only does it help, especially with the census, but with the census, the challenges last year with COVID, trying to get that done, we know the numbers were not anywhere near they need to be. But with rural addressing, if that's completed, they can officially put in their system that they actually went to this address. And of course, that in turn provides more funding opportunities, and they have a better understanding of how many folks are on Navajo. So the other additional things, and this kind of goes back to the questions I asked, is can you apply for a small business loan on Navajo Nation? No. Can you apply for your real ID right now? Partially, yes. Keep in mind that with the economic development, and this is why we're pushing it, and you brought up taxes and the general funds, all the taxes on national service providers, on the cell phone bills for anyone that resides on Navajo Nation, we don't see any of those taxes. Navajo Nation is actually entitled to collect taxes and surcharges on national cell phone bills, but we have not had our rural addressing completed yet. So all that opportunity for implementing and covering the costs for a 911 through a surcharge, adding more funding to the general funds with national service providers doing what they need to do and collect that funding and distribute it, deposit it to tax commission is not happening right now. If you go sign up for cell phone service and you give them your home address, which is typically a PO box, they're going to come up with a different address, which is probably in the city that you're signing up. And guess what? If you look at your cell phone bill, city, county, state taxes all go to that where you signed up for service. So as far as what we've been doing, and this is something that we brought up with the last report that we did with NABI with the challenges, we definitely brought this up and want to make sure that leadership on legislative is aware that we've been working with DCD and public safety, because that also ties into 911. For the ride along I did, it took an hour and a half for the tow truck driver to find us when it could have been probably much more faster, and that officer could have been off taking care of other issues that are in the queue in the CAD. The other additional thing is if 911's called and they say, hey, I'm at 2.5 miles off this highway, EMS, fire, PD, whatever the case may be, they lose valuable minutes because they're not able to identify the location. So this is something that we've been working on, because the critical things as far as economic development, we're losing out on opportunities. It's the tax dollars. We're losing out on surcharges that could be implemented. So as far as the true sovereignty, that's something that we're definitely trying to pursue. And it's taking some additional time, because with that particular project, we're trying to knock out rural addressing to where it can be utilized in the 911 technical ecological environment, if you will. That way, the 911 system will be able to, at least when you call 911 with your cell phone, it'll at least give a general idea of the address of where you're located. Or if you give your address, it can be added, and PD, fire, EMS can respond directly to that area. The other additional thing, again, with this is if people sign up for satellite internet and they have a cell phone, they can utilize Wi-Fi calling. But the problem is you need rural addressing completed so you can have that all taken care of. As far as, again, just another economic development opportunity, I don't know how many people shop at Amazon, eBay, Sam's Club. If you pay for that stuff, we're not collecting sales taxes because we don't have the addresses set up on Navajo Nation. again, that we're missing out on so many different opportunities. But as far as the, I just wanted to provide that info that we're ready to. We're literally in the final stages of trying to work with a service provider or a consultant to try and see about getting that addressed on Navajo Nation. That way it can help expedite and give more opportunities to folks to be able to take care of their personal finances, such as applying for a credit card with ease instead of, oh, we can't accept a PO box because of the U.S. Patriot Act. So I just wanted to explain that and just reiterate that's the same information that was shared from the previous challenges that was proposed or shared with the 24th Navajo Nation Council at the previous Nabi meeting. And that's what I have for right now, Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, committee members. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Any further comments, questions?
Speaker.
Elmer, give follow-up again.
Honorable Elmer Brigade, then Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Elmer Brigade, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Vicente, thank you for the presentation. The way the understanding the presentation, I know that talking for the District 7 chapters were considered to be in rural areas because of the buttes and so I know that it's hard to rely on the broadband of the fiber optic. But right now we're talking about the fiber versus wireless. So the assessment that was done is more with the wireless. I know that as you mentioned that there's going to be a limitation, and I know that the way the Aquila assessment that was done by them, and then they completed the plan and design built, that they completed it for the Southwest Porter Reservation, which is capable to provide that adequate service to all users. But according to your 2.5 limitation, it will be seen that the only way that the system is not going to work, the 2.5, is if design is not built properly, you will not get that. You're saying that that's where the limitation is going to be. And I don't know who will be monitoring that and who will be from your regulatory department that will check on, see if it was designed properly, and it should be the way it's supposed to be working. I don't know who's going to be enforcing that. So then you mentioned about the microwave too, and the microwave is also capable. It's designed to carry what is needed, and now we know that the microwave can provide 2 to even 4 gigabytes per second. That's how they're being designed it, and this is very comparable to a lot of the fibers that we're talking about, the fiber optic. So it has to be all in the design. If it's all designed it and built out the way it's supposed to be, I don't know who's going to be there to monitor that or to go back over there and assess that, evaluate that. I don't know if your department is fit and licensed and is capable to do that. That's the reason why I'm saying that we want the best for our people if we're going to use this funding. That's the way I understand the funding. It should be used for the people. I think my people deserve the best. And like I said, there's companies out there like Aquila's. They have the tools to test, to drive the test and produce maps and to confirm that the system will work properly. And this is, I would say that this is the real time for confirmation. And we need the best for the Navajo Nation. If you're asking for that kind of money, we want somebody that is, at the end of the day, to assess, to evaluate that this bill is to meet the best of the quality service for the people. Because we went through a lot. That's what I mean. The OET, the skill for just to be part of this Navajo Nation. So I know that. So my question goes directly to you. Who is your department capable of doing that? So that'll be my question. The speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go back to the floor. Vice Chair Walker, floor is yours.
Yeah, Speaker, though committee members, and then the listening audience, although the presenters, though, Mr. Vicente, then thank you for this time. I appreciate the information that was presented, and then the Q&A to the presenters, though, to my colleagues, as advocates, as representatives of our constituents in all 110 chapters. Our legislative districts, that's who we represent and advocate for. We know the conditions out there, the situations, the issues and concerns from our districts, and that's based on that. That's how we present our concerns or questions, and following that is our advocacy. In early 2000, around 2002, 2003, some of the communities out in our area, Western Agency, were approached by companies, wireless companies, to get approval for land leases to build cell towers. So that's like 18 years ago. Just thinking about that, we had 18 years of infrastructure development in our communities, telecommunication or wireless infrastructure development. Today we're talking about broadband infrastructure development. But gotta think back also in the early days of this wireless technology as it was introduced to Navajo communities. Today it's part of the landscape, and I am sitting here thinking this is the future. We want more infrastructure that would be lasting, infrastructure that would be serving more and more people, more Navajo people. Although infrastructure that would help support growth and development of our communities, our nation.
back 18 years ago, I happened to hear some of the presentations by cell phone companies that came to local chapters when they were seeking support and approval for land leasing to build their cell towers. Today, those cell towers are there; they're of service to the areas. But along with the requests for support and approval from the local chapters, what was said was that their cell phone towers, the ones that gave the presentations at that time, they put forth the idea that there could be technology plans developed, along with the local chapters. So this would be a partnership between the cell phone companies and the local chapters, sitting down and formulating and drafting and establishing local technology plans. Without need. So today, that still hasn't happened. As we're talking here today, this afternoon, I think that we have to go back to that, helping local communities formulate technology plans. If that's in the works, fine. Then I think leadership could be given or shown what kinds of plans are being put in place. Otherwise, we can spend the next few years talking about infrastructure development for broadband, wireless communication. No, I think the key also is to have the local communities be part of this planning. Mr. Vicente, I don't know if it could be a question or just a comment, but as the regulatory office, you are in a position to require such things happen, such things be put in place at local communities, especially those providers that come from private sector. They want to do business in this area, they could be required to provide local technology plans to those on, because that was the idea back 2002, 2003. Cell phone companies wanting to come do business, and they said they could help with technology planning for that community, those host communities. Cell phone towers still there's no local input, local recommendations, local plans in place for more technology. So if you can help me think through how that can happen, if that's work in progress, then I would be okay with that, certainly. Mr. Speaker, Chair of NABI. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. Let me go back to Mr. Vicente. Mr. Vicente, floor is yours.
Yeah, Speaker. Delegate Elmer Begay. So as far as the project, especially with Aquila, I think as far as the broadband planning that's been completed, as far as the tools, if you will, I think as far as the broadband planning, they're just trying to identify and plot out the best solution to provide the internet access to folks in the community that the assessment was completed with. So as far as the tools necessary, I mean, as far as the GIS, as well as the, basically the GIS information that they need to compile it, that's something that we can definitely rely on and use. But as far as the GIS information, like and I'm trying to better understand the question again, as far as the technological aspect, as far as like the checking the quality of service, that's when we could actually work with the service provider to check the quality of service with them. But as far as having the technological tools, if you will, I think the only thing that we're working towards with this office is trying to find a compliance enforcement officer, as far as getting that individual set, because that skill set that's going to come with that, it's going to be quite unique from many different positions. So that's something that we're working towards with in conjunction with land department, because again, the tools necessary for the job, if they're going to use like a spectrum analyzer, that's something that's definitely an opportunity for down the road as far as specialized tools and resources. So I hope that kind of answers the question that you had. Vice Chair Walker, thank you for the question. I guess as far as the local plans, one of the things I would definitely encourage, and if the communities, something similar to like the community that Elmer Begay's was covered with Aquila, or Delegate Nathaniel Brown with Kayenta. Those two locations, as big as they were, as far as finding a broadband planning assessment, that's something ideal if you have the population density as the communities they represent is something in line with the amount of that population. As far as the requirements, as far as trying to get the service providers to complete these assessments, it's something that we can definitely talk about, because as the regulations right now are being overhauled for the towers, the tower regulations within NNTRC are literally being overhauled right now. So as part of the dialogue for that to be something that you want to consider, by all means, we can definitely see about getting that in front of the commissioners for their consideration. So as far as the local telephone plans, that's definitely something that might be plausible based around the regulations that are being updated right now. So we can definitely circle back around to that. I'll send you an email with my phone number right now. And that's all I have for right now, Speaker. Thank you.
Speaker, follow-up question, Delegate Begay.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, time now is 3:22, and we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 presentations to continue on down. Just as a reminder. That, Honorable Elmer Begay, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Though I wanted Mr. Becenti too. Going back to the question that I posed is, I think the most important thing regarding this broadband, the bailout, is the quality control to ensure the vendors are provided what they are being paid to do, and to validate the professional services, to make sure that there's a professional service out there for the people, for the Navajo people. So, and then also back to Mr. Walker, Delegate Walker, there's going to be one tower, the one that Aquila made assessment is Lehuyertas. That bridge on the whole behind, there's going to be a tower that's going to be coming back into Dalcon. So from there into it can go to southwest part of the reservation from there, because the one that we're coming in is from the border town of Winslow. So I think what Mr. Becenti can elaborate more is that they have the map. So I think that Aquila can do the assessment for the southwest part of the reservation into Bird Spring and Loop and Tanani Lake with the mappings that they have. My question goes to Mr. Becenti. I'm not sure how, because we're closer to the reservation, the border town, of Winslow and Holbrook. So are you working with the counties? Right now we have the counties that we're working closely with is the Navajo County, and I know that I'm not sure how you are coordinating with the counties, because right now the way the studies or assessments done was bringing in the from the broadband or the fiber that's been used coming to the reservation is from Winslow. So this one thing that we want to know if you're working with counties, and because we have Winslow high schools, and they have a dormitory over there, and then also the residentials over at Holbrook. They live on the reservation. Then all the reservation students are being taken. They have a bus run. They do. So we're mostly working with Winslow and high school, Winslow and then Holbrook school districts. So. So that's what my questions for Mr. Vicente.
Thank you, Honorable Albert Begay. With that, any other comments or questions at this time for the Telecommunications Commission? Not, let me go back to you, Mr. Vicente.
Yeah, Speaker. Delegate Albert Begay, as far as your question is with working with the counties, with that particular question, I think as far as the most we've been working with Supervisor Fowler on one of the projects that I know she was kicking off was trying to get some of the communities to work with Starlink. And that's one of the last projects that we're working on with her in conjunction with some of the E-rate projects that she was trying to work with, because I know she was trying to get some of the fiber in a collaborative project with including Hopi as well. So that's something that we were working with Supervisor Fowler. And then as far as the other county, one of the counties we're trying to meet with, and I have yet to actually even establish this connection, but one of the sheriff's office, and this is just something that was brought up regarding the P25 project with the two-way radio network. That's something that was brought up because public safety indicated that I believe the sheriff's department is still utilizing their analog radio system. And if Navajo Nation decides to migrate over to P25, it could create some issues as far as interoperability between the analog and the P25 radio network. So that's something we're definitely working towards and discussing. But one of the other additional things is we're working with our state partners as well. Arizona DPS. Let's see. I did receive an email request for Kevin Rogers from Arizona DPS to discuss the communications as far as the interoperability again. So that's something we're definitely working on in conjunction with multiple projects. So that's essentially what I have for right now, as far as working with the counties, including the state.
Thank you. My colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time? Once, and twice, and 3 times. Thank you very much, Mr. Vicente, for being here with us, and thank you very much for that presentation in regards to the overall master plan, I guess, and the collaboration that's being led by your department, and the understanding that there's still those moving pieces that need to be finalized. But I know in that presentation that you sent out, there is those viable breakdowns. So if there's any further recommendations, I know one of the big things that was recommended too was who's going to be leading the effort on this. And when we do put the formal expenditure plan together, I think that's at that point we'll go ahead and finalize that lead agent on these dollars, and that'll be critical in order for that expenditure plan to be approved by the council and ultimately sent over to the president for final approval. So again, thank you very much for being here. I know you'll probably be continuing to listen on this discussion. So without further ado, colleagues, let's go on down to item number C, Choice Wireless, which is a branch under Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. So Choice Wireless, I don't know who's speaking on behalf of the organization. I had to press *6. Choice Wireless. There was a presentation that was sent out to them by them at 10:23 a.m. this morning. Went twice. Choice Wireless going 3 times. We'll reach out to Choice Wireless. Maybe we'll come back on. Moving on down, item number D, Sacred Winds. Mr. Tico, I don't know if you're on the line or anybody else from Sacred Wind Communication. Was there a presentation that was? There was a presentation that was sent out to as well. What? Okay.
Get off of mute.
That.
Hello, Speaker Damon. This is Ross Moore with NTUA.
Sacred Wind. That they sent out. There's, did you send that one up? Sacred Wind?
I sent it to you this morning. Oh, NTUA is on the line. My apologies.
At 11:53, I'm sorry. About 11:53 that was sent out this morning for Sacred Wind, going twice on Sacred Winds. Went 3 times. That, moving on down. Item number E, Frontier Communication. Do we get anything from Frontier? I know that you've been working with the Navajo Nation cyber teams. I'm working with them. Frontier Communication, we didn't get anything. Went twice on Frontier.
Hello, Speaker Damon. This is NTUA.
Frontier Communication. That, I already called on NTUA. I'm going around the horn. The Navajo Nation Department of Dene Education. Item number F. Dodie, you on the line? Ms. Ghani, you and your team.
Good evening, Speaker Damon Yate. This is Mrs. Ghani.
Yes, floor is yours.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Speaker Damon. Ado Shanat Nosenigi members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you for obliging me in doing a presentation this evening. I have been listening in on conversation thus far from other presenters regarding broadband infrastructure and the proposals that are being presented. Shay Pat Ghani Unishiado, Department of the Net Education, ya Acting Superintendent, Shananish Ish. A Kokodojina by ya Atiko or Astoya, there's AD broadband infrastructure. Navajo Nation, the Neb Bikaya Baka Nahasto, Behadadon Neligi, Ajabahuinet. Koche Kodo Eya Bahasti do Latisto. Department of the Net Education Ultra, the Nakidnes not Dindo, Aunt Ego Eya Ultra Nailnish. A Kodi Ultra Nitalia, Anle Howado Eya Alchiniaj Ultra Haholjish. Satnache, March 2021 Nada Aje. Ako ilchiniyajet anet uhidol aligi ayo yego ben hiche nahot igoholjish. AD computers and linigi ilchinin deja ultratan nildo bichin khodalia. Ado Wi-Fi packs de linigi ilto AD nilche beshin tekhese. Ye adon naligi do yelhid de ligi Wi-Fi packs no hot alchiniajan de jaha. A hot ada ultra do da iltran halchine. A codi ben natchet big at the tado ban saha kes do kodonas hol ado hate yadi Navajo Nation hit that ninigi hate abe hadet onil AD adonant computers with reliable internet connectivity. Ako dekwigoshi eya bahaneko. Ekonza the whole jishtije. Ako iyasi bayashtkito lehigi eya di ARPA funding. Based on hitche kolyagi. Ehit achi don't need. Shikodo investment bedi nitle. Aniche Hait ago ya be it il naligi Ajaban sahakes. Ako middle mile project is nido last mile project. Ohot aba ahonizi through conversations with schools and then also having internal conversations here. As we continue to investigate how best Navajo Nation can get its footing for a broadband infrastructure for the future of Navajo Nation, the education of students, the health sector, and then also the common businesses to make sure that there is reliable internet in place so that we don't have educational disparities. Jo AD ARPA funding ziklinigi hit abesochido ilbe be hot igi to close the educational disparities. Ochot ya behazania na kidamodo wishte that's ochot yisi ben hilchahod. With that new information as to what the allowable costs are under the ARPA funds coming to Navajo Nation, we want to be able to emphasize and advocate for the closure of that educational disparity for our students across Navajo Nation. So having said that, the middle mile projects, the fiber optic lines, the ultradanin do na behob nahas so bakaat and nasta doldil. Di ultradanin do zel in ado chiyan dahani ado fuel stations. Akhudat ehigi be iyisi donant ago ya be chit on nashigi. Ajbe kadanit in the Kodo Department of the Net Education. Ado decree de shimba ya otye the underserved and unserved communities yisne. By virtue of our beautiful landscape here on Navajo Nation, we have some communities and homes of our citizens who can't be reached with these towers that have been erected across Navajo Nation. As adi internet certain homes still don't have the ability to catch the airwaves. And so therefore our students don't have equal access to education. This is the this past school year. So how best do we address that? Department of the Net Education on behalf of all schools has an interest to advocate for this backbone of network capabilities that we need to lay the foundation for, which I believe is the fiber optic lines to be installed across Navajo Nation. The last mile services that also has been spoken to today from numerous presenters and comments having been made relate to the devices AAD internet band on the Shinda Jahigi laptops or tablets. The subscriptions to pay for that service for connection nigi, they're available through subsidies. Some of these Wi-Fi packs that are out there, those are temporary services to gain access to online services for our students. So how best do we create that infrastructure bill so that we have the ability to continue to expand using reliable connection going forward? So I wanted to portray the understanding that I have from Department of the Net Education where it relates to middle mile projects and the last mile project. And so the infrastructure, as was presented by the Navajo Nation Cyber Team in this morning's presentation, speaks to building that backbone. We want internet access for educational equality. And the backbone for that is a reliable fiber optic line installation. Naabik'íyáti, laptops do Chromebooks dan de jahigi ajigi network. The reliability and stability for having access to those services. So I just wanted to convey my support in helping understand the need for closure of educational disparities here on Navajo Nation. I mentioned that we work with 200 plus different kinds of schools with different jurisdictional oversights across Navajo Nation. So we have to be supportive by way of an infrastructure that will allow student equal access. The three channels that were also spoken about by a number of people, I also wanted to have an opportunity to weigh in on that from the perspective of education as well. AAD, three channels. There is a channel of 45.5 megahertz, 50.5 megahertz, 17.5 megahertz. AD Sacred Winds do NTUA wireless, 50.5 megahertz. So any other entity, any other program, such as Department of the Net Education or schools, Department of Public Safety, or the health sector, they have to contend for airspace, if you will, for the 17.5 megahertz with the allocation that has been made. So having learned that there are no contracts yet in place and that there is no performance that has been done, there is an opportune situation for us to have a swap of the allocation of those channels. I think it's important that we have a reserve for the 50.5 megahertz channel versus 17.5. I believe that also online learning is a viable option for families for the foreseeable future. And as the nation continues to address recovery from the pandemic, we truly have seen the value in having reliable internet access during these challenging past months. So I think it's important that we are fully aware of the assets that Navajo Nation has, and to be able to reserve those assets and maintain the assets for the Navajo Nation. We have much building that we need to do. So rather than farm out some of these assets that we have to service providers who can in turn sell these services to our people with no financial return or oversight or ownership of these assets that Navajo Nation currently has. I think it's important that we place those points into consideration as we go forward. We have to support public safety to be able to tap into reliable communication systems so that wherever they are on Navajo Nation, the policemen have an opportunity and for their safety be able to call in. Schools need to be able to communicate with one another, definitely with Department of Education. Now, there are a few things that have been shared. Towers to be installed across Navajo Nation for the underserved or unserved areas. And there may be opportunities to do that. That might be the best given where the current towers are located. The Navajo Nation Cyber Team presentation included where the towers currently are and the radius of coverage that it currently has. And so we need to continue to work with our communities to identify those areas that currently still don't have reliable internet connection, and to provide the best way that we can get those communities connected. There's Starlink that has also been mentioned, which I think is an ascension of a blimp-like gadget that would allow through satellite an internet connection for families across Navajo Nation as well. Based on having heard a presentation around that, that is still very much in a pilot stage. So to make an investment in that service at this time for something that we don't know whether it will work or not, I think the nation needs to also place that into consideration as we're talking about where we channel the ARPA funds for an establishment of a reliable infrastructure for broadband access for families. I wanted to share my insight for those points as we look at the best interest of our schools and Department of Education. We also presented to Council a couple months ago the initial presentations that were made around ARPA budget proposals. At that time, Dodie presented around a project that we believe is very critical and predicated by the broadband infrastructure. Dodie has been working to be a responsive entity to all of our 200 plus schools on Navajo Nation. We even had an outreach and continue to have a working relationship with schools off the nation those schools that serve our Navajo students. And so going forward, as part of building infrastructure and capabilities of Department of the Net Education, we continue to have an emphasis on working towards becoming an established state education agency. With that work, we really need a reliable internet capability so that we have the school's database for students' information, to be able to speak to a data repository system internally at Department of the Net Education. The past months have been challenging because we don't have ready access to student information. We need data to be able to respond to the situations that our schools are experiencing. So as part of recovery and planning for the future of Navajo Nation and having the ability to respond to emergency situations in the future, I ask that we continue to have in mind the budget proposal that we have for the Navajo Education Information System, NEIS. 6 million for year 1, year 2, and year 3. There was a breakdown that we shared with council at that original and initial presentation. And I ask that we have consideration for broadband because this project is predicated by having a solid infrastructure in place for Department of the Net Education to fulfill its responsibilities to schools and under the auspices and umbrella of tribal sovereignty. So I leave those comments and supporting statements for broadband infrastructure with you tonight. As was mentioned by Mr. Joe Carrella earlier in his presentation, Department of the Net Education has been instrumental in securing $53 million in E-rate. That AAD chapter house Navajo Head Start Center across Navajo Nation. AAD broadband fiber optic lines that nas tatol deligi Shaban Taskes go eya khaledi ohotza Aidan Aje da scared go AD fiber optic lines ahel belko bita dejnish. We have an opportunity to piggyback off of that project to extend the fiber optic lines so that the nation owns the broadband infrastructure here on Navajo. So I wanted to leave those comments and my thoughts for broadband infrastructure with council. I appreciate the thoughtful questions that you pose for all presenters. I've been listening in on your thoughtful responses to the presenters who have come before you today. And I also wanted to have Mr. Carrella provide some further additions and comments in support of NEIS and where I pose these recommendations and the need for infrastructure that supports the spectrum that would be necessary to support the projects that we foresee from Department of the Net Education. I do want to yield some time to Mr. Joe Carrella to also add. Joe?
Thank you, Superintendent Ghani, and again, good afternoon to all members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I think an important predicate, as Superintendent Ghani outlines, is the NEIS data warehouse planning. It is critical, if I may, it is critical as part of DOTI's efforts to become a state education facility. I'm not sure if I have that phrase exactly correct, but DOTI is trying to become a statewide education department. Is that correct, Ms. Ghani?
Yes, sir.
And therefore, this NEIS strategy is a foundation for capturing data from all schools, not only Doty schools, but tracking development of individuals, what the performance is by schools. To be able to have those metrics is critical for Doty to continue on its path to evolve as a state education facility. However, all of that is predicated on the ability to reliably collect and aggregate data to permit analysis, and that relies upon broadband. Brent Nelson of Doty and I have spoken with Superintendent Ghani. The need for resolving any education disparities, as we've seen, which is so flagrant on the nation, needs to be resolved. We had a meeting earlier this week that I mentioned in the Navajo Cyber Team presentation among the Division of Public Safety, among Doty, and among NNTRC. And we will shortly be scheduling a meeting with NNTRC and all of the commissioners to talk about what the most appropriate allocation for those channels might be. I appreciate the additional information that Executive Director Vicente shared on why the decisions were made, but there may be other conversations that need to be had. We want to vet this for the greater good of the Navajo Nation. Again, the proposed swap of those channels enables not only public safety to have potentially greater bandwidth, but for Doty, DCD, and maybe other divisions of the Navajo Nation. So the support for the Middle Mile Network is critical. The support for an equitable wireless solution for education in order not only to enable education, but to enable Doty to continue on its path to evolve to a state-supported Department of Education. I yield back. Thank you, Superintendent Ghani, Speaker, and Council.
Thank you, Joe, for those additional comments and context that you add to my statements. I yield back my time to you, Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much, Ms. Connie. And I know you've been working together with the cyber team, and we're trying to identify that. So this is probably might be going a second overview on some of these things. But I just wanted to make sure if there was any comments, questions from my colleagues that you heard from them. So let me go to the floor. And at this time, I don't have anybody else in the queue, but is there a question? Maybe I know that one of the follow-ups was that I know there was some overlap, huge overlap with some of these programs too. So some of those questions might have been answered already by the cyber team or even by Mr. Chris Setti as well. So also, any comments, questions for Navajo Nation Department of Education? Floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and especially Shema, Ms. Graham. Ko koto ni hiche peshma ana hiche ya ano na pot atiki to ba banache ba ba ko hin ki na haki ajin son hiche ni hiche windla ko what I am getting to from here forth, I guess, is the collaboration effort with the Navajo Nation Cyber Team, and not to be working in silos, so that everybody is at the table. And after education, into UA and who else is going to be at the table? Your portion is very, very important. So that can I go through the eyes of the Navajo Nation education system. So that I get la technique go I did accept and that I get where it's economically feasible, where you have the justification of your educational hub zones, and especially with the communities that have multiple schools within their communities, to try to support the need of this infrastructure there for that purpose, and also for our college students, out there. I really appreciate NTUA and Verizon Wireless for submitting some sort of free wireless for our Navajo students who are going to college there at the local level. And speaking to my community, the areas that were set up was at the chapter house and at the Tuba City Fairgrounds, and you saw high school students, you saw college students parked there doing their assignments and doing their work to try to be on the call for school. And with your pitch to your requests and to your plan as a design to be at a broader level across the Navajo Nation, I do support the need that we need to really get infrastructure in place for these purposes. Also NTU and the college is going to be on the list. As a entity of the Navajo Nation Education Department. College, instead of working in silos, I think that would really gear and draw up support at the council level to fund you guys. Learning the life lessons and learning these courses through school. And I really appreciate your report to the council. During the pandemic, there's college students that were going to school at the NAU who had to sit outside the chapter houses to get services. But again, I appreciate it, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions at this time? Everybody else in the queue.
Speaker Damon, Delegate Rick Nez, request to speak, sir.
Go ahead, Chairman. Good afternoon. Floor is yours.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker Damon. Hello, Bishbon. Hello, Dodi. Zgani, thank you. Kro Bahen Zigi 17.5 megahertz versus the 50.5 megahertz. Then they go behind Zigish. Are you requesting the change there? Aquagish Lanash and of Sangotan Arjan Harchin Dash Kajigi Beniget at 50.5 Eben and the Deshkil. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go back to Muscani. Any response? Muscani, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, for yielding the time back to me. And then also honorable delegates, Naidol Kadigi. First, the comments and question posed by Chanele, Delegate Otoso, and then stating your concerns for communities that serve multiple schools. Jot di the benahasto baka yat is the quishi entities and the andle chidip betho inahaka nahas angoda ado ultata danil. Because towers does ahigi, it only carries so much strength to be able to have X number of devices to connect. Online. Some were able to catch a 2-bar signal. More than 2 bars is actually required and needed for students to be able to download documents and upload documents. If we only utilize that and we continue to expand our services through internet, it doesn't meet our needs. Indeed, it's important to look at a foundational infrastructure. Di ashi ani the qui dol kasti behadon laying the fiber optic lines. However, that is the best investment that the nation should consider. You can add to that, multiple entities can connect, and it's an asset that the nation has for the foreseeable future. So I just wanted to respond to that and to provide that context of the internet connection and capabilities that our students require. And Shanalit, as you asked the question, has Dodi worked with tribal colleges and universities to develop this plan? The college do Navajo Technical University, a charter ilya, a asatihan, so she aja the governance halon do beso, ikahat inigi aja. Abehan so she yek in the da a charter ilya gibenache. Ako nihi kodo a Navajo Nation binch ked gi at and kikayap lahot so igi highlight a yadi infrastructure be nikil the don nitla. Jati nas hodesh eight is a yego bena anish. We actually are behind as a nation in terms of our students' capabilities and access technology in their learning. There has been a change in the most recent past. Technology standards in Tindi across schools across the United States, where students use technology to access learning. They are expected to use these devices to show their learning, to demonstrate their learning. So if you can see that evolvement that has taken shape, where technology and its use and its applicability in education is concerned. So we're behind. And so that's why I feel very passionately and strongly about the need to have Navajo Nation have its infrastructure in place so that wherever our students are at here on Navajo, that their access to quality information, the ability to access information using the World Wide Web does not end when they leave a school building. That learning should be accessible and available as a resource to our students in the comfort of their home. AD homework gap, the initiatives are in place. So I just wanted to bring that back forward. And I hope that answers your question, Shanalit, Honorable Delegate Otoso. Adonana Esto. Shiyaj, Mr. Ricknez, thank you for your question. Yes, you ask if I'm requesting for a change in the swap of these allocations of the spectrum. I believe that Navajo Nation should retain its assets and allow the ability for entities to also access this broadband space, rather than us being limited to 17.5 megahertz. We should be able to utilize and access 50.5. So that is my request and for support from council. I hope that answers the questions that have been posed. I yield my time back to you, Speaker Damon.
Ms. Speaker, Superintendent Ghani, this is Joe Corella one more time. If I may add to Superintendent Ghani's responses to Honorable Delegate Orozco, we will include in our written Navajo Cyber Team responses the recommendation for how we will work together to eliminate silos. And second, I want to comment that Ms. Ghani's statements on investing in assets for the long term is very important comment. The subsidies are temporary. They will fade out and leave the affordability gap a problem for households. So I think on balance, the recommendation would be to invest in tangible assets with a long life rather than leveraging subsidies that disappear shortly. To Honorable Rick Nez, I would reinforce, some of us believe that that swap should take place. What we certainly would like to have is that working session within NTRC and the respective commissioners to make sure that all the facts are on the table and we can make the best decision for the Navajo Nation on what its needs are, as well as what the service providers' needs are. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other comments, questions for Navajo Nation Department of Diné Education at this time?
Speaker, this is Dalga Begay.
Honorable Elmer Begay, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Yeah, Speaker, I don't Sudo, Muscani, yet ito Kiado. I think it's just an Anigiga. Aje Olka, Aje not Asolado, Aje Dohot Atligi. Oh, yeah. Atlado, I just keep on the Olka Linigi to a grant schools and Lenigido BIE schools are Kojit Dalkan has Andido Arokaja a community that Nakedat Nikia public school Hashing Sogodon Halchin Dalka border town, but no, I don't like art and Jack Winslow though. Best in the Lord is a king who gets it are the Beltal that you oh, you did lately, the past year, I thought, not that. What other year, one to the Alcatla. Other created a load the house Kislinko. The Jindo today, we had the graduation, Chininda Istra. They starting summer school, non-Hanaholzis. Shingo the Altaki, Banada Hushiko, Ado, Hazo, Adagila, Ehud Hayako. I have only that as we went through pandemic, the evaluation part of it, though Hazo in next Ido, Yidigo in next Ido, Ado, Yahunzen. Though I don't Kate, not this kid that's all yedo that's ya monitor it do ya don't that quick ya hunzen ya nil tato ya hunzen it ya hunzen it to report li hagi that ya khadane la in khalchen leni how many students overall so for example because the public school kids that did not do well for their during the pandemic, during their online school classes, either on summer school. Do you know how many students the Navajo students from Southwest Point Reservation or on that list that are required to go back on to go on summer school to catch up with other assignments or for the academic level to catch up with that. Maybe how much percent did these kids didn't do well on the with their online classes or using the internet. Like I said, so now understanding that Holbrook and Winslow they started summer school. So I don't know who did the evaluation part of it. I don't know as you know that Dalcom chapter had their own assessment done by a company called Aquila. They actually work with the community. These companies went out to where the people live in the remote areas. They did the mapping. They have the tools for it. They people they don't have service out there. No, this is where they actually work with it, and then they actually work with the family there, saying that is it gonna be okay to set up a device here for wireless. I don't know that the consent that they let. Others we used it. We had to hire our own graders to do their job too out there. So this is how much we have that whole assessment done for the 5 chapters that I represent. We need your department to be actually working with us. I don't know who will be to work with us to support our kids that are on this internet services that live in the remote areas. You mentioned that underserved, not served. So this is what we the intent of this Aquila team. They did the assessment. Aquila has in Hikados was Ado Hinandasas Ando Olka, a Chenibilan Sudon Haho Agi, beginning in Aslado Ado Adi Adadi and Ordling Randasiagi. Ahoda in Hikados was in the yard and then he Ido Kiligi. All we're at the point where this assessment done is they made that design built a total assessment. They completed it. BIA that from that grant, they gave us the approval to go ahead and sink for funds. They went through the grant. I don't need to go. All we want is some funds to do that. ako I ko has angi to ya I khela podni la adogi khela de ya ni ka to so ot ado na ta ki so chong in test in do adon da chong in I baka cho pa hun tin I ko to has angi ko ere ko ben dis ki do le Speaker, that concludes my question.
Thank you. That, let me go back to Ms. Connie.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Honorable Delegate Begay. AD 5 chapters under your representation. The assessment that has been completed, I believe there was a lay of the land that was done to determine which families have access and which ones do not in those communities that you represent. So as I understand your comments and questions, Dodie is asked for support to obtain funding to move forward those assessment results to connect families. That's how I understand your comments and questions this evening. Please let me know if I'm in error in understanding your comments this evening. So as I want to address the series of questions that you pose, you spoke about the schools moving forth with offering summer school. الشنياجة آني كده إن تهيجي قلت خطناز نلقو ينها آله خليت يدي الشنياجة بالنات دون نشله إتهنال بنيه to remediate those skills of shortcoming for students. So I'm most certain that our schools have done that task, as is typical of school leaders. Department of the Education has not yet solicited the data from the schools at this point. Although they usually have X number of days after last day of school for posting of grades and all of that process. So recognizing that that's a process, we've not yet reached out to school partners to ask them for the data that you ask. We are interested in knowing how online learning has impacted our students. And one of the measures is, of course, how teachers and schools have identified a percentage of their student population who are in need of remedial supports after the school year has ended. Online learning has ANI legislation CO-84-20 So schools who are choosing to offer summer school for students who need remediation, they have to do that through online means. So it is still important at this time for families and students to have reliable internet service so that those students who have been identified for remedial services have reliable internet. So I hope that answers the question that you have. And I just wanted to kind of bring that full circle as well as we're talking about the exchange of data. Information, it takes time. So it's kind of an example that we need to have a data system here at Navajo Nation. Lay student information systems within the schools. It can speak to one another. And we have the ability to draw down, for example, attendance and make comparisons. Way last year, how many students had X number of absences, comparing that to this current school year. Those are ways that you analyze information. But at present time, we don't have that capability for a system to speak to all of the schools' student information systems. And that's why it's important that Dodi established that Navajo Education Information System, and then for the nation to have a solid broadband infrastructure as well, so we have that capability. You know, you all ask great questions. You're inquisitive, but we need to be able to have those tools at hand to give you the information that we need. When you find out this many students didn't do so well, this is how many students are in need of remedial services. So right now, we work through email. Sometimes we don't have an immediate reply or response from school leadership. So I just wanted to respond with that comment at this time. And then also, as I understand the ARPA funding, I appreciate your forward thinking in having an assessment done of the 5 communities that you serve. And so for funding purposes, as I understand ARPA dollars, one application is to be submitted on behalf of Navajo Nation. AD under the umbrella of an allowable cost, closing the educational disparities and addressing the educational disparities. We have to think about the investment on the Navajo Nation's part and leadership, and what will yield the greatest benefit for the entirety of Navajo Nation. So as was mentioned, you know, we have to move away from working in a compartmentalized way. And so I close by saying that we need to have a unified approach and understanding as to how we can appropriate these ARPA dollars that will yield the greatest benefit for the entirety of Navajo Nation students and families where broadband is concerned. Thank you very much again for your questions, honorable members of 24th Navajo Nation Council. I yield the floor back to you, Speaker Damon.
Thank you. Right, colleagues, time now is 4:27 p.m. Just a reminder, we still have a couple more presentations. I do have Honorable Yellow Hair in the queue at this time. Well, Honorable Yellow Hair, the floor is yours. Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair going twice. Honorable Yellow Hair going 3 times. Right,
Okay,
colleagues,
I'm
are there
on the
any
line now.
other comments, questions, colleagues, at this time?
I'm on the line now. I was on mute and I was talking to Education Auditor General's office. Speaker, I'm back on the line back right now.
Honorable Yellow Hair, the floor is yours.
Okay, I shared now. Shanat Ani, Speaker, and also Mashanat 24th Navajo Nation Council. The report coming from the Muscani from the Net Education, I support 100%, and we all support it. There is a need for our education for our kids who will be kindergarten and up to 12th grade graduations coming year, and they've done their job accomplishments. Even the college student, we always talk about homework. This one here, I support it. Let's support it. She needs our help. What else are we going to do? Let's support it. Let's take care of it, for education is number 1. Thank you very much, Speaker. We should support it now and take care of it right now. Speaker, and thank you, Ms. Ghani. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Let's vote.
Going twice. Going 3 times. Thank you very much, Ms. Ghani, for being here with us this afternoon and explaining the whole update there, and then just having that report as well. So let's continue on down, colleagues, as we have next item number G, Arcadian Infracom.
Thank you, Speaker. Dan Davis here, CEO of Arcadian Infracom. I appreciate the opportunity to present today. I believe the deck was sent out. Have most people received that?
Yes, that was sent out, colleagues, 10:30 this morning.
Very good.
So,
very good.
You're live up on the screen, so floor is yours.
Thank you. Many of you I've spoken with over the past 3 years as Arcadian has been developing its network and about to start construction this summer. So I thank you, all of you, for your support over the last 3 years who I've gotten to meet. Some of you I'm meeting for the first time today. So I'll try to give those of you who haven't had a chance to learn about Arcadian, try to give you enough information to understand kind of what Arcadian is and is not today, and provide a lot of opportunity for questions at the end. I know it's late in the day, so I'll try to move rapidly through the material and get to the questions. Today I'm going to try to explain kind of who is Arcadian, who are our people, what is our business, and what are our motivations and mission. And those are very important, and that's really what brings us here into the Navajo Nation. I'll give you a short history of the Arcadian project, explain to you kind of how Arcadian fits into the broadband ecosystem. As I've listened over the last few hours to a lot of the questions, I am sensitive that this telecom ecosystem is very confusing. If it seems confusing to most folks, it's only because it is. Overall, what you find is there are a lot of different players to get broadband down into your home and business. There are a lot of us, and we all do very narrow things, and we all have to work together to create the whole solution. And that can be very confusing. You think kind of one party can, create the global backbone and bring it all the way down into your home. It's not how our ecosystem in communications works. Everyone does very narrow things. We all have to work with each other. So if you're doing something very new, like we are in Navajo Nation, you need a lot of different players at the table working together. And so I think that explains maybe some of the frustration, honestly, that I think we're all having here in really moving, really moving the needle on broadband here in Navajo Nation. I also want you to walk away with an understanding of what you can expect from Arcadian as we move forward with our first fiber construction project as we kick it off this summer. So we'll just kind of launch right into the deck. A little bit of background here. So Arcadian is a group of industry veterans from the telecom ecosystem. Most of us have at least 20 years experience in doing what we're doing. Some of us 40, 45 years. We built many fiber networks. We all came back together for kind of one last hurrah under Arcadian to build a brand new internet backbone fiber routes in the US. We're a privately funded company, but we have different kind of investors than many people have. Our investors believe in not just making money. Certainly they want to make money for their investors, but they also believe in making a difference in the world as we do our business. And that's what's really different about Arcadian. You can make money, you can do well financially while doing good for the people in the world around you. It's something that is very deeply ingrained in our culture at Arcadian. As a business matter, what do we do? So we build fiber. We put fiber in the ground. We put, these crazy plastic pipes in the ground. It's not very interesting when you look at it. It's this crazy plastic pipe. You open up the ground, put the plastic pipe in, Put the fiber cable in the plastic pipe, that's it. For those of you who can see video, that's the global backbone. There's not that much to it at the end of the day. That's it. That's the global backbone that snakes will snake across Navajo Nation, across the United States, and goes under the ocean. And that's it. That's the backbone I was holding in my hand. That's as big as it is. What do we do with it? What do our customers do with it? We build these long haul routes between major markets, Phoenix and Salt Lake, Phoenix and Denver, LA and Dallas, for a couple of kinds of customers. First customers are kind of large global cloud companies, technology companies, Microsoft, Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Google, and they're just connecting their data centers in Salt Lake City to the data centers in Phoenix or Albuquerque or LA. That's one set of customers. So very large, sophisticated customers. And they just need to connect those data centers with very high capacity bandwidth to make their data centers work with one another. Then we have a second set of customers, which are more interesting for today's conversation: telephone companies, wireless companies, and cable companies. And they do something very different. They have local businesses in the communities along where we're going to build our route. They connect those communities back to the endpoints of our route to get onto the global backbone. So when you think about what we are doing, we're actually creating new backbone connections between the major markets in the US. We're building through areas that have not been built through before. Why would you build these new, so you understand why we do what we do? Why would you build new ones? Isn't there enough capacity? It's not about capacity. If you have $1 billion data center in Salt Lake and $1 billion data center in Phoenix, it's kind of important that they stay connected to the global backbone, right? Data centers are connected by that thing I just held up in my hand, that little fiber cable. It's about less than a ½ inch around. Those get cut all the time. Backhoes, people putting in pools, fence posts, gets cut all the time. Those data centers need to have 3, 4, 5 different connections between every data center for them to stay on the internet and the internet to stay up, and for us all to watch those compelling cat videos that we watch. That's what we do, building new long haul fiber routes, connecting data centers, connecting markets, and creating more resiliency in the global backbone. It's a very capital intensive business. We'll spend $100,000 to $300,000 a mile in this area of the country putting the fiber underground. So it's a very sales driven, very financially intensive business. We're here to make money for our investors. Why else would you spend hundreds of millions of dollars putting this stuff in the ground? So we have to get customers first. We have enough customers, then we start the construction. So yeah, very typical business model. Sales first, sales fund, business plan, then you kind of build the fiber. As I said, it's $100,000 to $300,000 a mile to build this, depending on basically how much rock you're moving through. Just to give you a sense, the Salt Lake to Phoenix route will cost just under $90 million. The Tuba City to Denver route alone will cost $100 million. LA to Dallas will cost $200 million. So it's extremely expensive. So you really have to be careful in how you spend your money to make the business plans work to build this extremely expensive asset. There's not a lot of room for mistakes here. The other thing I want you to understand is we're a private company, but we have this strange business where we put this fiber in the ground. This fiber's, for those of you who can kind of see the video, it's this little black cable. It literally is less than a ½ inch around. There's 432 fibers in this cable. Hard to imagine. They're finer than a human hair. And people buy strands of fiber from us 20 years at a time to connect their data centers or connect their rural markets, tribal markets back to the major markets where the global backbone is. My job is to sell as many of these strands as I can to as many people who buy them. There's nobody that we won't sell to. And that's what's really unusual about us when you think about it. So we put this fiber in the ground, we put hundreds, we'll eventually put thousands of fibers in the ground. And my job is to enable everyone to use it. That's how I make money. Like I said, we are naturally aligned. I heard some interesting conversation earlier today on an open network approach. My business plan is an open network approach. My job is to get these fibers sold to as many different companies on that route as possible. You won't find that anywhere else in our ecosystem, where my job is to actually create competition along the route. We naturally create competition that all the communities we move through will benefit from, whether it's a Navajo Nation or a state or a federal government. When we use their rights of way, my job, I actually use very little of this fiber for my own purposes. My job is to sell these fibers to everybody, every telco, every cable co, so they can then do business along the markets. So we say that again. Our job is to sell as many fibers as possible and create as much competition within the communities that we serve. That's what's unusual about our business model. So in that way, we enable everyone, quite frankly, to compete with everyone else who are our customers. So it's kind of an odd business model at the end of the day. So for those of you who can see the screen, I actually added one more slide here since we sent out the presentation this morning. So for those of you who can't see the screen, it's a map of the United States with some black squiggly lines all over it coast to coast that represent the existing internet backbone. And what you'll notice is there's giant areas of the country that have no backbone through them. So for example, Phoenix traffic gets to Salt Lake City already, but Phoenix traffic goes to LA, and then it goes to Vegas, and then it goes to Salt Lake. Phoenix traffic gets to Denver, it just goes to, it goes to El Paso, then basically Albuquerque, and then to Denver. It doesn't go directly. We couldn't get it built. We couldn't get the rights of way we needed when people like me built this 25 years ago. Or there was easier, less expensive rights of way back then. And so there are giant areas of the country that are where the communities in these big holes, we call them kind of fiber deserts, unconnected countries, unconnected communities. All these communities in these big areas without backbones running through them, that's where the rural and tribal broadband problem is. In my mind, having been at this 30 plus years, the rural market, the tribal market broadband problem is very, very simple. You've got a point on the map, which is a community. I grew up in rural Illinois, 654 people in Pleasant Plains, Illinois. That was as big as the community as I was in. It was 150 miles from the nearest internet backbone. To get good connectivity, as everybody on this phone has experienced, to get good connectivity in your community, you have to have a direct connection to that backbone. Well, it doesn't make economic sense in the private markets to connect Pleasant Plains, Illinois, or wherever, a small market, to build 150 miles at 100,000 a mile to connect 654 people. That's why we have the rural and tribal broadband problem that we have. There's too much distance between existing backbones and some of these rural communities. So when we built the Arcadian business plan, what I realized is, look, it's really simple problem. Small community, point on the map, too far from backbone to make economic sense to build from the small market to the existing backbones, to get connected, to have a high-speed, affordable bandwidth. Can I move the market? No, I can't move the market, right? What do you have to do? If you want these two things closer together, if you want the dot closer to the line, I can't move the dot, I have to move the line. That's where Arcadian comes in. As I'm building new backbones, I build through the places that have never been built before and solve the broadband problem. So it's a natural outcome of what we do for the very large companies on the planet, connecting their data centers in diverse ways. It's a very natural outcome for us to solve the small market broadband problem along our route. And that's what's really important to us. That's what's really different about Arcadian. That brought Navajo Nation. So the project Navajo Nation, high level overview. We've been working with the Navajo since 2018. Some folks in Navajo came to in 2018, as many of you know, when Navajo generating station was being turned down. We were told, look, can you turn this kind of this power plant? Can you turn this power plant into a data center? And so, we looked at that and we said, well, that is an interesting opportunity. However, that place where you want to put a data center is hundreds of miles from the backbone. So I have to solve the fiber problem first through the Navajo Nation. That's how Arcadian was born. So we worked with Navajo Nation and through 2018, had some original legislation passed at the end of 2018. It was then updated later through some amended legislation in 2020. And that kind of brings us to today. So we've been at this about 3 years, working with Navajo Nation, developing the routes, selling fiber on the routes that'll support this very expensive capital project. So we approached the Navajo Nation partnership a bit different as well. And this is not about just using rights of way. We really wanted Navajo Nation as a project partner in this. And so if you look at what we ended up providing Navajo Nation, it's very intense. We very intently created, we're basically using long-haul fiber as an economic development tool for the Navajo Nation. So by bringing the backbone through with all the customers that we're going to have, all the major global customers, Microsoft, Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Google, AT&T, Verizon, all those, by bringing their network through your backyard, we believe that will bring a lot of economic opportunity that you don't currently have. So it's not just about getting fiber in the ground. Anybody can throw fiber in the ground. Right? You could build from one edge of the Navajo Nation to the other and stop. But the internet doesn't just show up when you throw fiber in the ground. That fiber has to get connected to the nearest backbone, which is another couple hundred or so miles away. I use a lot of analogies. I'm a former engineer, a very visual thinker. Putting fiber, that isn't connected to the backbone, just building from one edge of Navajo Nation to the other is like building a bridge in the middle of the ocean. It's going to be a nice ride until you get to the edge, and it's going to be an abrupt stop. You've got to get the fiber that you're building connected back to the existing global backbones, which is your nearest points are, Albuquerque, but it's not really a backbone area, is Phoenix, Salt Lake, and Denver. So that's why when you look at what we're building Phoenix, Salt Lake, Phoenix, Denver, LA, Dallas. So all those routes traverse very purposefully Navajo Nation. So Navajo Nation is not a customer of ours. We don't look at you as a right-of-way provider. You're a partner. That's why we constructed the compensation for use of the rights-of-way the way we did. So if you look at kind of what we provided, so it's not just a right-of-way fee we're paying. So there's kind of three major components of the deal that was crafted with a lot of work by some folks back in 2018, and then improved in 2020, a great deal. So we share 3% of the gross revenue that from all the services that go across the nation, pro rata, according to the number of miles that go through the nation. So it's not a per foot fee. As we're more successful and we sell more, Navajo Nation gets paid more. But we also wanted, it's very important in solving this problem for the Navajo Nation to have assets in the physical asset that we're building. So we provide dark fibers, everywhere in the nation that we build for use for your local networks or whatever it is that you might need. So it could be the backbone for your local networks, your regional. There's been a lot of talk of middle mile here. So we've already, when we're done, you'll build over 300 miles within Navajo Nation, just hand you dark fiber at no cost. You don't pay for the dark fiber. You don't even pay for maintaining it. If you build your own, then you're going to spend millions of dollars, as some folks know, just maintaining it every year. So dark fiber, we provide you don't pay for it up front. And for the lifetime of the fiber, which is 40, 60, 80, 100 years, you pay nothing to maintain it. We absorb all those maintenance costs. But that's not enough. You need to, so you'll have dark fiber and you'll have space in our buildings all over the Navajo Nation where we have them. But you really, remember what I said, you've got to get connected back to the existing backbones in Phoenix, Salt Lake, Denver, LA, Dallas. So every time we build through the Navajo Nation on one of our routes, we give you 400 gigabits of industrial capacity. This is not like the capacity I'm talking to you from my home office. When you get 400 gigabits from us, which is a lot, it's 400 gigabits, 24/7, 365, 100% yours. You don't share it with anybody. It's enterprise grade, carrier grade bandwidth. So you can, you really load that bandwidth up. You don't share it with anybody else like neighbors. You've got a local broadband in your neighborhood. If everybody uses it, the capacity goes down. That's not how this works. So it's carrier grade bandwidth. So at the end of the day, when we bring the 5 routes purposefully routed through Navajo Nation on our routes, when we're all done with this, you'll have 2 terabits of connectivity to 5 different markets. And that's what you want. Because when you have a connection from Navajo Nation at scale to these major markets, then when you go to buy your internet services to then distribute on the nation, you'll pay a fraction of what you're paying for it now. It's like buying, milk directly from the dairy farm versus from, kind of the grocery store. You buy, at the source, you buy at scale, you'll be able to get much cheaper internet connectivity because you'll hand us your internet connectivity in the nation and we'll connect it back to the 5 markets for free. Then you can buy your internet connectivity back in the major markets at a very inexpensive cost. So in this slide, just kind of try to outline that. You probably had a chance to flip through that. So for all underground construction, I don't think we have any aerial. We really don't like aerial. Remember, this is the global backbone. We can't have it icing up and falling over. So underground is very important to us. And then there's a handful of huts. We call it regeneration huts or equipment huts on Navajo Nation. That's where the lasers sit that actually push the light across the fiber. It's just lasers shooting light down the fiber. That's how the whole thing works. A little bit more on the fiber. I touched on a lot of this. We own the fiber. We get the rights away. We sell, strands to our customers. Navajo Nation gets 3% of gross revenue. We went with gross because it's just easier. Everybody can understand gross. There's no netting of this. So we make $1, at 3 cents, regardless of whether we'll lose money on this for quite some number of years before, it scales enough to make money. But the Navajo Nation gets money from day one, and that's important. All the rights away, all the work that's gone over the last 3 years, we've put millions of dollars into route development and engineering at this point to get ready for construction this summer. All that's paid by us. And we hope that out of all this, there's been some discussion of a data center on Navajo Nation. Remember, that's how all this got started. Somebody came to us and said, can you put a data center there? It's an opportunity if you choose to work with us on Navajo Nation. It's not part of our deal, but it's certainly enabled by what we do. This is, we touched on this actually over the last several hours on this call. So everything is possible with robust, reliable internet connectivity, distance learning, telehealth, 5G. Nobody's going to build a 5G network or fiber to the home network unless you can get the bandwidth out of the community and back to the backbone. So when we bring our backbone through communities, then our customers now can cost effectively do fiber to the home or 5G where they couldn't before. Because what I do with our direct connections back to the backbone, they buy from me rather than the high price services they're buying now. It makes sense to build out their local networks, their local wireless networks, go from 3G to 4G to 5G, because we brought down the cost of getting all that wireless traffic back to the backbone internet connection points in the markets we've mentioned. So we enable all of our customers to make additional investments in the local markets. And there's been a lot of discussion today around that. So when you think about what we are, we're basic infrastructure. We will not provide local broadband service, right? We do the really expensive, really hard stuff of getting the communities connected back to the nearest backbone major cities. So we're kind of, we don't build the whole house. The whole house being, everything it takes to get the internet to your eyes and ears. So what we do the part that becomes invisible, but the whole house sits on top. We build the foundation. We build that infrastructure, the foundation of the house, that once you're done building the house, you forget it's even there, but it all sits on top of it, depends on it. That's how we look at ourselves. We're that very scaled connectivity from Navajo Nation, from the communities, from the people in the Navajo Nation, back to where the internet is hundreds of miles away. Then everybody builds their businesses on top of us. Our customers buy our fiber and then build their businesses using our backhaul. That's what we are in the ecosystem. Try to give you some kind of project facts here. So we'll spend over $40 million by the time we're done in Navajo Nation. That's just the Navajo Nation piece, which is probably somewhere around 20% of the whole. So there'd be about $400 million of network connected, through Navajo Nation. 2,700 miles, 7 buildings, and about 450 handholds across the nation for access. It's great to have it, the internet going through your backyard, the internet backbone. If you can't get to it, it's not terribly helpful. And I know Chris Vicente understands that extremely well. So in our deal, you can access all that fiber and all that bandwidth that we provide you at any of our 7 buildings or the 450 handholds along the Navajo Nation routes. About 350 miles of backbone, about 100,000 fiber strand miles just within the nation. These are all just kind of crazy large number just to get you a sense of the scale we operate at. As I mentioned, 2 terabits of transport traffic to five major markets. Tried to put this in kind of understandable fashion. So, for those of you who have Netflix, there's the Netflix library of all the video they have is about 3 petabytes, which is 3 million gigabytes. So given the 2 terabits of traffic we're giving you, just to give you a sense, you could move the entire Netflix library of 15,000 titles, with all the episodes, every 8 minutes across the backbone, the connections you're going to have. So the point is, it's a lot of bandwidth that we're going to provide you connectivity back to the backbone, which is in, again, Phoenix, Salt Lake, and Denver. And then, as I mentioned, we're going to provide 12 strands along everything we build in the nation for you. And it's about 4,100 fiber miles. Try to give you a graphic of kind of how this all fits together. So down here, kind of Arcadian backbone is this blue line that runs along here. And again, this is where the backbone will be. And this is where the 400 gigabits of traffic we give you is, and the dark fibers. But then it's useless unless you actually tap into the backbone through the handholds we mentioned. So you connect schools, kind of like E-Rate does, sell wireless towers, hospitals. It's this piece here. And the most recent discussion earlier was on point. This is the piece. We do this. We'll do this. This is all on our dime. We'll build this backbone. But then what's a really good use of some of the one-time funds is building these connections off here, right? So this will be here for you whenever you need it. You've got I agree, you've got a once in a lifetime opportunity to fund these connectivity pieces here, which are expensive to build, to really get the bandwidth off our backbone so that you can use it, because it's there. It'll be there waiting for you to use when we construct it. Try to give you a sense on timing. Remember, we're building Phoenix, Salt Lake, Tuba City, Denver, LA, Dallas, and all of those traverse, Navajo Nation. The very bottom of Navajo Nation, I-40, traverses Navajo Nation, as we know. So the first thing we'll build is Phoenix to Salt Lake City, because that's where the customers kind of piled up earliest. So we've been doing final engineering construction on that for about 6 months. That should kick off here in August. So give you a sense. So it'll be kind of third quarter 21 when you see actual. So as you can tell, we've been working on this since 19. It looks like we haven't been doing anything, but all these environmental studies and route selection and permitting and engineering, all that's been going on kind of invisibly in the background. But now here's where you'll actually see us out there with equipment doing this outside plant construction, OSP construction. So they put that conduit in the ground, put the plastic conduit in the ground, put the cable in the conduit, put those buildings along, light it all up with lasers, and voila, the internet is there. So that'll be, and it's a long process, as you can see. It takes longer from route conception to kick off of construction than it does to construct it, right? So it's a long wind up to the construction pitch, but it's not a short time period to build it either. These typically take 18 to 24 months to build after you get the construction actually started. So give you a sense kind of where we are on Phoenix to Salt Lake, as I know we've been kind of busy behind the scenes doing a lot of things in the last 3 years. So just to give you a sense, so Phoenix to Salt Lake City, as it comes up to Navajo Nation, goes to Page and then over to 89 and then shoots straight north to Salt Lake, 694 miles in total. Only about 80 miles of the 694 is in Navajo Nation, but of course every piece is required to have in place. We have about 10 customers on this. They're all very large customers. Just to give you a sense, permitting is the hard part. It's not hard. It's not hard just in Navajo Nation. It's hard everywhere. So just to give you a sense, just on 694 miles, I have more than 50 permits from 4 federal agencies, 5 state agencies, 3 DOTs, and 10 municipalities or counties. And then within each one of those, there's multiple environmental and wastewater studies, and just dozens and dozens of things that need to be done to get a permit. So here's where we are. We're 96% of the field engineering is done. Some of you may have seen our people, walking the route out there with kind of the survey equipment since October. 80% of the construction permit prints are done. That's what these kind of big sheets of permit prints that are sent to the permitting agencies. Your land department gets them. So by summer 2021, we'll have 200 miles buildable. And so this is so you don't get all your permits and then start construction, because you've got some forest permits that take 18 to 24 months to get. So we'll have enough to start construction. We'll have a crew of 2 busy, in August for the next 18, 24 months. They'll be hopscotching around building the whole 694 miles as permits, become available over the next 18 to 24 months, wrapping up in 2023. Give you a sense, just the Tuba City to Denver. This is one where the Denver route is a little less interesting for some customers so far. We do believe it will happen, or we wouldn't have spent the millions of dollars to develop it that we have. So we've got the, of course, the Navajo Nation deal. We haven't announced it yet, but we've got our Colorado DOT deal done and some other key pieces up in Colorado to get that off the ground. So when it does reach kind of financial feasibility, which is why we've got up here route kickoff, pending funding, then again, it's 18 to 24 months construction cycle. And then LA to Dallas, very similarly. We start construction when the business case makes sense, when we have enough customers to make sense, when the numbers make sense. We don't depend on any federal, state funding at all, no public funding component to our business model. That being said, there are a lot of states and various agencies talking to us that are there ways they could, with some of these monies that are available, could they accelerate the kickoff date for our routes that, we believe they will eventually kick off. There will be enough commercial demand. There isn't today. Is there something they could do with a bit of grant money to make it happen faster? And so a lot of those discussions are going on right now. So I've covered an awful lot of material here. So this is where I get to take a breath, take a break, and answer questions. So, Mr. Speaker, I turn it back over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis, and thank you very much for the presentation. Colleagues, I know that there was a request to have Keating on the agenda. So at this time, are there any comments or questions?
Speaker Damon, Delegate Rick Nez, request to speak.
Yes, Chairman, go ahead. Request. Floor is yours, Chairman Nez.
I just want to say thank you to Mr. Dan Davis. Appreciate the presentation. Have a whole lot of information for us to look at, but this project really will enhance the internet access for the Navajo Nation, going from Flagstaff to Tuba City, across over here towards Shiprock and my community here, and how much the Navajo Nation will truly benefit from this. And I just want to say thank you for this and really appreciate it. So thank you, Mr. Davis. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. It's been a pleasure working with you, updating the legislation in 2020. Thank you for your support there as we worked our way through the RDC, not once, but twice. We're very pleased to extend, for those not aware, in August, September 2020, kind of reformed the deal, got it a lot more focused, made sure the compensation was coming directly to the nation, and extended it to 50 years, which is extendable up to 90 years. And so it really appreciate Chairman Nez's help in making some changes there that made it a lot more viable for both parties. So thank you, Chairman Nez.
Thank you very much. Now, colleagues, is there any other comments, questions at this time? And twice. Or 3 times. Thank you very much, Mr. Davis, for doing that presentation, and thank you very much for bringing that information forward. That was my first time getting an overview on that, so thank you for that information. And it looks like there'll be some access points where the nation can get in on that. So I think that's going to be needed to have further discussion. So again, thank you for bringing that to light, and thank you for bringing forth that information. So have a good day, Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
Colleagues, moving on down, item number H, Cellular One.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Cellular One is here. If we can share our screen.
Yes. Floor is yours.
Okay, we know the hour's late, so we'll get started. Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, council delegates, staff, and guests that are still on with us. My name is Brian Gilbert. I'm the Tribal Regulatory and Governmental Affairs Director for Cellular One. And I'm joined today by Guy Turley, who is the Chief Operations Officer, and he's going to give more details on Cellular One's plans. But let me start out by just saying, Guy and I both are very appreciative to be included in this vital work session this afternoon. I want to thank you all for taking the time to listen to the various providers. This is a great start. As the Navajo Nation, of course, recovers from the challenges of the pandemic, it needs universal broadband, not just to get beyond the pandemic, but to improve the quality of life for all of its people. Cellular One recognizes that. And with the amount of federal funding available, obviously this is a discussion on ARPA funding, but there's various federal funding sources in play. It's an unprecedented opportunity for, honestly, the Navajo Nation to essentially achieve bridging the digital divide. And that's a term that's been tossed around for many years now. But I think some of us think that this is the moment, this is perhaps the time when the Navajo Nation can close or bridge, if you will, the digital divide once and for all. But for this to happen, of course, the Navajo Nation does need to have participation by various telecom providers, specifically ETC carriers. Cellular One is, of course, only one of those. And that's to assure that public infrastructure investments directed to the most effective use for the greatest public benefit. And Cellular One hopes that it's a part of that solution today. Just a little bit about the history. Cellular One's been, as of this year, proudly serving the Navajo Nation for 25 years. And that's a significant chunk of time if you think about it. It goes back to the days, and this dates me a little bit, to the 3-watt bag phones. I didn't just own those, but I actually sold and serviced those. And so within 25 years, we've moved from that type of equipment, which was really more of a dumb phone, if you will, not a smartphone, to the time that we have these 4G devices we can put in our pocket and we can run our business off that phone in many respects. And that's great technology. It's amazing what you can do these days. But the reality, of course, is that that's not the reality for many Navajo families and Navajo consumers. And I think after 25 years, Cellular One realizes that. So while Cellular One is proud of its history and what it's been able to accomplish, we support currently just over 65,000 mobile phone customers and some fixed broadband customers on the Navajo Nation. We have 9 stores on the not just Navajo lands, but in the region. We're proud of those accomplishments, of course, including providing lifeline services, other prepaid or advanced paid services, and also being an E-rate provider. But that's not enough, and we recognize that there are some shortcomings. There are many unserved areas still, we recognize, and there are dead zones that require more towers. There are certainly the need for more fiber to increase capacity. So as we look to the future, we realize that there's a lot of work left to be done, and Cellular One wants to be part of that work. We have in the last few months, put together what we call a strategic development plan for the next few years. And that's Cellular One's attempt to not only engage and work with the TRC office, but make sure that the tribal leadership realizes that Cellular One is here as a partner, and we want to be part of the overall solution, as was referenced in the last presentation, for increasing broadband to all throughout the Navajo Nation. And if funding is available, we think it's achievable in 4 years as far as bridging the digital divide. The other point is this is not happening in a vacuum, and Cellular One recognizes that we are one ETC provider, and as Mr. Vicente said in his earlier presentation, that all the carrier plans are being aggregated and looked at, and so we realize what we're providing today and what we might be going over in some detail. That's going to be a composite, or that's going to be part of an overall funding request by the Navajo Nation. It's going to be considered by the Telecommunications Commission. The last thing is that we realize that this is not only a collaborative effort with other telecom providers, because if you think about it, telecom providers compete against one another. Cellular One competes with other ETC providers for customers, but we also rely on those entities. And I think the presenter from Arcadian said it quite well, that the ecosystem of broadband, it is quite complicated. There are many players, and sometimes they compete against each other, sometimes they work with each other. And Cellular One has found over the years that we do collaborate with other providers in many ways, and we will continue to do that. The other thing is that we also are actively engaged, not only with the tribal government, but with state and local governments, county governments. And all of those have service areas within the Navajo Nation. We see a tremendous opportunity to leverage some of that funding for Navajo land. So we think it's perhaps a byproduct of not only working with the Navajo Nation, but also working with the state governments and even local county governments to make sure that the maximum amount of federal funding does come to Navajo lands. At this time, I want to turn over the presentation to Mr. Turley, the COO of Cellular One, and he's going to talk a little bit about Cellular One's strategic plan and how we see that going forward, and then we'll be ready to answer questions. So go ahead, Guy.
Good afternoon, good evening, Honorable Speaker Damon and honorable delegates. As Mr. Gilbert has said, we appreciate the opportunity to be with you. We know it's late in the day, you've had a long day, and so want to touch on a few of these briefly. As we've talked about, we have put together quite a list of the different broadband and telecom improvements in infrastructure that we think need to be made to benefit the Navajo Nation. The funding opportunities there are critical now in order to bring that about. Mr. Davis, in his Arcadian presentation, had a great slide that I think sets up very well the importance of working together in bringing these services out. The main backbone lines that Mr. Davis talked about are critical. However, as he pointed out, they don't get off from those main lines and bring it into the cell towers, into the schools, and into the homes. Someone local that's been there for 25 years, like Cellular One, is who is needed to bring those services into the communities and into the people. And that's what we are looking to do and want to work with the Navajo Nation to provide. in the plans that we have provided at a high level at this point, because they are preliminary, but we've presented those to the NNTRC. And with that, some of the highlights include as many as 65 new tower locations to fill some of those dead spots. We are working now with many chapters in identifying where those locations could be. And we believe that that will be important for many of the concerns that have been raised through the day, for education, for public safety, and for distance learning to individuals, in strengthening not only the cellular signal for basic communications, but also for the schools, and as well for economic development. Part of the opportunities that are here as well, and the next here, is to using E-rate as a way to expand broadband to the homes with some of the opportunities that are coming right now. We also have presented plans to upgrade, not only further expanding the 4G technologies that Cellular One provides, but advancing those to 5G technologies in the strategic plan. We view that as being critical to continuing to advance the technology out to the Navajo Nation and to the public. And as mentioned here, the benefits that are there for telehealth, public safety, and so forth. And as has been pointed out, it is very critical for us to look at the expansion of fiber optics throughout the Navajo Nation. Arcadian provides that backbone, but there are many other routes that have been talked about through the day. And Cellular One is positioned through to leverage these various opportunities through E-rate and other funding opportunities, as have been mentioned, through CAA and ARPA, as well as E-rate, to expand that fiber optic closer to the communities, to the schools, to the cell towers, and to the other locations that are needed, getting it to the homes of the people that are there. We truly view that Cellular One is positioned with its long history serving the Navajo people, serving the schools, serving the government institutions, and serving the economic development aspects in the Navajo Nation to expand these services. We look forward to working with the Navajo Nation in utilizing these funding opportunities to expand this infrastructure. One of the things that mentioned in this next slide is very hard to read. I know this, but this demonstrates the potential tower locations that we have identified to the NNTRC and have in our proposals. And as you can tell, and many of this is spread throughout the Navajo Nation. The next slide, please. And then I'll just kind of point this out and turn it back over to Mr. Gilbert. Again, we've talked about 25 years of experience working on the Navajo reservation with the Navajo people to expand telecommunications in many aspects, and with the full services that Cellular One provides, not only with mobile broadband infrastructure and telecommunications, but expanding to residential and to the schools. We feel we're the best positioned to help in expanding the infrastructure for the Navajo people. I appreciate the opportunity to meet with you this afternoon, and I look forward to continuing to work with you. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this is Brian Gilbert again, and I want to thank Guy for going over those slides. And we'll just close by saying that we know this is just a summary presentation. We're not providing you some of the details you might want to see. We have provided that information to the TRC office, and we will continue to be engaged with the TRC office in the future. And again, it's going to be a collaborative approach. So we anticipate future dialogue, not only with the commission, but perhaps other departments. And of course, we're available to come back and report to council. And we look forward to receiving more direction on how we can participate as one of the ETC carriers in future ARPA funding requests. That's essentially what we've got for you today. And I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Turley and I are available for comments or questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's good to hear your voice again, Mr. Gilbert.
Yes, sir.
With that, thank you very much, Mr. Turnley, for being with us too as well, and your presentation. With that, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. Is there any other comments, questions at this time? I don't have anybody in the queue, or no one has texted in. Going twice.
Mr. Speaker, this is Mr. Turley. I'm sure it's the dinner hour and people are ready to be onto that. So that's understood.
All right. Well, thank you then very much, Mr. Turley. I would really like to have maybe a conversation after this, though, because I would really like to see some of those numbers, more intuitive numbers, and so we know what we're dealing with when we're putting back together this whole schematic design in this bigger puzzle piece in order for us to make sure that we're trying to address all the needs across the whole nation. So maybe we can do that, Brian.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, thank you guys. Thank you very much for being here with us, and thank you for listening in today. And most importantly, thank you for the presentation. That, colleagues, moving on back, seems like NTUA Choice Wireless still waiting to present here this evening.
Yes, Speaker Damon, can you hear me? No.
Yeah, I don't know if you have a rundown, if it's something that's from the last time, but the floor is yours.
Okay. Honorable Speaker Damon, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay. Yate, good evening. It's already it's past 5 o'clock. This is R.S. Nathan Wiley, Toy Linishle, Persian Clan Bashichin Ki Ani Dashiche, Persian Clan Dashanali. I am General Counsel for NTUA, and we also have on the call Valina Sosi, General Manager for NTUA Choice Wireless. And I'll start the presentation first, and I'll kind of go over, I know it's towards the end of the day, and now it's towards the evening time. NTUA did provide this same presentation or similar presentation. I believe it was in probably sometime in April. What we did is at the direction of leadership, NTUA looked at the projects and did a prioritization of those projects overall. And what we did is, we try to do once again with we try to project projects out for the next 36 months. With lessons learned from CARES Act and making sure that we can hit these timelines and milestones as part of the timeline stated within the American Rescue Plan Act. We based our project scheduling on that. As mentioned earlier in with the other presentations, many of the long lead times are related to the permitting and getting the proper approvals in place in order to build this infrastructure to benefit the Navajo Nation. So that's what we're trying to do right now. NTUA, in anticipation of receiving any funding, is preparing the processing as far as the archaeological, biological clearances and whatnot to make sure that we're in a position to complete as many projects as we can as it relates to tower build out, fiber build out, and other build out for NTUA Choice Wireless. I did provide the presentation. It's an 8-page presentation, or actually a project listing, a summary of the NTUA/NTUA Choice Wireless projects. We have met with various chapters in going over proposed projects and how NTUA has envisioned this plan. And we'll continue to offer that to the chapters and to the communities to make sure their voices are heard. I don't know if you want to go specifically into the projects, but they're there. If there's any questions specifically on anything within the presentation, I'll be open to answer those questions along with Belina. But with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Belina Sosi.
Good afternoon. This is Belina. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
You can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Shaya Belina Sosi Winchia Ado a Todich Eatni Shlon Touch Eatni Bashichin Kiani Dashichedo Totsohni Edashinala. And first off, I want to thank the speaker as well as the 24th Navajo Nation Council for allowing us to present our proposal today. Also thanking Arash for taking the lead in this presentation as well. Just to echo what Arash has already said, the number one concern that we have is usually lead time in getting access to right-of-way and land acquisition. So, but the proposal is self-explanatory. It gives you a plan 1, 2, and 3 years, and it also gives you proposals for the site listing as well as fiber build-outs and the fiber to the home projects. If anyone has any specific questions, we'd be happy to answer.
Thank you.
Rosh or speaker? Yep.
Rosh, does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, it does. I just want one thing I do want to highlight as part of our presentation, and this is direct. This is something that we've added to the project overall. Is if you, I don't know if we've shared the pages, but part of the project listing that we have is where we do want to focus on direct services to the actual homes. So as part of our proposal, we have projects related to fiber to the home projects. So what that is that's a unique. I won't call it a pilot project, but it's a project where we actually provide fiber services directly to the home. So we have projects in each of the year 1, 2, and 3, and we have proposals for fiber to the home projects. We also have dollars that are requests for funds related to broadband hardware switch out to improve the internet. As part of the CARES Act, NTUA did a lot of broadband uplifts to many of the tower sites. And with that is improved internet. But as part of that process, what we need to do is we need to switch out the actual hardware in each of the homes or for each of the units. So with that, that will improve the internet to the homes directly. So as part of the funding request, we have included that request, which will provide, once again, better direct internet services to homes and customers that receive those services. We also have, as Belina said, and we've talked about previously, we have tower build-out as part of our overall plan through this 36-month period, and the fiber build-out as well. But once again, if there's any questions, we'll be glad to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much with that, Rosh. With that, colleagues, is there any comments, questions at this time?
Honorable Speaker Damon, delegate recognized, request to speak.
Yes, Chairman. Where's yours?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Damon. And Arsh Malemi, thank you. I'm looking at the list of my colleagues' chapter communities, and I don't see my name on here. I know that Burnham chapter community, as well as Newcomb community, and Upper Fruitland near Oho community really need some internet service. I would like to know how all these selections were made, and I would like to add my list onto the list that is on here as well. What do I need to do? Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time? None. Let me go back to the panel. Presenters, Rosh.
Yes, Honorable Chairman Nez, what we can, as we mentioned earlier, we can definitely spend some time, and what we've done previously is sat in on planning meetings for the chapters related to ARPA. So we've had a full schedule with that, and we still open that invitation. And with that request, we will reach out to you and your and you to get some more information as far as planning for tower sites and for other requests in everyone's communities. I did want to have, I'm not sure if Neil Broyles is on the phone. He's our NTUA communications manager. He can actually go over the specifics of how we identify certain tower sites for development.
Hello, this is Neil Broyles. Yeah, the tower sites are based on providing maximum coverage to the majority of the Navajo Nation. And that's basically how the tower sites were selected. Choice N2A Wireless does what's called search rings and identifies the locations for the towers. I don't know, Valina, can you add to that?
Yeah, so the selection of the towers, we took an initial 55 site or 46, and the requests that we received over the years, or even in last year, especially with the pandemic, we've prioritized that list based on the request and the number or the consistency in inquiry. So the list that you see in year one, we have 13 that are identified in the year one for tower build-outs. Those are the most we hear about from either the community members or from the council delegates or the chapter presidents. What we do from there is we work with the chapters to try to identify a specific location that they want us to target. And then we'll send that information to our RF engineering, who will do an assessment. NTUA has been gracious enough to share their data, their electric meter data with us, so we can plot out the electric meters to identify and work with the chapters as to where our target should be. Once the engineering is completed, we then do the search ring, which allows for NTUA to find land within that ring that will work for a tower site. So we hand that project off to NTUA. They will start the process for right-of-way, the land acquisition, and work with the Navajo Nation in that field. NTUA will then package that together for a proposal like this. So we try to collaborate with the community members, the local chapter, so that we have a better understanding of what the target is, where the need is based on their recommendations, and we'll focus on the assessments there. I do have one question for Delegate Nez, Chairman Nez. Don't you have Ojo Amarillo as part of your community?
Speaker Damon, may I respond, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, Ojo Amarillo is within Upper Fruitland community, and we have been asking. I've sent emails to NTUA on this project up here, and they were supposed to come out and notify me, but they never did. And I've been trying to contact them again. So, and also Burnham. Our children are in dire need, as well as in Newcomb, for some of this broadband cell towers. Thank you.
Okay. May I, Speaker Damon?
Yes. Go ahead for the response.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate Nez, for that. We do have Ojo Amarillo on the list. I think we just identified it incorrectly under the wrong delegate. We have that under Honorable So we do have that. If you look at year 3 for tower listing, it's halfway down the page. Ojo Amarillo. And then the other thing is, in terms of Newcomb, we do have a site there, and we are looking into a different grant proposal on the New Mexico side that we're hopeful that, or we're going through the assessment now to put equipment on there that will allow for CBRS technology and broadband services, as well as 600 megahertz cell phone services. So we do have Newcomb identified in a separate project with the New Mexico grant. And we can certainly look into Burnham.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That, colleagues, let me
Speaker
go
Damon,
ahead
may
and
I
go back.
add? Oops, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one last thing, and thank you, Valina and Chair Nez. What NTUA, as part of the request from leadership, and I know that funds are limited, so what NTUA, as Neil mentioned and Valina mentioned too, we actually had to reduce the total number of towers that we had in our original proposal, and the reason being strictly because of funding. We reduced it from 55, and I believe it's down to 46, but it's in the 40s, and it's strictly because we want to be respectful of the funding situation as far as the total amount awarded to the nation. So we're trying to be cognizant and respectful of that as well, with the balance of actually providing these services to the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me move on down. I have Honorable Keon Begay in the queue at this time. Honorable Keon Begay.
I guess this goes to the other, I don't know if they're still online, a series of questions that I posed to the cell carrier. Because I share all these information with the local chapter. Arash, thank you very much. Arash, I know that you know that I was over at one of my chapter this afternoon, but not much information was presented to the chapter about broadband, except for one of the carrier also called in. So nothing from the NTUA. The same information that I have for you of why I've been bugging your office or Choice Wireless and other carriers about the need of a cell carrier or cell tower in the 5 chapters that I represent, and also requesting for an assessment, engineering assessment. But as of today, not much was provided to the chapter. So that tells me that not much is being done, or there's no interest in our community for the requested service. So akwaki shiti ashnan no sendiki kodo the chapters kwaki dit al pane tahakito payel pio. If there's no listing of your chapters, of course you will begin to ask questions. Why is it that you've been advocating for this for the longest time, but yet none is being the chapter is not listed? And then you got all these memos, requests, and then even phone calls, but yet still you don't have your chapters being listed. You're asked to do service on behalf of Navajo people, but what will it take for you and any other cell carrier to say that we can do this? And we're asking and we're doing. We mean business. So the only way that the only time that we hear people is that when there's money being available. Otherwise, if there's none, then there's nothing is happening, and nothing is being proposed to the Navajo Nation, especially to our Navajo people. Kudo Banna is Kandolish Quack. So Rasha, please provide feedback to the Talana Cottonwood of the cell tower request. I would appreciate that. Ado Kudo, the one thing that I continue to ask each of the cell carrier that want to do business is that could this be an ongoing thing, and what would be your proposal to say that this is what we can do while we wait to establish, while we wait to get funding from the upper funding or from the other funding that would be allocated to the Navajo Nation on behalf of our chapters. So Speaker.
Thank you. Let me go back to this Sosi or Rosh. You want to respond?
Sure, yes. Thank you, Honorable Delegate Begay. And yes, Talana Cottonwood, they were on the agenda for June 4th, talking to Ms. Benali, Estelle Benali. So, we'll follow up and provide a better report. It was just because we were in session and I was following this call that I wasn't able to attend the call at 2 o'clock. So we rescheduled for that. But at the same time, we wanted to, I just wanted to reiterate that one of the challenges in what other groups are talking about, it's a lot of money that is coming towards the Navajo Nation. But at the same time, just based on the feedback we got from leadership, we had that, we're trying to be respectful of the total allocation of ARPA money or proposed allocation. So we're trying to be respectful, and that's why we did reduce our total number of towers to be constructed. If there's an interest in increasing that, then it's at the direction of the council or recommendation of the council that NTUA can add certain projects back on. But we're trying to balance that whole idea or notion of the allocation of awards to the nation relative to the services being provided. So we know it's not it's not an infinite amount of money. There's a finite amount of money. So we're trying to be kind of strike that balance between the two. So that's the situation we're in. But definitely we will be more responsive to some of the feedback of the chapters and leadership to make sure we respond to some of those requests. But once again, it's going to be a situation for NTUA and Choice Wireless where we're trying to be respectful of the funds available, and that's why we had to reduce some of the total towers that we provided in our original listing. Thank you.
Speaker, if I could add to that also, this is Valina.
Yes, go ahead.
Honorable Begay, I also want you to know that for Selani Lake, as part of the CARES project, we added EBS technology to that site, and we have quite a number of customers on that site today. I'd like to know specifically where in Cottonwood, and that we can probably find that out on June 4th when we have a meeting with your chapter. But I'd like to know where the target would be for the Cottonwood area. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there was a question back to you, Honorable Kalen Begay.
Speaker, I'll go ahead and send the information to the NTUA, but the memo that I sent out it's labeled request for engineering assessment for chapters, and each of the chapter has specific target locations. So, but I'll resend it to the NTUA. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time for Choice Wireless? Sorry, it's getting late in the hour.
Chairman, Speaker.
Yes.
Thomas Walker.
Good evening, Vice Walker. Floor is yours.
Oh, good evening. Thank you, Irish and the NTUA presenters. Thank you for the presentation, the information, and of course the Q&A session here. Appreciate that. So a quick question on the year 3
spreadsheet that shows year 3. I'm looking at Loop Biggie Twin Arrows, and the build out for Twin Arrows, that 21 mile build out. Does that mean that vicinity of the casino, Twin Arrows Casino and vicinity, the homes in that area, that corner of the Navajo Nation? Is that what that means? I guess just clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. Any colleagues, any other comments, questions? Well, let me go back to you, Ms. Sosi or Arash. What was yours?
Yes. Speaker Damon, I'll let Mr. Neil Broyles answer that question if he's available.
Okay. Well, Mr. Boyles, floor is yours.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question, please, Arash?
Yes, he was Mr. Vice Chair Walker was referring to the year 3 project in the Loop, the 21 mile fiber build out project, and just wanted more information on that specific project and what it entails, pretty much.
Okay. Yes, that's that's one of the larger fiber projects, and that's why it's pushed out to year 3. Because we have to acquire right away, which means we're working on the ARCs and the BIOS presently in preparation for right away. And the construction, it's a lengthy build. I forget the exact mileage, but it's a very long build, and it's to get the broadband service out to the Loop area in high capacity, because that area, the demand of internet on the Navajo Nation has increased significantly as a result of the pandemic. And now that we've deployed like the Wi-Fi hotspots for students, and we've started the E-rate programs and building to the chapter houses and schools. The school bandwidths are increasing significantly. Just a few years back, schools were only ordering like 100 megabits of service, and now they're asking for thousands of megabits of service. And the Loop build that will extend the fiber out to get broadband out to the community at higher bandwidths, which will provide better services to the towers. The towers in that area are presently served by a microwave, and microwave is a quality transport service, but it has bandwidth limitations, and the demand is exceeding the capability of microwave services. So that's why we want to get fiber out into that area. Thank you.
Thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time for Rosh and his team members from Choice Wireless? And twice. Well, Mitch James, good evening. Floor is yours.
Thank you, speakers, members of the council, and then the audience, and then into you. Thank you for the presentation, then also thanks for the listing that you provided. My question is going to be pertaining to how us as delegates have districts that are connecting. In this case, in my case, I have another Honorable T. Allen Begay, his district, his chapters that he oversees, meet with my district area line. And in those district area lines, we don't have any towers that are in place by Choice Wireless or any other broadband services that is out there. And I did bring this up before, is we worked with some of the chapters to establish some resolutions. But again, those areas that are in that same situation where our districts connect, is there a reason why those have not been funded or why those have not been indicated on the listing? Again, same thing happens in my district again, which is a Navajo station connecting with Honorable Raymond Smith district line, which is in Clegato. And there's that whole stretch of area there. And then going back down west, which would be meeting with Cornfields and Greasewood, which is a district line with Honorable Elmer Begay's district line. Again, there's no service going into White Cone area, which is on top of Cornfields, Sunrise area, all the way into Jedito. And that's where our district lines as delegates, we meet. And none of those areas have been looked into, or none of those areas have towers, or those chapters have established resolutions requesting for broadband service. And then from Jedito, going back up from Jedito northeast, which would be Low Mountain area. Again, that's in Chenalles region district, Honorable Kealan Begay. So I don't see any listing or any of our chapters indicating as for our district line as delegates on the listing. So that would be my question, is why isn't there a listing in that such fashion to show us how it's going to help to different delegate district area. Another one is how you have your first and second and third year listing. I know you have a few under the first year. Are those based off priority? Is that based off a need that those areas don't have broadband service, or is it more of an upgraded system for those areas that are under your first year? Because I'm not listed, nor some of my colleagues are listed under the first year. If we're going to talk about equalization, if we're going to talk about having that concept of trying to be comparable with each of the delegates, all 24 delegates should be under the first year, under the second year, and under the third year, if we're going to talk about equalization. So if I can get some clarification in regards to that, that would be helpful for me on my end. Thank you again. Going back on mute.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time? Let me go back to you, Rosh, and your team for response.
Sure. Yes,
Honorable Vince James.
Okay. Honorable Vince James, thank you for the questions. Regarding the first year projects where we have months 1 to 12, as we mentioned before, and as other presenters have mentioned, these projects are on year 1 because they're at the stage where they're ready to be constructed within the first year. So I won't call it a priority list. It's just as far as the progress in the project, we have to base it off of, all of these are based on timelines in getting permitting, getting leases in place and getting the leasehold rights and landhold rights from the nation and from, going through the environmental process and the permitting. So much of this, as far as year one, is projects that are ready to be constructed, or at least can be constructed in the first year. So we don't, it's difficult to try to, it's difficult to try to do, across the board evenly, but we just do it based off of where the projects are and whether they can be completed in the first 12 months is how we did our listing overall. And the other question, as far as the tower build out for NTUA/Choice Wireless, once again, we try to, be respectful of funding. If it is the recommendation, or if it's the wishes of the council for NTUA to increase the number of towers on its listing, we can certainly look into that. Just please note that if that is the case, our overall request, our overall proposal will be increased as far as dollars are concerned. So, we can do that. It's just going to be a higher total proposal from NTUA/Choice Wireless. We went over the process a little bit of how we go about our identifying certain sites. One of the things that Neil, Mr. Broyles, and Ms. Sosi mentioned is, we want to make the sites that we choose, is based off of, the coverage for that tower site and the search rings that they talked about. But like I said before, if it's the wishes of the council to increase that and include additional towers, just please note that the overall proposal will be increased as a result of that. I just wanted to, make that point as well. But once again, we're willing to meet with local communities and chapters and look at opportunities to build and increase broadband connectivity and services in those communities. So we're open to that. Ms. Sosi and her team and NTUA, we're willing to do that. Thank you.
Arash, if I could add to that. So for year one, I mentioned that we met with the chapters, and that's how those projects were selected. We actually went through the exercise of packaging the proposals, and it's on its way, which will allow us to meet those deadlines or get the assessments completed or the right-of-way. So those are ready to go. For year two and year three projects, your chapters will hear from us because we want to hear from them. We're going through the process of finishing up the first package for search rings and getting them to NTUA. We're going to start on the second year two projects list, and we're going to start reaching out to chapters within the next week or so to start the search rings for that list as well. In terms of crossing two districts, two delegates, one area, or borderline. I just want to point out that we do have cornfields on the list. We do have a site in Greasewood. Delegate James, if you remember, you and I had a conversation about reaching out to the communities on top of the hill on the west side of cornfields. All of those will be taken into account when we look at cornfields and the areas that we want to, reach. We do have White Cone on the list. We will build a new tower there, so that community is on the list, as well as Jedito and Low Mountain area. So if we can start based on these assessments, what we can do with the list is, in areas where it will serve two delegate areas, one tower will serve two delegate communities. We can certainly put a slash between on that project and identify the two delegates on that list. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, are there any further comments, questions at this time for Choice Wireless? Going twice. Going three times. Thank you very much, Arash, and thank you very much for hanging around. And I know we missed you earlier, so glad you presented, and thank you for the update on the chart too that you sent over. So we'll go ahead and put that together. If we have any questions here, I will definitely be reaching out to you and your team. So again, yeah, for being on the line this evening.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, colleagues, that completes our agenda. With that, moving on down. Item number 4, we do have announcements and then close of session. Are there any announcements at this time? Announcement? Are we all here? Announcements. We all here. We all here going twice. We're here going 3 times. That, colleagues, are there any other announcements?
Honorable Speaker Damon, Delegate Rick Mears, request to speak.
Yes, Chairman Nez, go ahead, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Shanantai, Honorable Speaker Damon. Just to let you all know, Shanantai, this morning during recognizing guests, an announcement was made, and nobody called a point of order on the first portion. But when I made a clarification, a point of order was made. I just want to say, let's just be fair. Perhaps we all need to wait on announcements, during announcements, rather than using that as making some sort of announcement during visiting officials and guests. So I just would like to make that statement, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Ness. Any other announcement?
Speaker, you say.
Yes, Honorable Eugene So, good evening. On announcements.
Oh, yeah, sure. Sunday, Monday, a memorial. If you want to have breakfast with us, come down to Nazlini at 9 and have a breakfast meeting there with the veterans. And then on Monday, it's going to be at Chinley, the veteran office outside. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Eugene. So, as there's going to be those I know that there's going to be events here in Window Rock too on Monday. I know that there will be recognizing the Memorial Day on Monday, and then the Navajo Nation Memorial Day will be on Tuesday. So there will be a complete operational of events going on throughout the nation this whole entire weekend. So it's good to see those. It's great to get out to those events, and I know that there's still CDC guidelines that all these events are going to be required to comply with. So please be careful out there, everyone. Please continue to make sure that you're masked up, and the public too as well. Other than that, colleagues, I was just not checking with staff to see if there was any meetings tomorrow. I don't think there is any. There's no specific meetings. I know that there's some direct meetings that you all will be attending individually. So again, thank you everyone for being on the line. Thank you to the cyber team, telecommunications, Mr. Vicente, Arash and your team from Choice Wireless, Muscani from NNDOE, and then Davis from Arcadian, and then also Brian. Thank you. It's good to hear your voice again from Cellular One. Colleagues, if we don't see you tomorrow, we please have a good weekend. Be with your families. Take the time off, and we'll see everyone back on Wednesday. As there'll be some regular meetings and the committee meetings coming back online. So have a good weekend, everyone. Stay safe and be safe out there. Going at safe travels. Time is 6:04 p.m. We're officially closed.